Раз, два, три, раз, раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, раз, два, три.
Раз, раз. Раз, раз, раз. Работает, да? Раз, раз.
Эй.
Доброе утро, уважаемые участники. Рады приветствовать вас в стенах Казахстанского немецкого университета. Как вы знаете, ежегодно Казахстанский немецкий университет становится площадкой, где эксперты в логистической отрасли собираются, обсуждают актуальные вопросы. Этот год тоже не стал исключением. В этом году совместно с нашими партнерами, с университетом Митвайда, CAREC институт, Азиатский банк развития и при поддержке Азиатского банка развития и Германской службы академических обменов мы проводим свой 11-й логистический форум. Поэтому, прежде чем начать работу нашего форума, я бы хотел пригласить с приветственным словом президента нашего университета, президента Казахстанского немецкого университета, господина Волрата Ромеля.
Good morning, everybody. I speaking English because we are living in an international world, but I still have to struggle with my Russian or even with my Kazakh, so I prefer to speak in English. Sorry for that. This is the first conference I'm going to open at 8:30. So I see logistics means you have to be an early bird. That's true. Because if you have the first mover advantage, you know to handle the place, to manage everything what's going on. Logistics has a very strong tradition at our university since so many years. So I'm really proud that I'm going to open this 11th Logistics Forum this time. And there's an amazing progress because we have friends from Saxonia here. And we are integrated in our Logistics Forum, the East-West Forum from Mittweida. This is a new situation for all of us, and I think it's a promising situation because we are broadening our network in different directions. If I see the list of speakers we have this year, I see that we will have really good discussions, dialogues about different topics today. And the next day will be particular for students as well. It will be an excursion. This is always an essential part of having that experience as well, because we are practical driven. We are a university, but we don't think just in theoretical terms about logistics. We are thinking all about in practical terms, what it means to use simulations we have for development of logistics routes in different directions. And you see, my university is going with our logistics customers, I would say, because we have started to have a second location here in Kazakhstan, in Aktau. I promise you next year we are going and have that log forum in Aktau. So we were waiting this year for the funding of the European Union, but they were too late. So sorry. So now we are here again in Almaty. But next time we will be in next year we will be in Aktau. And this is not only the only place we are going, that we are moving forward this university. There will be a third place. This will be in Eastern Kazakhstan. We will open an institute together there with the local university, EKTU. It's focusing on raw materials. And you know that situation in Eastern Kazakhstan is, of course, again, a matter of logistics. But because you can produce a lot of raw materials, but you have to find your right logistics route to transport them all over the world. So you see, the locations we will have here in Kazakhstan in the upcoming years, they all will be on logistics hub. We will have location in Eastern Kazakhstan. We will have one location at the Caspian Sea. And we will here, of course, we will stay in Almaty. So we are, in some way, we are part of the Silk Road, which crosses Kazakhstan from the Almaty region, or even for Ust-Kamenogorsk, to the west, to the Caspian Sea. And this is an amazing adventure. This will be for our students, because we don't have just the programs here in Kazakhstan. What is our intention all the time? That we have partners in Germany. And this is another experience for our students, because the students can working together and learning the different logistics perspectives from the European side and from the Kazakh side as well. So that's enough from my side for the beginning. I am not in the center of that logistics forum. There's the speakers and all the audience. And I wish you all a very interesting day, good discussions, and very interesting speakers we will have today. Thank you very much. And I hand over to the next opening speaker. This will be General Consul, Mr. Soos.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, it's a great honor for me to be here and welcome you to this important event. An important event because it is about enhancing the movement of goods, of ideas and people across a vast part of our globe. We talk about the connection between China, Germany and Europe, and Kazakhstan being at the heart of it all. So at first I would like to congratulate the German Kazakh University for carrying out this series of, yes it is, okay, but my voice is, I think, is loud enough so you can hear me also without the microphone. So I would like to congratulate the German Kazakh University for carrying out these series of dialogues about logistics. It's already the 11th forum of this kind. And I remember last year when I was here, there weren't so many students and speakers, distinguished speakers in this room. So the audience here is already a testament to the importance of the event that we are going to witness today and tomorrow. And it is my great pleasure to say that the German Foreign Office is supporting the German Kazakh University also because of this role of fostering dialogue, of international cooperation, which is at the heart of diplomacy. This is why I stand here in front of you and speak also on behalf of the German government. So with that, I would like to wish you all fruitful deliberations and leave it now to the speakers that have been invited to this event, and maybe also especially welcome our guests from Germany, from Wittenweiler, who are joining this forum. Thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful deliberation.
Спасибо. И следующие приветственные и вступительные слова хотели бы предоставить декану и генеральному директору Института Азиатского банка развития господину Тецуци Сонобе. К сожалению, сегодня он не смог приехать. Есть у нас запись. Пожалуйста, можете включить.
Welcome to the East-West Logistics Forum. It is a great pleasure and honor to provide some welcome and opening remarks on behalf of ABB Institute. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to CAREC Institute and German Kazakh University for their great support for this joint event. I'm speaking in my office in Tokyo. I wish I could join you in Almaty, but my prior commitment prevents me from doing so. I hope there will be other occasions for greeting you in person. I'd like to begin my talk by emphasizing the significance of this event, because we can never overemphasize important roles played by connectivity and transport infrastructure in economic and social development. These days, infrastructure is also expected to contribute to climate and environmental prosperity. This is not limited to the energy sector, but also holds true in the transport sector, even though I will not go into details. Thus, for the economic, social, and environmental prosperity, connectivity and transport infrastructure holds the key to success. Without enough connectivity and enough transport infrastructure, both urban and rural economies can never achieve higher productivity, efficient division of labor, and economic inclusion. This is particularly true for greater intra-regional connectivity in Asia and greater inter-regional connectivity between Asia and Europe, which could create business opportunities for firms and better access to markets and jobs for individuals. But investment in infrastructure does not always increase productivity, allocative efficiency, or distributional equity. Infrastructure must be safe and durable. It must have sufficient capacity, and it must be maintained and renewed regularly. It does not work automatically, but often need other input of resources, especially human resources, to work properly. This is obvious in seaports, airports, or even toll gates along a highway. High-level expertise and continuous capacity building are necessary for infrastructure to contribute to economic, social, and environmental prosperity sufficiently. Another set of warning or caveat is about financing the high costs of construction and maintenance. Infrastructure is inherently accompanied by high upfront costs, large-scale investment, high risk and uncertainty, and so on. Careful analysis of these difficulties must be undertaken, or otherwise infrastructure projects are destined to fail. Yet another set of difficulties is about the benefit of infrastructure investment. Benefits of infrastructure projects vary considerably, depending on many factors, including population density, topology, access to complementary amenities, as well as the level of economic development. Infrastructure investment in Central Asia are challenged by low population density. It is also challenged by large distances, which entails high construction costs. I should add that benefits from infrastructure projects come little by little over many years, which implies that financing infrastructure projects must be long-term and hence more challenging. Since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, fiscal space has been narrow in almost every country, which has made infrastructure investment finance even more challenging. In short, we need to discuss a lot of important issues about connectivity and transport infrastructure in general, and those in Central Asia in particular. In 2021, ADBI published the first book on Trans-Caspian Corridor. Based on evidence, it argues that transport corridors can boost market access and new trade, business, and job opportunities. It concludes that greater policy dialogue and collaboration on Trans-Caspian Corridor are required. Today, we are here to discuss what greater regional connectivity in Central Asia could bring to the region. We will enjoy presentations of the results of new research activities on the development of CAREC transport corridors, its trade and economic potentials, and its challenges and opportunities. The papers presented at this forum are selected from the submissions to our open call for papers. I'd like to thank all those who responded to our call and also congratulate the presenters and co-authors on being successfully shortlisted for future publication. I would request all participants to actively participate in the Q&A after each presentation. Your comments and questions will help the author improve their papers and contribute better to evidence-based policy designs. Last but not least, I thank all the members of the organizing team for putting together this important event. With that, I conclude my welcome and opening remarks and hope you will have fruitful discussions and create new insights. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Welcome to the East-West Logistics Forum. It is a great pleasure and an honor to provide some welcome and opening remarks on behalf of ADB.
Спасибо большое. Уважаемые гости, уважаемые участники, теперь мы начинаем работу нашего логистического форума. У нас теперь работа первой сессии. Значение шелкового пути как связующего звена между Германией, Евросоюзом, Казахстаном и Центральной Азией. Мы бы хотели пригласить участников первой сессии. Модератор Валерия Винклер, научный ассистент, менеджер по мультимодальному дизайну и смешанному обучению. Также президента Казахстанско-Германского университета господина Волрада Ромеля, представителя экономического сената земли Саксония Анте Херменау и декана факультета международного менеджмента профессора Сержа Велеско. Спасибо. Пожалуйста, проходите. Да? Это вы можете сами дать. Это уже ваша секция, вы можете сами.
A small surprise, because initially I thought that my dean going to the dean of closer. Okay, sorry. Welcome everyone. So I pass over to my dean, the dean of my faculty, industrial management of University of Applied Science Mittweida, for short welcoming statement, and after that we are starting with a group discussion. So.
Dobre utro, dobre popalawac. Ich spreche weiter in Deutsch. Warum? Weil wir an der Deutsch-Kasachischen Universität sind. Ich möchte mich ganz herzlich bedanken bei dem Präsidenten der Deutsch-Kasachischen Universität, meinen Kollegen Herrn Rommel, für die Gastfreundschaft. Und wir haben heute eine Premiere, das erste Mal mit dem Ost-West außerhalb von Mittweida. Und ja, eigentlich sind wir ja bei Freunden zu Gast. Wir sind ja nicht außerhalb. Wir freuen uns, dass das erste Mal hier in Kasachstan, in Almaty, insbesondere an der Deutsch-Kasachischen Universität, das Forum stattfindet. Schwerpunkt wird natürlich sein Logistik. Aber ich sehe hier unsere Studierenden, eigentlich an Sie alle, Sie lachen schon hinten, an Sie richtet sich das Forum, genau, weil Sie natürlich die kommende Generation sind, die die Zusammenarbeit zwischen Europa, Asien und Sie mittendrin in Zentralasien eigentlich die wichtigsten Personen sind. Und ich bin ganz gespannt auf die Diskussion, die wir heute Vormittag haben, und ich fordere Sie auch auf, dass Sie nicht nur hier sitzen und zuhören, sondern dass Sie dann, wenn die Diskussionsrunde hier ist, auch entsprechend Fragen an die Vertreter aus Deutschland und Kasachstan stellen. Ich wünsche dem Ost-West-Forum einen guten Verlauf und auf spannende Studieren habe ich noch eine Überraschung. Wir sehen uns nächstes Jahr zur Vorlesung Internationales Management. Also herzlichen Dank nochmal, Herr Rommel, für die Gastfreundschaft, und ich übergebe an unseren Professor Velasco, der Lehrstuhl für Internationales Management in Mittweida hat. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Before we start with podium discussion, basically, initially, it's supposed to be one more member of the podium discussion, Professor Wild. He is an entrepreneur from Saxony. He was alone for over 10 years or 15 years, the director or CEO of the IBM in Dresden. Since 3 years, he stepped back from IBM, and he is. And since 3 years, he's an entrepreneur. He has owned couple of the companies in Saxony. And I pass over to Andreas, to you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes.
This is Andy Wyatt from Chemnitz in Germany speaking. Good morning, everybody. I hope we have a good line from Chemnitz to Almaty and you can see and hear me properly. Unfortunately, I cannot participate to this East-Western Forum due to personal reason at the moment directly, but it's a honor and a pleasure for me to have a speech and a presentation so early in the morning. It's 5 o'clock in Germany and I have a cup of coffee here for waking up. So, and is anybody there who can assist me and start my presentation? Or is there Alima Alipova? Can you start my presentation, please? Hello?
Just a moment. I think it's...
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I hope you can see the first slide. So I understood the title of this East-Western Forum is the New Silk Road. And what I want to do in my presentation is to build a bridge from our new global ecosystem, which is a digitalized ecosystem, is to companies and organizations that are involved in this amazing project of the new Silk Road. And what does it mean for the companies that are affected, or the organizations and countries that are affected? So, but can you flip to the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. So yes, Professor Valescu gave a short intro about my person. So that's right, I'm a professor for digital transformation management at the University of Applied Science in Mittweida since more than 10 years. And I was a member of the IBM Corporation for more than 29 years. From this time, I have many experience. I could acquire many skills regarding large IT projects. And what does it mean to setting up a digital transformation management for companies? So 2019, I left the IBM Corporation and I was founding 3 companies with a companion in Chemnitz. Now we have 150 employees at the moment, and we have 3 companies in 3 different branches. A production company, there we are producing huge electrical cabinets for the Siemens Corporation. Then we have an IT and informatics company for software development, and an HR company for hiring, recruiting, and negotiate skilled employees for other companies. So this is a short intro regarding my person. So, okay, can you flip to the next chart, please? Okay, so the title for this conference, I understood, is the new Silk Road, but I think we should take a look back in the history. The classic Silk Road existing already 1,000 years ago, and it was well known in Western Europe by a famous person. His name was Marco Polo. I think he is well known for the most of years in the auditorium. But what he did, he described the trading lines from the Far East, from China to Western Europe. What's about the products, the countries that are involved, and he described also the secrets and the oriental touch behind the classic Silk Road. His name was Marco Polo. He was an Italian trading man, and he makes the Silk Road famous 800 years ago in Europe. But the question is, would such a kind of Silk Road walk successfully today? Okay, flip to the next chart, please. Yes, I think it's a normal thing. We can just state, first of all, the new Silk Road is not the same as Marco Polo's time. And the question is, why is it so? And what makes the difference? To anticipate the answer, we live in a digitalized global ecosystems. Despite we have trading lines, we have roads, we have transportation support. It's the same like 1,000 years ago. But the most significant difference is that we have a digitalized global ecosystem. Okay, so flip on, please, to the next chart. Okay, as I said, the most significant difference is that we live in a new world. It's a digitalized global ecosystem. We all know these buzzwords, but most of the buzzwords, they describe this digitalized ecosystem mean the same. We talk about IoT, Internet of Things, or the era of digitalization, or sometimes we heard anything about the data of the edge. That means that we are using mobile devices to get informations and make our decisions. And we have big data and cloud solutions. But all these things and all these buzzwords describe this digitalized global ecosystem. Okay, flip to the next chart, please. Behind this digitalization and the things are, there are 5 global megatrends, but these megatrends have a strong global impact to the involved companies, countries, and organizations. And also any effects to our persons, to ourselves. The first of all is we are using mobile technologies and social media. Social media is all around. We have interchange, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, and many other social networks where we can share informations. They are helpful day by day for everybody of us and also for companies. The next mega trend is, flip back please. So is increasing of customers and the market expectations. That means the market and the customers become more and more individual. The next one is we have the extended enterprise. We have broadened digital supply chain between the companies, the suppliers, and the customers. We have big data, artificial intelligence, and analytics solutions to have a better outcome of the huge data stack we can use. And we have hybrid cloud and IT infrastructure solutions. And so please flip to the next chart. Okay, on the next chart, we have a question. The question is, what is the worldwide key business driver #1 behind digitalization? And I can anticipate when you flip to the next chart, the answer is very simple. Okay, flip on, and yes, as I said, the answer is very simple. The secret behind digitalization, it's data. We have a massive and a huge increasing of data every year. And you see the red circle, and in the year 2023, approximately we have 126 zettabyte worldwide on digital data, on digital content. And it's important to know that approximately 75 to 80% of the complete data stack we have is unstructured data. And we have structured data and unstructured data worldwide in the databases and the cloud systems. But the difference is within unstructured data, we have more helpful informations. The question is, how can companies use this helpful information and how are they able to analyze the unstructured data? And as an example, unstructured data are all informations in social networks. This can be video clips, pictures, spoken words, handwritten text, and all the other things we can digitalize with our IT systems. These are unstructured data. And as I said, the most significant difference is that unstructured data have more helpful informations inside. Okay, so can you flip on, please? There are any examples of the affected industries. They're using massive data input to make their business. As an example, we have retail industry, oil and gas, banking and insurance, healthcare. There are many other industries also, production, automotive industry at this time. They are all using massive data input to make their decisions or handling risks in their business. Okay, can you flip on, please? Now we have in the next 2 charts, we have any examples of any industries that are using digitalized content and digitalized support in especially solutions. One of them is cognitive maintenance in the mining industry or oil and gas industry. It's very important for them. They make cognitive maintenance for their tools, transporting systems, and all the other technical systems they are using. But it's very important to have a high performance of the data systems that are provided for the industry. There are any figures in any surveys we can read worldwide in the internet. If one system is down, possibly they are losing 5 million per day when a data mining or a data grab is down. And this is a danger. So that's the reason why we need high performance systems for using this data in our business. Okay, so can you flip on, please? Yes, another good example is where massive data is producing or is responsible for the data growth. These are brain-inspired systems or synthesizing, analyzing sensor data we are using in any systems. And exactly what the numbers we can read is that approximately 70% of unstructured data or of this data growth of unstructured data comes out of sensor data and machine learning systems at this time. The automotive industry or science, they are using machine learning systems and sensor data technical systems. So, but they are producing a massive outcome of unstructured data. This is only another example. Okay, so can you flip on, please? Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about digitalization, how supply chains and value chains of the companies are affected. And what does it mean for the transformation of the business models of the companies? And it's very interesting what the business leaders say. There are many, many surveys at this time. They are available in science, in public science, but also in the internet, regarding how do they invest in such technologies for supporting their business processes. So can you flip on, please? First of all, what the business leader feel and what they say, they see, first of all, a fragmentation and disruption of traditional value add chains. So it's a turnaround. Many companies need digital support for their business processes to anticipate customer and market expectations more individual. This is a disruption of the classic value add chains in the companies. The next one is convergence of traditional industries. And the third one, emergence of new ecosystems around the companies. That means they have to more and more to involve the suppliers and customers in a virtual supply chain in their ecosystem, to sharing information of a digital way. This is what we mean when we talk about Internet of Things. It means an interchange of digital informations between our company and the suppliers on the left side and the customers on the right side. Okay, so flip to the next chart, please. On the next chart, we can see what the CXOs, that means the CEOs, the CFOs, and the CIOs, what are the main investments in new technologies? And in surveys, they say 60% or 63% of the CEOs say we have to invest in cloud computing and cloud services. IT solutions becomes more and more a managed service from outside. The next one is investing in mobile solutions and in Internet of Things. These are the three topics what the CXOs say where we have to invest in new technologies. Okay, So flip on, please. When we talk about business transformation, here we can see in this picture 4 quartiles. It's a quadrant, 4 quadrants. How companies are able to combine finance efficiency and business insight. This is a picture. It shows 4 quadrants for companies that are in the same industry, in the same branch. And as we all know, any companies in any branch are lagging behind, but any companies in a branch are the torchbearers. They are going ahead, and we call them value integrators. But companies, they are able to combine in a high efficiency their finance forecast, the clearness of the finance outlook in their processes, and to involve customer insight. That means to anticipate the expectations of their customers. To combine these companies, they are able. These are performance accelerators, and these are only 7% of all the companies in one branch. We have any good examples from worldwide companies that are starting a small business. One of them is, an example is Airbnb or Uber. They are starting 10, 15 years ago as a small business, but the difference was they are starting with a pure digital business model. And over the years, they become the performance accelerators and growing up to large companies they are leading worldwide their business against their competitors. So on the right side, we see what's important for these companies. This is anticipating market expectations, increasing the business insight, increasing of finance efficiency, and the other things I mentioned here. And so this is important for companies to transform their business and to support processes alongside the value add chain with digital solutions. Okay, so can you flip on? Okay, let's have a deeper insight onto the value add chain and the supply chain for the companies. We can see the value add chain. That means we already know how value add is produced. We have to move costs from our cost centers in our company to the cost carrier. And at the end of the value add, we have to produce revenue and profitability. But when we can save time and costs in our value add chain, companies can achieve a higher revenue and a higher profitability, right? And that means companies have to transform their business processes by supporting with digitalized solutions or digitalized support. And as I mentioned, it's important to anticipate customer expectations. And above we can see a symbolic supply chain. We see the suppliers and the customers. And the task for the companies is to integrate them in their digital information interchange and handle informations. This is what we mean when we talk about Internet of Things. That means to make the supply chain more valuable and give intellectual property and informations for sharing with our suppliers and our customers. This is the new ecosystem of any company. Okay, so can you flip to the next chart, please? Last but not least, I want to summarize the input of this presentation. Digitalization has a direct impact to the involved companies and organizations. They are involved into the new Silk Road. Companies, they're using digital support in their processes. They reach more speed and success by adopting a digital approach in their processes, reducing time and costs for higher performance. That means they achieve higher revenue and profitability. They are able for better handling of trading lines, product streams, and investments. And they are able to anticipate very early the individual requirements of the market and of their customers. And they involve these requirements, individual requirements, because products become more and more individual in their research and development inside of their company. And so they have a better outcome of individual products. And we have a higher integration of suppliers and customers in the digital supply chain alongside the Silk Road for companies. They understood what it means to support their processes with digitalized solutions. Okay, this was my speech early in the morning. I hope I could give you any interesting topics. My offering for you is, if you have any questions regarding digital transformation or digital transformation management for companies or organizations, so send me your questions or contact me. Professor Velescu and Professor Schmalfuß can provide my email address, and we can have the opportunity to discuss this in an online meeting or possibly next year in Almaty. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for the audience, and I wish this conference in Almaty much success, good discussions, and I say bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
From Chemnitz to Almaty.
Thank you very much, Andreas. See you next time see you soon back in Chemnitz, in Mittweida. And I hope that next time it's going to be present. So all the best.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Much success.
So we are going to continue with podium discussion. So may I ask the members of podium discussion come over? Antje Hermenau, Professor Rommel, of course, Nadine, welcome. Valeria, I think you are. We have one chess. Oh, so you have to stay. I'm going. Okay. Okay, perfect. Before we start, a couple of words still at the introduction. It's basically a forum, and it's good reason why it's 6. And it's also good reason why we are right now the first time outside of the Mittweida here in Almaty. Thank you very much again for the such nice opportunity. And this times, while 6 years ago, we just started industrial management master degree, double degree, those times with Belarusian State University. And as we start with this program as a double degree, we thought that it's a little bit about logistics, but not logistics in the way of things, but logistics in the way of the students and the way of the developing the business. Because conducting or making the double degrees, it makes no sense just to make the students have the both degrees, but we are University of Applied Science, and we are always thinking about implementing it into business. And the idea was, initially was Saxony Belarus Forum to bring the companies together, that our students can make the internships and also develop the business. By the way, industrial management with focus on innovation and business expansion. And we, after 6 years, we are starting this year, or started this year, the industrial management program double with Kazakh University. And that's why we thought, okay, it was 6th time in a row very successful. We brought a couple of companies together during this 6th forum. It's the best opportunity to bring again the companies from Kazakhstan, also Middle Asia, together with European companies. That's why we expand our focus to East-West. And that's also the reason why we brought Anja Hermenau. She's the director of the Association of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises in Saxony. And Saxony has a huge number of mid and small enterprises. All of them, or a lot of them, right now, eager to expand their business. The same, I think it's valid from the Kazakhstan. A lot of mid and small-sized enterprises are making the next step, thinking about expansion. And that's basically one of the idea, and our focus will be not just on podium discussion. I think the next step will be tomorrow, where we also, during this forum, we're going to visit a couple of companies. And the main thing of such events, it's not just some speakers, not just podium discussions, but what happens in the breaks. So don't hesitate to speak to the speakers, especially for the people from the business, because it's also for you, as for students, but also for the other participants, a nice opportunity to make networks. Last but not least, we prepare a couple of questions, but podium discussions leaves from the questions from you. So don't hesitate just to raise your hand or to write or whatever, to provide the questions to our moderator, Valeria, and we are eager to discuss all kinds of topics, also outside of the just East-West Forum.
So, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you today. My name is Valeria Winkler. I am also from the Applied Sciences Mittweida, the university. And today we sit here so that we're going to discuss a very important subject, which is the Silk Road as a link between Germany, the EU, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia. I have prepared some questions, but still, of course, you are allowed anytime also to ask questions. You can raise your hand. I can pass the microphone, and so you can ask also. Please don't hesitate on that. And I would like to welcome our guest speakers. Professor Velasco has already introduced our speakers, but I will briefly introduce them another time too. First of all, on the end of the road is sitting Mrs. Nadira Sajitova, which is the HR manager of the global software engineering firm Data Art in Almaty. Next to her is sitting, yes, please, if you want to say hello to Ms. Sajitova. Next to her, of course, you know him, is sitting Professor Dr. Volrad Rommel, the president, of course, of your DKU University at Kazakhstan. Please welcome. And next to him is sitting Professor Serge Velasco, which is the Dean of the Studies International Management at the University of Applied Sciences in Mittweida. And we also have a very important guest from Germany, which is Ms. Antje Hermenau. She is the director of the Economic Senate of the Federal Association of Medium-Sized Business in Saxony in Germany. Please welcome her also. All right, so now we will start with our questions, and the first one will be regarding the Silk Road. What do you think, should Europe be afraid of this big project called Silk Road? Who would like to start to discuss about this question?
I take the start. I think because I have been to politics before I started to be with the enterprises. I have been to the national parliament and know some facts about politics as well. To my point of view, the European Union is not really prepared to face a challenge like the Silky Road. They started some global gateway initiative a couple of years ago, but this is not exactly comparable to the Silk Road. Silk Road is much more advanced. The targets are much more specified. It's not by random, but there are goals they want to reach. To my point of view, it is important for a country like Kazakhstan, being in the middle of the huge powers between, in a sandwich, so to speak, to know what they want, what you want to take out of it. And my opinion is, this is a special situation because the German government acts in a way that enterprises from Germany are looking for new markets, but new partners and new places to put production on. And we are talking about logistics all the day, but the inevitable point I want to make is, if you don't have production, if you don't add value to your products or produce pre-products, for instance, for production, it's only a state things are rushing through from west to east and east to west. So combine it, get firms here to buy Kazakh firms or go together with Kazakh firms and start producing as well. It's much better. The eastern part of Germany had been added to the western part of Germany more than 30 years ago. And a lot of firms started on their own. But of course, there were a lot of firms, just production sites from the western part, and they are leaving now because the situation is more serious, and we stick to what we have built up ourselves. So you need something on your own, not only raw materials and not only logistics, but production as well. And to my point of view, if this is combined, this is a very promising future for a country like Kazakhstan, to my point of view. It doesn't matter whether it's global gateway from the Europeans or it's Silky Road from the Chinese. You have to do something on your own.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on that questions? Or yes, you can continue, please.
I can use that microphone. Must work. So I'm using that. Of course, yes, as you have said, of course, Kazakhstan is somewhere in the middle of that development. And this is a challenge, a very huge challenge. But Kazakhstan was able to getting independent 30 years ago. This was the first success in that direction. But still, they are in the middle of China interests, of Russian interests. There are some Islamic powers in the south. That's a danger. And Europe is some aspects is a little bit too far away. So of course, the Kazakh government is always looking for European connections to have a balance of powers within the current setting. I totally agree that, of course, if you're just understanding the Silk Road as a corridor where goods are passing, this is not very beneficial for you. From the beginning, of course, you get some tolls, you have some smart investments in the side of the road, but that's not really a perspective where the country is getting welfare out of that development. So this is really the challenge, to go in that direction, that you're just not only be a producer of raw materials, gas and oil, you have to go in the industrial value chain, and that's the challenge for Kazakhstan in the upcoming years. That's the reason why I decided to go to Aktau with my university, because meaning to develop this industrial development, so you have to work on very different corners. Of course, starting point is connectivity, in the sense that you need transportation solutions, etc. You have to build up production lines itself. That's another challenge. And of course, you need brain power for that. If you have not the skills of the people working in that area and working in Kazakhstan, you will not have a success. So at the end, the success story will be a combination of getting things together, the production itself, logistics solutions, and of course you need the people to be successful in that direction. And of course, Kazakhstan can very much about those developments about the German approach, I would say the classical traditional approach, because the strength of the German economy is based on medium-sized company. That's really the basic for industrial development, because they're independent from financial institutions. Normally they're family-driven businesses, so I have a long-term perspectives for growth up. And this could be, of course, will be a challenge to develop within that Kazakh structure we have, coming from a very other tradition of large companies. So to build up really the middle class of medium-sized companies. Otherwise, you will not get successful in bringing up that idea of, I would say, industrializing Kazakhstan in some ways.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So if I understood you right, we should indeed be a little afraid of the Silk Road, and it's not possible that all the countries worldwide have a benefit from the Silk Road. Or is it possible, or in which way is it possible to have a win-win situation for all the countries which are involved in this project?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again to have such chance, and very nice to meet with you, all of you. This is really interesting and probably important question for nowadays. And actually, as for me, I'm out of politics and so on. I could just say and recommend to our students, this is our new generation. These people will actually take care of everything in the future. So just pay your attention to skills. I'm absolutely agree, because this is really important to be very ready. And at nowadays, you have to pay a lot of attention English language for your communication skills. This is really important to your network. And actually, as it was mentioned before, that present time is a digital time, let's say. You have to pay your attention on the maybe very, let's say, famous maybe systems in logistics, and not only. So that's all, let's say.
Thank you very much. Probably you have also heard from the European project called the Global Gateway. I think this is something we could also discuss and try to understand what are the difference between the Silk Road and the Global Gateway. So I passed the question to you and would like to know if to what extent are these two initiatives in competition, or what is the difference between these two initiatives?
Well, thank you. As I mentioned before, the Global Gateway has been developed a couple of years ago, whereas Silk Road had been thought over for the last 20 years. So this is much riper. The project Silk Road is much riper than Global Gateway for the European Union. The European Union is still discussing what to make out their sandwich position between the USA and China. and they didn't make up their mind yet. So you can see that in the responses on the war between Ukraine and Russia, for instance. You can see that that they are concentrating on African countries at the moment, and they get a kind of backlash. One example, the French used to buy their uranium in Western Africa to very low prices. They now have put up the prices very highly, and the French will have to think about their energy production from the beginning, when we scratch on again. So things are changing very much for the Europeans. They will have been forced to leave old barren ways, and they kept thinking all the time they are good enough to withstand everything, but that's not true. They are too weak to just exist the way they had. And this will be a learning process, and I'm not sure whether or not the eastern part of Europe will be quicker in learning than the western part, because the western part is a bit richer, and they think of themselves, they are the better because they won the system war, actually. And the point now is who is quick and who is adapting quickly. And to my point of view, there will be an interesting discussion within Europe whether Silky Road is good or not good for Europe. The Italian government wants to step out of Silk Road again by the end of the year, but keep good contact to our Chinese partners. Our Minister of Economy in Germany said globalization is over. I think he is mistaken. He just didn't get the message. Globalization is changing, and there are much more participants, and they know what they want to do for their own countries. It's really changing, and this will be an adaptation process. The Chinese are within the group of the changers, and the Europeans are within the group of those who will be changed, and they are still a bit discussing the problem because they take step by step. They are not finished yet. So my point of view is, don't be afraid as a Kazakh people. Just do what you can do for your own country. I would suggest to make partners in Germany as much as possible, because I think the German economy is going to do their own globalization next step, and they will combine IT and IoT with production. And I mean, the Germans really missed the bus regarding B2B contacts, so but B2C contacts. So we don't supply customers, but what we can do is the B2B contacts. We can digitize the machineries and the industry. And this is actually a good thing to do, and you would be in front of the new development if you take part in that. And if there are young people speaking German well, they will be most welcome partners for German firms, of course.
Just a briefly question on that subject, Ms. Hermenau. So you don't think that Europe will give the global gateway up? Yes.
No, it won't give it up, but they collected all the measures and programs they had regarding foreign countries in Africa and in Asia, and just gave it a new name, and this was Global Gateway. This is no really new initiative. It is just a collection of programs they had started before. So if you know that, don't pay too much attention to that. This is just for the huge industries in Europe to take part in developments like new energy supply techniques and things like that. You can take advantage of it, for instance, in energy production. This is a sector Kazakhstan could step in, no problem. And this will be interesting, I guess. Hydrogen, for instance, hydrogen production, hydrogen supply. But on the other side, the definition of what a country needs has to be taken by the country itself, to my point of view. And so you define your industries, you define your products of the future, and then you look for partners to get it done, to my point of view.
Thank you. Yes, please, Mr. Roman.
I'd like to add some remarks about the difference between Silk Road and Gateway. So if you look at the wording, you see the difference, because Gateway is just one route to come to the gate. And Silk Road, this is a very different approach, where you see the coming from the past, more than several hundred years, that routes are changing, and it's based on diversification, and in between you had a lot of prosperity from different towns. Some are growing up for 20 years, some are decreasing for another 100 years, so the world is changing. And this perspective, means really digitalization, because that is based on digitalization, as we learned from the speaker before, that companies will have lots of changes. They will customize their business approach, and this will be reflected in logistic routes as well.
Thank you very much. And don't forget, you can ask questions anytime. Coming back to the Silk Road, do you remember 2020 when we have this pandemic? The question now is regarding the Silk Road, in which way or what impact did the corona pandemic have on the Silk Road? Yes, Mr. Rommel, please.
It's because we learned digitalization. We learned working at home and even working together, online and offline. I think this was a learning curve for everybody, for us.
Also, it's shows the world that it's a lot about logistics, because all of us, more or less, especially in B2B in German companies, experience a huge challenge in logistics programs, because suddenly logistics does not work. So if you shut down one of the small chain in a huge logistics chain, suddenly the entire logistics chain just corrupt. With production of the cars, we saw it in the production of machinery, we saw it in this production of chips, and the point is also, it was no experience before as large scale, that if suddenly the logistic chain collapsed, to build it again take time, take a lot of money, and you have to think about risks. And your initial question was about the Silk Road and risks. I would turn it around. It's always changes, it's always risk and opportunities. And what happens right now, I think, also with Silk Road, beforehand, the Silk Road was, the idea of the Silk Road was, okay, we have the production somewhere in China, and we are going to expand our markets. So we push all the products through this Silk Road away, and it's coming something back, and it was basically a lot of idea about the economy of scale and the concentration of production. And right now, if you are speaking about the corona, I think the main point is not just digitalization, but the understanding that you need to think once again about the value chain, about the entire chains, where you are going to produce, how you manage your risk, production risks. That means that you don't, you cannot have just one production site somewhere around the globe. You need to have at least two, and most probably you need to have even some kind of production and backup of the production in all three continents. And it's huge opportunity. It's the huge challenges for the business, for the big size, but it's a huge opportunity for mid-size companies on the one side, but also on the other side is huge opportunities for the countries like Kazakhstan, because they can just win about this, because it's basically the excellent logistics point where you can deliver the products or the parts of the products to the south, to the north, to the west, to the east. And it's a huge challenge for the Germany, indefinitely. The Germans basically built up the majority of the industries, and I was used to work 15 years for the big size companies. It's all the time was the concentration where the combination of benefits and concentration of production. Right now they have to rethink in the to think how to, and it's exactly what happens right now, to redistribute their production footprint. And that's also a huge opportunity for the young people, because the point is I would say the managers who the all their life on the economy of up very special, very value chains with all the concentrations. They are not thinking in the networks. And new generation, it's the new generation who develop themselves, who are grew up with the old and Twitter and all this. They are thinking by nature in the networks, and they are going to drive right now and change a lot of industries, and we are trying basically to even to accelerate this wave, and also this kind of forums, this logistic. I think it's a one step in this direction.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you very much for that. We have two questions from the audience. The first one I saw in this direction, so I will start with you and then we'll go to your next question, please.
Good morning. I have a question. In your opinion, how did COVID-19 affect the development of the Silk Road? COVID-2019, sorry.
Well, we already started with that question. That was the question I asked, but maybe you can also say something about this.
Well, the infection or pandemic situation in 2020, 2021 actually showed that a lot of firms started reshoring their supply chains. So they shorten ways, or they try to have more partners where they can import from, and the partners should be able to transfer goods via ship or via railway or lorry. So they want to have different possibilities to get everything they need, pre-products, everything else, by different ways of logistics. This is important. And the second thing is a lot of firms tend to go to the markets they have. So automobile industry is the biggest example. Chemical industry is the second one. They just leave Germany and go to those countries where they have their customers. Produce in situ, produce there where the customers are. The Chinese market had been very attractive to automotive. Then the chemical industry uses to go to the United States at the moment because they are offering very low energy prices. So the German industries are moving to other places in the world. And that's what actually I was aiming at the beginning. This is the special situation we have at the moment. It's possible to get German industry into your country if you want to. It depends on the conditions.
Thank you very much. And we go to the next question, please.
Thank you. Dina Ashgalieva, ADBI. I have a question. So like speaker rightly said, European Union goes through many changes. And the one I'm interested, carbon border adjustment mechanism, you know, right? Carbon border adjustment mechanism. Carbon emission border adjustment mechanism, which means country who export anything dirty will have to pay adjustment. Yeah. So how do you think this policy will change the structure of exports, what's exported, what imported, to Germany, and where from goods coming from? For example, maybe you expect more green steel, green cement, green hydrogen, green ammonia. Like, do you think it will change, and who is exporting as well? Thank you.
What a question. So I don't have my crystal ball with me. I can't tell the future. But to my estimation, I think the green wave is on the peak and will go down a bit because industries in Europe are not able to follow the path. This is not possible. The ambition is too high. And for instance, the Swedish government just a week ago said, we are not taking part anymore. We go back to nuclear power. This is cleaner than coal, but we have to have our energy to, it has to be available every time, and it has to be not expensive. So this is the one thing. The second thing is the mechanism you are mentioning about polluting industries or products and other things. This is actually a mechanism to choose your partner. To my point of view, this had been implemented to find out whom you want to cooperate with as a European country or not. But as I said, as the example of Sweden, the European countries step out of the treaties one after the other. It will take 1, 2, or 3 more years, and then the Germans are at home alone, actually, in that point. The standards are too high. It's not possible to meet it if you have international partners. And so I think there might be some more discussion. Important is what the worldwide institutions are telling, what their standards are. And I guess the ambitious German and then European standards will go down a bit just to survive their own ambition.
Any more questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I have a question. Please, can you tell us how will be the Silk Road logistics system organized, and how will be what is going to happen with logistics relationship with countries that are not involved in this process? Because as I understood, it needs enormous attention to pay on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question.
You know your neighbors.
Thank you for your question. Actually, for me, it's not easy to answer, but I guess we need to know what is on which stage, let's say, is the new Silk Road project is for now, because I guess nobody knows about it. And as for Global Gate, let's say, to compare with New Silk Road, I could say that this is really a new initiative, but I guess this initiative a bit late for now. I don't know what could I actually say for now. As for other countries which are not involved in this process, this is good opportunities for them to be involved, probably, because who knows? For example, we've just discussed this question regarding Corona. So who knows what we could expect for this winter, for example. I don't know, did I actually answer it on your question or not? What do you think? Okay, probably if you have another questions, please, you're welcome.
Если есть вопросы на русском, тоже можете задать, мы переведем. If you have any Russian questions in Russian, please feel free, we will translate all of your thoughts.
Ребята, не стесняйтесь, пожалуйста, обращайтесь, задавайте вопросы на русском языке, мы ответим и на русском, и на английском, надо на казахском ответим.
Если, может быть, вам что-то непонятно, может быть, задавайте наводящие вопросы. Пожалуйста, не стесняйтесь, мы здесь специально для вас, чтобы обсудить интересующие вас вопросы.
Hello. А как спецоперация в России может повлиять на вот этот шоковый путь, который сейчас разрабатывается?
How the special project that is being developed in Russia will influence this Silk Road?
Well, to my point of view, I have been raised in the eastern part of Germany, so я говорю немножко, только немножко. Убила все, 30 лет. To my point of view, Europe has made a huge mistake to just take part in the war and say everybody's supporting Ukraine and that's it. Because now the Russian government had a good reason to turn to Asia only and bring it back to Europe. To my point of view, from a German economic point of view, this is not good because I always thought the Eurasian Union you have, together with Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, to be a bridge between Asia and Europe was a wise thing to develop. I'm a bit disappointed this is now in the shadow a bit. And I think it will be a backlash for a couple of years, maybe 1 or 2 decades, and then we will find out that this was not a good way to work with the whole problem or deal with the whole problem, and we'll come back to see what Eurasia is able to do. But as you certainly know, the Americans are strong partners in the European Union, and the Europeans are discussing what this partnership is about. They are re-evaluating actually the partnership with the US, and that will take its time. And there may be different answers by different European countries, to my point of view. So it's a pity. The world is renewing itself, I think, with good perspectives, and the Europeans are dealing with themselves, but I can't help it. The only thing I can do is support enterprises and entrepreneurs to work together and just keep up. And that's it.
Would you like to add something about that question? Yes?
So there's really high learning curve, I would say, starting from Corona. First of all, you have learned your lesson that you can't trust on just one route, that you need diversification. Same with the Ukraine war. So you learned again that you have to find out different ways for bringing goods over the different routes and for optimize the different routes. And this, I think at the end it will have a very positive effect because it's a combination of digitalization, which has the same approach, and I would say the real world, which shows you that you must go ahead on the digitalization process to find out new ways to get your logistic problem solved. So, of course, the upcoming, I would say, decades, this will be a huge challenge for all of us because we have still the Ukraine war. The problem is not solved. But even if we end the war, people must live together, independent what happened. Same, we have the geopolitical changes between the major powers, China, United States, etc. This is not solved. What's going on and who has the strongest position in the upcoming years. You have, of course, climate change again. Somebody can't forget that. You see that of course the conditions of living are changing. So we are coming in a situation where we have a lot of different challenges to tackle, particularly the younger generation. And this means, from my point of view, that knowledge is very important in that situation. What you're learning at the end, that's the basing and your academic education, because that's the basing of your knowledge which you will need in the upcoming decades from very different perspectives. My generation, if I'm older, we learned that environment is changing very fast and that you have some basic tools which you learned when you were young. there's always a long life learning curve you have to take, particularly in the upcoming decades. So we are in this process, and we are at the beginning of this process. That is my understanding.
Thank you very much. Talking about knowledge, Professor Rommel, do you think that there is a danger of uncontrolled know-how transfer within the framework of German group activities?
Always that risk. When you are, give one example. When you started cooperation with Chinese companies, you are always under this risk. What is going up with your knowledge? So you can't trust on patents. You can't trust on a legal framework. You must trust on your own know-how and how to save that, and be always one step before. That's the solution: to be faster, to be better, so that if somebody tries to steal your knowledge, that you can go in the next steps of the decision making. That's the only answer they have. You need more knowledge to tackle the challenges, because it's not new. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Some other questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. Please tell me, how can Russian sanction made influence in ES economy this year?
Well, actually, this is interesting question, really, because the European Union and the United States were convinced that putting sanctions on Russia would bring Russia down. It did not turn out that way. So, to my point of view, from an economic point of view, the sanctions had big hits in our European economics as well, and this actually. I think most of the politicians didn't know that 2 years later or 3 years later, after sanctions had been put on Russia, the economic problems in the European Union would be bigger than they had expected. So this is a learning curve as well. They are learning about this as well. To my point of view, sanctions are not appropriate anymore in a worldwide economy, because nearly all countries do have different borders with different partners, and you cannot cut them off the world anymore. And if you have a look at Syria, for instance, had been cut off from the SWIFT system, from the money banking system, everything else. The neighboring countries are working with Syria somehow, and Syria is surviving. So this is a bad situation. So I think the world splits up in various groups. It's not one or two dictating everybody what's going on. And if that's the case, then the classical sanctions are an instrument of the 20th century, and it's over.
Thank you. Some other questions from the audience? All right, then I have prepared another question which has to do with the subject of building. We have talked a lot about economics now, but now I would like to discuss a little bit about the impact on the field of education, which means what is the impact of the Silk Road on the field of education, and try to discuss a little bit about the risks, but also about the opportunities that gets along in the field of education with the Silk Road.
I think both of us have to speak, because we have the different, I assume we have the same view, but right now we have the different institutions, and that means that we're interested to see it from the both sides, from the, okay, you have the both institution in mind somehow, me not yet. I think that the point is there are two, at least two sides, or even more dimensions of this question. The first of all is the competition between the educational bodies. You know, I have the, before starting the forum, I have the nice discussion with my students from Almaty, and so I always make that advertisement to come over to Mittweida. And one of the students said, well, I'm not looking to come to Mittweida or to EU, but I'm looking to come over China. Good reason for this, and I think one of the impact of the Silk Road exactly this. So it's if you look on my generation, and I was born in Odessa in Belarusia, and used to study in Minsk and Moscow, and finish my study in Germany. It's those days it was very clear that the expectation of the participation of the globalization, the perspective, you're supposed to get the education somewhere in Germany, Western Germany, or even in the US. So something like, you know, everyone knows Harvard, MIT, and so far and so on. Silk Road changed a lot. Right now, if I'm, you know, a friend of mine, he's living in New York. He has own agency. Also here in the sector of innovation and education, and he make for the U.S. government investigation something like five years ago. And investigation was about the elite universities and about the salaries of the profs and about the what is the from the profs, from the high level researchers and the profs, where is the place to be and where is the most perspective. The funny point, and this huge surprise, and that's why this basically research work was never published, but just for US government. The funny point is that the average salary of the on the level of the deans and on the level of the top researcher between the top university in US, so we are speaking about the MIT, Harvard, California University, and so on, and between the same position in China. In China, it was double salary, but the most important point, double of the research budget. And it's little bit about research. This is the reason why, for instance, you are going to find less and less top level profs in US and also in Germany, and slightly but steady the brain on this level, brain drain to China and to South Asia. But it's one dimension. And basically the initiative of the Germany on the elite university, it was one of the answers to this challenge, the same story. The other dimension about the students itself, where is the best perspective? You know, again, if I'm looking on my own, I used to study on the both systems, and right now I'm also last 10 years as I became the profs, make my lecture basically everywhere in the world. So I need to make it here on regular basis and enjoy it, but I also used to teach in US and in Germany. We have there not just a competition on the profs level, but on the competition on the approach level. So we have the completely different approaches, and I think the mix is something very special. That's why I'm always saying, hey, if you would like to have the good education, the double degree is something very special, because you have not just experience of intercultural issues, but also the system of education, because the applied science of in Mittweida or the education in Germany, especially as applied science, is completely different. It's very, very much about the application of knowledge, little less of the academic knowledge in comparison also even to the, I know that if I'm comparing the students which are just studying in Germany to the KU students, I would say academically, he's at least the same level, basically, if I'm honest. Unfortunately, it's better. But if we are speaking about the application of knowledge, indefinitely we are advanced, and the mix is making something up. And the third point is, the third dimension is where the students are going to be after as alumni. after they finish the study. And this, the set dimension, which is very, very interesting because, I think there are two aspects. The point is that where you spend your time between 20 and 25, mostly you stay in the country because of the social life. It's the age where you get in love, and it's became not just about the money and perspective, but also the way you are feel yourself comfortable. I never expect to stay in Germany, but it's basically, I can speak about my own experience on the one side. On the other side, it's, I think that the demography and also the battle of the talents, it's full in place. And that's something which the Silk Road going to have a huge impact and having a huge impact already right now. And it's not just brain drain in one direction as before. Everyone spoke about it, from developed and less developed countries to the Eastern world. Right now, it's more diffused. And indefinitely we speak about the knowledge. I think the knowledge, knowledge is more about not patents, but the knowledge is about the heads. And where the heads drain, knowledge goes there. And it's something where you cannot just keep inside the company, you have to keep the people. And this is the point.
Probably you would like to, thank you very much for that, Professor Rolesko. I suppose you would like to add something too about that question. And then we'll go to your question, of course. Please.
Of course, I would say the worldwide brain power patterns will change. But you don't have to look only on size and people who are engaged in some research topics or in some research directions. I give you a very small example from my own business career. So I was a business consulting so many years ago, and we were a small, very creative group, only 10 people, and our competitors were always the big four, and we were always the winners. Because so you have always the opportunity, even if you have a large corporation or a large competitor, to win, because it's based at the end of your own creativity, of your own ideas, and then you can even getting better from a very small position. So you see the answer, that big and large thinking is small is beautiful. That was the slogan so many years ago. However, and of course the educational pattern will change dramatically, and I will do that with my university, DKU, as well at the upcoming years, because currently, of course, the teaching is based on what I would say on a classical approach. Most of it's on classroom, etc. Of course, we're going outside the classroom. We have an application-oriented university. Our students should have an industrial experience and background to understand the practical world. But in future time, of course, we will have a combination of what we call a hybrid study degree program, which is a combination of online courses, of classrooms, of summer schools, where international students are coming together. So this will be a really different learning approach, because basic learning and knowledge, of course, you will get out of the internet. You don't need your teacher. So the learning curve you have to tackle and to master will be different for the next generation. Second thing, what is very important in that situation, that you have really a combination of, I would say, basic knowledge you have to learn, which is really knowledge which you can keep in mind and you have next 20 or 30 years. This is the basic of your academic education, and this must be integrated with, I would say, more knowledge of methods, how to assess an issue, how to find the critical points out, how to find your own creativity to find a new solution for that. And so I would like to design at the end some kinds of study programs, of course, where you have in the first years you're learning the basics, and afterwards you must have a more integrated approach. We are bringing together from very different perspectives people specialization fields, because this keeps you in the situation where you have to reflect the outcome of your learning. And this is very important for your career in the upcoming years. You must not only know some basics, you must be in a way a very analytical and critical and at the same creative person to be successful in that environment.
Thank you very much. We have still one question from the audience, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so since the title of the session about link between European Union and Central Asia, my question is, so of course for Central Asia, European Union is a great trading partner because, like you said, high income customer. So for European Union, from European Union perspective, what makes Central Asia attractive? So for example, we have many students here who tomorrow will go and say to European Union, let's do partnering, right? And they need to know advantage. Why should Europeans partner with Central Asia? What makes advantage, like low cost, reliability, or something else? Thank you.
Thank you. The first thing you mentioned yourself, it's young people. I mean, you know probably about the population rates in the European countries, and you are aware of the fact that most of the countries do have an elderly population. And we are lacking young people just carrying on. And if production, for instance, I pointed out before, is leaving the country, Germany or France or somewhere else, and goes to a country where a lot of young people are, and we can transfer our technology knowledge, and we can find engaged and ambitious young people in other countries, and preferably sandwich countries instead of high powers, actually. This is the preference. Then there might be some interesting projects in the economic field really being productive for both sides, because we keep up the pace, so we don't have enough young people, and are quicker because of the technology transfer, but you have the young people to carry the flag on. And I like that perspective. And one has to combine that with prosperity for both sides. This is, you have a win-win situation or you don't have a good situation. That's my point of view. And the Europeans are aware of that fact, and they are looking around. Then you see Africa and the Arab countries, a lot of young people. Education is a problem sometimes, sometimes not. It depends on the country. You have difficult political situations sometimes. Nobody really wants to invest if you don't know whether your investment will pay off. So if you have a stable situation, a political stable situation, this is preferred, of course. Investments take time, and if there is a return of investment, it might take more than 10 years if it is in industries. So this is important as well. And you are offering this, you are offering this. So it is interesting to us, of course. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. Still some other questions from the audience, please. We still have some couple of minutes. 5 minutes still. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Rovshan Mahmudov, a Senior Capacity Building Specialist at the CAREC Institute. All of us, many of their participants are students, but some of us researchers, and it will be better to get your recommendation for researchers. Which areas should be taken by the researchers to analyze, to examine regarding the relationship between Europe, Asia? Thank you very much.
We will have a lot of very interesting research topics in the upcoming years, which are very important to, I would say, to bridge Europe and Central Asia. That starts from when I'm talking about social science. Really, we have a lot of gaps regarding assessment of situation, understanding of political systems. So, of course, there always a language barrier because most of the publications are in Central Asia, published in Russian. So they are outside the English world. That's not good. So you don't have a really transfer of assessment, the real situation, what's going on in Central Asia, what are the political implications, what are the social implications. This is really a very, very important research topic from my perspective. Of course, the other is when I'm talking about in the field like engineering, technology it's a matter of adaptation of technologies, because what is here needed is what we have done in every industrial country. You have some theoretical approaches, but does not mean that those systems are practically running. So this is, of course, always a topic of research activities which must be solved, particularly when I'm looking at the economic development of that country and the social development. Then is such a knowledge and application-oriented engineering and technology approach it's more than important. Of course, then you have other fields where it's very interesting to go ahead with research activities in all different kinds of subjects. Currently, I know the major interest from when I'm talking about the Kazakh government, okay, we had a lot of young people who get training and education in business and social science. That's not the future. We need more technology research and technology and engineering knowledge. Of course, I think that's the right approach, and there you will have lots of your opportunities. Even if you're coming from social science, it's the integration of understanding the overall development, integration of technology development, social development, and finding out the patterns, how the society is going on.
If I may add on this, for instance, it will be very important for a lot of countries in the world to learn more about efficiency in using energy, for instance, in using pre-products or different materials to make your products from, just experiments with different materials. What are they like? What do they feel like? How promising they are? This is important because there will be a huge run upon all the raw materials. There are so many people in the world who want to improve their everyday life, and there will be a real run on all raw materials. And the more efficient one is able to use the raw material or the energy, the more he will be able to be within the run and not at the end. And smaller countries cannot only live on exporting raw materials. It is important to have the knowledge and have the application in industries to make the best out of a little thing. To my point of view, this is important.
Thank you very much. Still some other questions? If not, I would like to move to 2030, in 7 years, to have a vision of the future. And I would like to ask every one of you to name 3 things that are going to look very different in around 7 years due to all the changes that we are experiencing now. In 7 years, 2030.
I'm going to start. So I see that you are hesitating, so someone have to. I would say that the first point, we are going to have in 7 years completely different culture of management. So I'm teaching management, and I saw the changes during the last 30 years due to introduction of the. So I start my career before mails was there and before the internet was there, and I saw there how the management changed completely. Right now, but till today, it was from the management that always the push means that there all the time was the managers who are distributed the work, who are making the orders and so on. Right now, with the generation of the Facebook, Twitter, and all the social media and social networks, it's completely different approach of their communication, of their understanding each other, and it's going to be the huge changes in their way of management. We saw it right now is due to Corona and digitalization, but I think it will be much more than this because it's just right now on the very low level, but not still on the top level. Means that we are going to have also the much more networks between the companies. I think I hope and I pretty sure it's going to be much more entrepreneurs and small size enterprises who are much more global. And the third point, in 7 years, I think we are going to have the completely different world scene. It's much more, I would say, not equal, but it's going to be not my. Right now, we see that it's not one-way world, or rather, what we are mentioned by Silk Road, and I would say that we are going to have much more multilateral. So we are going to have much more center of knowledge, centers of power, centers of influencing, and it's going to be interesting and exciting.
Me again. As for me, you could just imagine two scenarios, the positive one and negative. So positive, actually, you know what is it? And as for negative, you should include war and corona. So, and actually you could build all two scenarios by yourself, I guess. So this is my opinion. Okay?
So I have a very small perspective. This is a perspective of the university. So in 7 years, DKU will have a campus. We will have an increase in numbers of students, not coming only from Kazakhstan. They will come from other Central Asian countries. We will kind of Central Asian educational hub. That is my vision. And of course, we are expecting students from Europe because economic development is growing, interest is coming to Central Asia. So they have one market, not only the Kazakh market, this is more integrated market, which is more interesting, the development of this country and the societies and things. So we see some German or other European students here, not just for 1 month, for a study degree program.
So 3 things in 7 years. To my point of view, the Atlantic Ocean will divide the US and Europe more than it does now at the moment. The Americans will concentrate on Latin America and the Pacific approach as well. Not only Australia and Japan, but South Korea as well. If both Koreas come together, this is a huge amount of people and economic power. So there will be something like this. They will still have good contacts to merry old Europe, but not as close as it used to be. And the Europeans will feel like the lost ones in the world. And after a while, they do what they every time do when they have a huge war or something else and lost and everything is down, they rebuild again. It's the same thing, same old story. My experience of life is if something goes wrong and you have a good mindset, you start again. That's it. So they might take a new approach within the 7 years, to my point of view. And I would appreciate very much personally that my son is not only as he is now at the moment for 1 year in the US, but as well, for instance, in the Middle East and learn something about this as well. Would be nice if he, for instance, comes over here as well, personally.
All right, thank you very much for your different point of views. And I don't know if the audience has some still other questions. If not, it's 10:30 and I think it's time to have a little coffee break. Thank you very much also to the speakers, and also for your great questions from the audience. And I am very happy to the next presentation, and we will see us in a couple of minutes back. Thank you very much.
Dear guests, may I have your attention, please, for a couple of minutes? Right now, we are having our group photo. So I please kindly ask you to go to the front door of our university. We'll have one quick group photo, and then we will go to the coffee break. Coffee break happens on the corridor on your right. So right now, please gather at the front door of the DKU. Уважаемые студенты, пожалуйста, пройдите Да, все, абсолютно все. Поэтому было объявление, чтобы все быстро сфотографировались и пришли. To ask I was already at the time, I know, not today. А куда я не зашла, подскажите, Жанна? Не зашла. Нет, сфотографировали, сейчас идут. Вопросы успели бы задавать, чтобы еще и зал успели что-то задать. Это мне стаканы дали листовые. Есть TikTok. Нет, одну коробку дали.
Раз. Так, уважаемые участники форума, мы начинаем работу второй сессии. Вторая сессия у нас – это тема «Стратегические пути. Взгляды бизнеса на жизнеспособность транспортных коридоров». Модерировать вторую сессию будет генеральный директор ТО «Веста Казахстан» Кулагина Наталья Станиславовна. Также у нас есть докладчики. Это Ерхат Искалиев, председатель подкомитета транспортной логистики перевозок НПП «Атамикен». Он у нас онлайн подключится. Также господин Йенс Воленвебер, руководитель исследовательской группы «Транспортная логистика», Оксана Сорокина, генеральный директор Seven Air Logistics, Елена Мезенцева, заместитель операционной работы логистической компании. И Ханс Холсхакер, главный экономист Института САРЕС. Разрешите передать слово модератору Кулагиной Наталье Станиславовне. Спасибо.
Добрый день, коллеги. Добрый день, все присутствующие сегодня на форуме, в том числе и подключившиеся онлайн. Я знаю, что у нас сегодня есть и докладчики, и участники форума, которые с нами на связи. Весь двухдневный форум посвящен коридорам, транспортным коридорам. Но именно в нашей панельной дискуссии сегодня мы посмотрим на эту проблематику с точки зрения бизнеса. Когда мы говорим о бизнесе, мы говорим не только о крупном бизнесе, мы говорим не только, например, об экспортерах сырья. Мы говорим о всем спектре товаров народного потребления. То есть все то, что мы едим, все то, что мы носим, на чем мы ездим. То есть, в конце концов, неэффективная логистика, она всегда приводит к повышению цен, к снижению ассортимента. То есть, в конце концов, эти вопросы, которые мы здесь сегодня обсуждаем, они касаются абсолютно всех присутствующих в зале. Даже если вы далеки абсолютно от мира логистики. И у нас сегодня такие замечательные спикеры, которые были уже представлены. Я думаю, что у нас будет очень интересная дискуссия. У нас будет 3 доклада. И мы также будем еще обмениваться мнениями. Если будут желающие из зала задать вопросы, пожалуйста, в конце нашей сессии мы оставим какое-то время, постараемся 10-15 минут выделить на сессию вопросов и ответов. И хочу начать с того, что предоставить слово господину Искалиеву. Господин Искалиев, добрый день. Нас хорошо слышно?
Да, добрый день, спасибо. Очень хорошо слышно. Можно, да, начать, да?
Да, конечно. Мы будем рады услышать вашу сегодняшнюю презентацию. Нам особенно интересно, потому что господин Искалиев, хочу сказать, что обладает огромным опытом в логистике, потому что уже долгое время возглавляет подкомитет по транспорту Национальной палаты предпринимателей Атамикен и входит в президиум Казлоджистикс. Поэтому ваше мнение, конечно, нам очень интересно услышать. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое. Еще раз хотел представиться, Искалиев Ерхат. Действительно, спасибо за представление. Большой опыт. Работал первым замом ОТЛК в России. Член Советов был трансконтейнера в свое время. Работал вице-президентом Константин Мержуле. Отвечал как раз за проект Харгос, за маршруты, за логистику. Впервые введен в систему КТЖ зам по логистике. Также вот один из разработчиков проекта «Шелкового пути» и до сих пор является членом попечительского совета Института «Шелковый путь», который занимается внедрением supply chain management и работая с интен китайскими разными компаниями, включая в том числе из Германии. Ну и в свое время мы очень плотно сотрудничаем с институтом, хотел им пожелать успехов. Сегодня я занимаюсь фармацевтикой, и поэтому вот ближайший визит президента в Германию будет проект штада. Байер мы заводим в Казахстан, создаем фармхаб, я в дальнейшем об этом скажу. Вот, и, возможно, будет какая-то локализация от этих компаний, либо других немецких. Вот, так, ну, по проекту «Шелковый путь» хочу сказать, я детально занимаюсь этим проектом уже на протяжении около 8 лет. Пишу книгу «Кочевой менеджмент», где на самом деле прописываю, я в ближайшее время анонсирую этот проект, изучая детально рост и падение этого проекта глобального и как, возможно, в текущем мире он реализован мог бы быть с учетом проблем, которые существуют. Следующий слайд можно? Следующий слайд. Мне сказали, что вы будете сами листать.
Я прошу прощения, кто у нас отвечает. Все, да,
Все, спасибо.
перелистнули, спасибо.
Этому слайду тоже около 8 лет. В свое время был сделан в системе КТЖ, был мастер-план по созданию трансплантологической компании и проекта «Шелковый путь». Что-то реализовалось, вы знаете, что тогда был Ляньюньгань, точка отправка, который соединял портовые страны и то, что сегодня происходит. И Чунсинь, это континентальная точка отправки, которая сегодня тоже является мощным потоком, который соединяет, так сказать, Силиконовую долину Китая с Дюйсбургом. Проект на самом деле классически понятен. Появился он благодаря сотрудничеству Deutsche Bahn, российских железных дорог, казахстанских железных дорог, Европы. Вот. И сегодня, я думаю, он бы, наверное, еще больше показателей были, если бы, конечно, не геополитическая ситуация. Но в любом случае, поскольку вы изучаете сегодня на форуме маршруты, я дальше, следующий слайд можно? Хочу сказать, что это тоже слайд, резюме, так сказать, мастер-плана, который был сделан в свое время, тоже связан с прогнозами транзита через Казахстан, созданием тогда еще намечающегося маршрута север-юг. Видите, что мы исторически тяготели соединить Индию и потащить его на Европу, через Казахстан. Вот. Попытки эти до сих пор остаются, и работа ведется. Вы знаете, создаются СП в индийских портах, создается работа по Ирану большая, ведется работа в том числе не только по ЖД и авто, но и авиационной доставке. Сейчас проводится работа по передаче управлением аэропорта Астаны Абу-Дабийскому аэропорту, подписан меморандум. То есть глобально эти все направления, они запланированы двигаются. Вы знаете, что в свое время транскаспийский маршрут не был сильно поддержан, и у него были много изъянов, но благодаря усилиям глобальным Тросеки, которая исторически поддерживала этот проект, создан был ассоциация ТМТМ, которая тоже также улучшила показатели и создала в действительности хорошую, мощную организацию, лобби, которая решила очень много вопросов с тарифами, потоками. Конечно, конкурентность прямого маршрута всегда существует, то есть два перегруза в портах Каспия, это создает определенную низкую конкуренцию, но в любом случае из-за того, что выбирать транспортникам не приходится иногда, поэтому по этим маршрутам идет. У меня, конечно, есть личное экспертное мнение, что в любом случае транспорт, как ручей, он всегда ищет где подешевле, где побезопаснее, поэтому от этого зависит и показатели, которые мы отслеживаем по LPI индексу, где необходимо как раз много решать. Следующий слайд можно? Следующий слайд.
Будьте добры, следующий.
Да. Это моя докторская работа, которую я защищал в Швейцарии. 5C-концепция. В свое время президент в рамках поручения увеличить объемы транзита через Казахстан поставил задачи вот этой концепции: скорость, сервис, сохранность, стабильность, стоимость. Очень важный показатель, над которым, наверное, есть смысл работать всем институтам, научным, образовательным, общественным организациям. Я знаю, что важность увеличения объема и о том, что маршруты какие-то будут жить, это создавать условия. Без скорости, естественно, которая сегодня требуется, она fast fashion, вы знаете, скорости еще больше увеличились, которые раньше не были такими с компьютерами, сейчас уже недельные сроки доставки, это уже мало. Поэтому при этом конкуренция против низких рейтингов по контейнеризации перевозок морским путем. Там совсем цены настолько упали, что ну, против этого ну, сложно как-то конкурировать, поэтому только скоростью надо брать и сервисом. Стабильность в этих вопросах, естественно, еще больше упала. Вы знаете, геополитическую ситуацию, вопросы с тем, что многие страны где-то поддерживают, где-то не поддерживают, где-то у нас до сих пор не создан единый документооборот, унифицированный, так называемый, наверное, есть Silk Way, Silk Road, документ, который позволял мультимодальную перевозку. Хотя сегодня есть документ международный, который позволяет это делать, но как-то не унифицирован на этом маршруте. Вот. И я думаю, это очень сильно влияет на скорости. Ну и Казахстан, вы знаете, очень много вкладывает в развитие Харгоса, в развитие ДСТК, увеличивает скорости, станции, то есть свою работу он делает, ну, и, по крайней мере, пытается по этой концепции идти, улучшать эту доставку и решение. Следующий слайд можно? Я хотел также отметить вопрос внедрения supply chain management. Как ни странно, он влияет на то, чтобы куда груз пошел, как пошел и формируется. Почему? Потому что это связано с определенным вопросом, как хабы. Если вообще страны смотрят очень узко и просто, как раньше, ориентируются на транзит, ничего большого и великого не будет. Поэтому мы думаем, естественно, о торговой логистической системе работы. То есть это где-то должна быть ассамблет, где-то должно быть... И уже такие сподвижки очень большие имеются, вы знаете. Строятся 2 китайских завода по сборке автомобилей. Подтверждена завод Kia, полноцикловый завод, который будет строиться в Кустанае. Мы подтвердили сборку китайской ломитехники, Мендрей, Samsung. Вот. И Казахстан пытается тоже создать хаб не только логистический, но и производственно-сборочный. Поэтому внедрение supply chain management в разных компаниях, в том числе промышленных, ритейл, e-commerce, он важен. И я тоже как один вопрос хотел поставить на проведение отдельного конференции, совещания на этот вопрос. Я уверен, я в свое время проходил обучение в Deutsche Bahn. Хотел поблагодарить отдельно за это Deutsche Bahn, лично Вербатум, мой друг хороший, который до сих пор работает. И тогда я много сделал, я получил информации, и большую реформу в КТЖ была проведена на основе базы этого материала. Поэтому supply chain management очень интересен для Казахстана с учетом того, что мы ведем полномасштабную индустриализацию в разных сферах. Следующий слайд.
Я думаю, что ваша инициатива будет активно поддержана, да, я думаю, взята на заметку как одна из возможных тем следующего форума. И, возможно, нам стоит углубиться в эту тематику действительно.
Ну, в продолжение этого вопроса хотел показать, что данный вопрос очень актуален, и технологии немецкие. Мы даже планировали провести Logistic Made in Germany в Казахстане, который проводилось в России в свое время около 3 года. Но мы не добились, сколько разговаривали с послами, тоже хотели как вопрос поставить. Вот декан немецкого университета в курсе про это. Почему? Потому что я уверен, Германия обладает всеми этими технологиями. И я думаю, это предмет вот как раз какого-то глобального соглашения, возможно, чтобы и Казлогистика или там какие-то другие международные ассоциации подписались, и мы вузы сюда привели. Почему? Потому что без технической поддержки, такой, которая могла бы быть, ее сложно улучшить. Следующий слайд. Ну, транспортная логистика, вот о том, что, вот, как мы и говорили, мы хотим, естественно, не только обладать вагонами, самолетами и инфраструктурой, которая позволяет, так сказать, тяжелой инфраструктуры, но хотим обладать и легкой, и иметь компетенции в контрактной логистике, 3PL, 2PL. Я, как из формации являюсь 3PL-оператором, который обеспечивает логистику терминалов, машин и до последней мили, это получается конкретно медорганизации, больницы и поликлиники. Вот. Мы тоже здесь вопрос ставим о том, чтобы важный момент изучения данного вопроса, с тем, чтобы те компании, которые могли бы улучшить это, присутствовали в Казахстане, учили, помогали, работали. Вот, и это и Панальпина, и DHL, и крупные другие немецкие операторы, которые бы могли бы не только технологиями поделиться, но и, я думаю, создать здесь хабы, которые бы позволили иметь бондовые консигнационные склады для этого. Вот, следующий слайд. По СК-формации тоже поделюсь.
Господин Искалеев, я прошу прощения, чтобы очень интересная на самом деле презентация. Вы отражаете очень большое количество тем, которые для нашей отрасли активны. Но прежде чем вы перейдете вот к холодовой логистике, да, как я понимаю, это ваш следующий слайд, я бы хотела вернуться к слайдам, где у вас была презентация касательно коридоров, и задать вам вопрос, поскольку сегодня мы все-таки обсуждаем именно транспортные коридоры. Вот вы состоите в двух ассоциациях, да, то есть, естественно, Атамикен – это такой консолидирующий орган, куда обращаются все наши предпринимателей. Естественно, Союз Казлоджистикс – это орган, в который обращаются со своими вопросами все транспортники. Подскажите, пожалуйста, вот что сейчас, да, потому что много говорится, например, о том же среднем коридоре, который вот, как говорится, ну, в западных странах, в той же Европе называется средним коридором, да, у нас называется транскаспийским коридором. Что сейчас на повестке дня, потому что очень многих волнует эта тема, да, то есть обращений много. Вы как раз человек, из чьих уст мы можем самую обновленную информацию получить, что сейчас на повестке дня вот в ближайшее время относительно вот именно этого коридора, потому что время, к сожалению, не позволит охватить все коридоры и все инициативы. Вот самое животрепещущее, так сказать. Можете нам что-нибудь сказать? Надеюсь, в положительном ракурсе, потому что все этого ждут.
Ну, мы всегда в положительном ракурсе, потому что Казахстан, честно сказать, готовился к этому, как ни странно, и инфраструктурно, вы знаете, мы построили больше всего дорог вместе взятых, чем другие страны в бывшем СССР. Поэтому, вы знаете, мы перестроили систему транспортировки, и Харгос, такой проект появился, который позволяет сегодня мультимодальную и контейнерную перегрузку. По поводу маршрутов, у меня такое выражение, я обычно на этот вопрос так отвечаю. На сегодняшний день стереотипы многие сломались, и технологии, но есть такое выражение, мое любимое. Отсутствует конкуренция видов транспорта, отсутствует конкуренция, моя позиция это маршрутов, отсутствует конкуренция в стран. Есть только конкуренция логистических продуктов. Так вот, если любая страна или любой игрок заявил о каком-то продукте, но не подтверждает его ни тарифом, ни соответствующим подвижным составом, ни обратной загрузкой, ни системой обратной загрузкой, я дальше объясню, что это такое, ни документом, электронным документооборотом, ни соответствующим участием частного бизнеса концептуально. То есть мы можем, конечно, создавать консорциумы, там это все на уровне контрактов, не контрактов, а именно соглашений, но пока, наверное, какой-то корпорации не возникнет, которая глобально будет это вести, тащить, как это сделал ОТЛК в России, совместно с Россией, Белоруссией, там, ну, на тот момент это был хороший опыт, в котором я работал, и считаю, что это глобально решило проблемы и скидок, и подвижного состава, и многих решений. Вот. Поэтому моя позиция следующая. По среднему маршруту я скажу, законы физики никто не отменял. И два перегруза через Каспий создает определенные вопросы. Они расходные и скоростные. Да, наверное, с точки зрения технических решений надо тогда думать, чтобы узкая колея там заходила в портах, был перегруз скоростной, там, это я видел в Латвии, Литве. Второй вопрос – это мощная контейнеризация. Вы знаете, я вот веду дальше, у меня будет презентация программы контейнеризации. В Казахстане отсутствует до сих пор программа контейнеризации. Тарифы на фоне вагонов, они ну, никак не конкурентоспособны. То есть нету четкого плана стоков этих ящиков, контейнеров. То есть об этом нужно только заниматься. Так вот, маршруты на самом деле, я считаю, что они любой можно назвать конкурентный, но чтобы страны его поддерживали, такой вот как Чунсин-Дусбург, его глобально поддержало несколько компаний, подтвердила СП, был создан Чунсин, созданы четкие системы скидок, тарифов, подвижного состава, и он работал, он начинал там с цикличностью 1 раз в неделю, еще было время, и потом доведен до 2 раза в неделю, до 2 раза в сутки. Поэтому здесь нужно говорить...
Подскажите, я прошу прощения,
Давайте.
скажем, вот в плане инфраструктуры вы правильно отметили, что очень большие инвестиции были на Харгосе, в других регионах. А вот на Каспии, где сейчас как раз-таки проходит маршрут, который сейчас представляет огромный интерес, какие-то инфраструктурные объекты или планы вообще по расширению, возможно, покупка, значит, роров, паромов или, ну, в общем, какая-то инфраструктурная активность, которая бы улучшила данный маршрут. Может быть, вы знаете, что-то какие-то уже, значит, шаги в этом направлении делаются.
Ну, вы знаете, что в свое время было принято решение создания порта Курык, который, в принципе, не замерзает, в принципе, обходит город Актау, и на сегодняшний день он успешно реализован совместно частное государственное партнерство, КТЖ и там частной компании. Вот, технологии все использованы. Сейчас, насколько я знаю, есть поручение покупки и баланса тех компаний, которые с азербайджанской стороны и казахстанской, в том числе это будет, получается, паромы. Вот, покупаться. В планах это сидит, и, насколько я знаю, есть поручения, и, вы знаете, и танкера куплены совместно с абу-дабийской группой. Вот, то есть они, скорее всего, это тоже будут рассматривать. Поэтому там инвестирование идет, планово завершен сам проект порта Курык по последним технологиям, все там удачно. Вопрос, наверное, в том, что насколько данный маршрут поддерживается всеми сторонами и соблюдается вот эта 5C концепция. Почему? Потому что, по моей информации, не все так просто проходить Азербайджан, вот, не все так просто другие страны, вот, поэтому важно честно говорить о том, где идут заторы, где скорости падают, потому что цена вопроса и скорости, она считается вместе, она не считается отдельно Казахстан, Азербайджан, там, Грузия, она вместе считается. И от точки А до точки Б. Если какая-то из сторон не будет соблюдать эти показатели, ну, маршрут, он развалится, долго не будет. Поэтому ожидания были великие в среднем маршруте, но не думаю, что там показатели достигли тех, которые... Ну и потом просто против наземной транспортировки и 2 перегруза, ну, есть, так сказать, большая конкуренция. Я все равно оцениваю с определенным ограничением этот маршрут. Почему? Потому что при даже мощнейших технологиях контейнеризации, ну, сложно заменить прямой маршрут на land-bridge транспортировки.
Большое спасибо за ответ. Мы сегодня, я на самом начале нашей сессии, да, упомянула, что мы будем на проблематику смотреть именно с точки зрения бизнеса. Весь бизнес на самом деле ждет этих изменений. И спасибо, что вы нам сообщили о том, что все-таки в данном смысле работа ведется. Я прошу прощения, у нас, к сожалению, мы лимитированы во времени, поэтому хотелось бы, к сожалению, напомнить всем спикерам, что у нас буквально по 15 минут на каждого докладчика. Господин Искалиев, я вас благодарю. К сожалению, не могли услышать ту часть, просто времени нам, к сожалению, для этого не хватит. Что касается холодовой логистики, я думаю, что все возьмут на заметку вот те тематики, которые вы предложили для просто будущих форумов. На самом деле, я говорю, те проблемы, которые вы поднимаете, о них можно говорить вечно. Но просто у нас рамки времени.
Можно я буквально 2
Да,
минуты?
конечно.
2 минуты займу. Дьявол зарыт в нюансах, проблема в другом. Как раз таки институты, включая казахстанско-немецкий, не занимаются тем, чтобы детально дать пищу для размышлений. Ну, проблема контейнеризации, у меня дальше слайды там детально. Я занимаюсь программой контейнеризации, хотя загружен детально. И это большая проблема сегодня, я вам скажу, потому что нету тарифа, нету вот этих деталей. Вот. И второй вопрос. Мы бы хотели, чтобы общественность и научные эксперты участвовали в работе. Мы создаем там, например, авиахабы в Алмате, в Астане. Мы структурируем там перевозку глобальную под наши производственные заводы. Мы создаем обратную загрузку контейнерам, которые вот наши партнеры в лице Исконтранса там создали систему, где на обратно можно контейнеры загружать. Вот. Дьявол в зырых нюансах, я еще раз повторюсь, поэтому конференции должны делаться, мне кажется, моя личная позиция, с определенным выводом, который дает детальную результативность. Понимаете? Так вот...
С этой целью мы сегодня, собственно говоря, и собрались. Вот тут целая, как говорится, панель экспертов, которые жаждут как раз-таки высказаться для того, чтобы это попало в финальное коммюнике.
Если вы дали завершить, было бы интереснее еще раз.
Ну, я думаю, что данные эксперты не будут против, я уж, как говорится, отхожу от тематики, но быть привлеченными и к другим, как вот вы говорите, разработка хабов и так далее, экспертное мнение, я думаю, что абсолютно будет дано, и главное, чтобы оно было услышано.
Она будет услышана, потому что премьер-министр и президент участвуют и поручили об этом заниматься. Вот просто у нас наука далека от этого, и хотелось бы, чтобы она участвовала в этом вопросе. И экспертные мнения, они важны не в конце, а в момент, когда идет разработка этих программ. Почему?
А вот
Потому
это верное замечание на самом деле. Как это? Дорога ложка к обеду, да? Все верно. Да. Господин Искалиев, большое вам спасибо за вашу презентацию и за дискуссию. Вы знаете, я бы хотела... У нас следующий доклад господина Ханса Хольцхакера, который является главным экономистом Института Центральноазиатского регионального экономического сотрудничества. И я бы хотела вот предоставить слово. И прежде просто, чем вы начнете, я хочу пару слов сказать. Да, вот господин Искалиев говорил о разных коридорах, в которые Казахстан уже вложил какие-то определенные усилия. Да, но есть еще коридоры, которые на стадии ну, как бы потенциального своего развития. Да? То есть страны ЦАРЭС, вот институт, да, ЦАРЭС, страны ЦАРЭС – это не только Центральная Азия, это Азербайджан с запада, да, Китай с востока и еще Афганистан, Пакистан с юга. То есть это страны, через которые в теории тоже можно вести, но там есть свои особенности, да, то есть где-то сложная политическая ситуация и так далее. То есть мы видим сейчас, вот как трансформировался средний коридор, да, долгие годы к нему вообще никакого интереса не было, и сейчас резкий интерес, наверное, впервые за 100 лет. И вполне возможно, что эти коридоры, которые мы сейчас недооцениваем с точки зрения их эффективности и служения бизнесу, то, может быть, они буквально в очень короткие сроки могут превратиться в традиционные, абсолютно привычные коридоры. Вот с этим, как говорится, посылом мы бы хотели услышать вот вашу презентацию. Будьте добры.
Спасибо большое. Vielen Dank, Koprak Ahmed, to the organizers, but also the participants. And I try to be short, but however, I have several times. So my name is Hans Holzacker, and I'm chief economist of the CAREC Institute. And next slide, please. Можно следующий? Понял. Я понял. Нет, уже получилось. So I will shortly touch on 4 topics. What is CAREC? Actually, you said it already, but I will show it next slide. Then about the Eurasian Transport Corridor ecosystem. Then about the CAREC region's export structure, because I think it's difficult, it's important to speak about it, because my main message is transit is good, economic corridors are better, and this was on this topic. We touched already in the first session. So we need to speak a little bit about what is transported, and then I conclude with my main messages. I will not say in detail again the countries. I just say, if you look at the green circle, basically the CAREC countries are based there. And this is, of course, in the middle of many corridors and in the middle of the Eurasian continent. And of course, this region is strategically important, mostly for overland transport, but Pakistan also a bit for sea transport, and China is also part of course, the question of the ports in China are also of high importance. So coming to the middle corridor, we spoke right now about him, and actually Dina edited a book on it even before it was so prominent, and we contributed. And so the middle corridor now is, of course, in high demand, not least because of the geopolitical situation. And what we can see in this middle corridor, Trans-Caspian corridor, that actually the transportation volumes increased substantially 2022 and also 2020, less so 2023, but 2022 compared to before. However, we are still far below the projected capacity, and it depends a little bit how things developed, whether we really reach the projected capacity, and there remain, of course, technical obstacles. Khatkis Kaliyev mentioned some of them, like the transfer with the Caspian Sea, but also other obstacles which need to be tackled. So this probably you can't see, at least I have difficulties, but I wanted to show you this, that the middle corridor actually operates, and we even know the prices per kilometer. And you can here see different distances. I took out here the longest distance, which is from Altınkol to Istanbul. And if you look at the prices, and prices is of course an issue as well. So it's now for 40-foot container, it's something like between $2,000 and $3,000 for this distance. I'm not a logistic guy, I'm a macroeconomist guy, so please, the real logistic guys, please correct me. However, this is also a bit of an obstacle, because what we saw before, if you look at the sea freight rates, for example, from Shanghai to Rotterdam, it used to be during COVID and so on, it jumped to $4,000, which increased, of course, the interest in the middle corridor. However, it came down now to below 1,500. So one has, of course, to think of what goods are really, what goods should really be transported on the middle corridor, which are adequate price-wise, and also, I mean, it's now down the time to ship something. For example, this from Altınkol to Istanbul, it takes now about 10 days, which is better than going via sea. However, the price is an issue. So, so that way I make a exclamation mark, but also a question mark on this slide. How fast we really move to exploit the middle, the Trans-Caspian corridor. The next thing is that a lot of things going on. Will not go through all of this, in part also because this 7 is at 10 million tons. and we are there. So when it comes to go to construction, terminals are built in Poti and otherwise, uh, and and a lot of the other initiatives.
Just curious, if we plan to increase the capacity up to 10 million, what is your assumption? What is the need? Okay, if we reach this capacity, do we expect that all the needs will be fulfilled? Or it will be only 50%, 20%? What is your assumption?
I will come back to this question in a moment, because the question is not only whether we can ship 10 millions, but also the question what we really want to ship, and whether we actually really need 10 million tons, and it's 10 million tons of what. But this depends a little bit on the structure of the export from the countries. And also the transit, of course. And if I may, I come back to the question.
This is very good remark, by the way, because Middle Corridor has a lot of restrictions. You cannot move abnormal cargo. You cannot move dangerous goods. You cannot move. You can, but with a certain limitations, bulk cargo. Yeah, so there are a lot of restrictions, which limits the list of commodities. But that is very good remark. Yeah, please go ahead.
And actually, I'm very curious and eager to learn from you the details on the logistics side, and what you can do and what you cannot do. I just want two more remarks before we come to this question. The one is also Mr. Iskaliev mentioned the middle corridor is important and is in high demand, but it's only one of the corridors. In the central corridors, which basically go from east to west, west to east, as our forum is called. I mean, in this definition of UNSCAP, of this UNSCAP paper, again, this green, we are speaking about this bluish circle. So the middle corridor is important, but we have also other corridors, and we have other corridors in development. And again, I will not go through the detail, but there is the Kazakhstan, Pakistan route now developed. You have a Chinese, Tajikistan, northern Afghanistan, China, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan developed, and again, Iran, Afghanistan, Kyrgyz Republic, and China. All these are political difficult corridors, of course, but they are under development, and there's railway construction from China via Kyrgyzstan to Uzbekistan, and from Pakistan to via Afghanistan to Uzbekistan. So it's a lot of going on also outside the middle corridor, even so difficult. And this means also, I come back to the remark was made before, there's the question a little bit of cooperation and competition between the countries also, and between the corridors. And I mean, from my point of view, there is some cooperation desirable, some competition as well. But not a price race to the bottom or something. So there's a bit a question of how to manage all these corridors. A second remark is about hard or soft infrastructure. If you look especially on the left chart, the upper curve, this is railway speed without delays. So if there were no delays, like on border crossing point and so on, you would have a pretty much of an increase over the last 15 years in railway speed because of the infrastructure projects and so on. However, the blue line is this delay. So if you have some obstacles, and there we don't have improvement. So what this means that not only hard infrastructure is important, it's important. So we could increase the rail speed, but it's not the only thing. You need also digitalization, which we have spoken before. We need management, coordination among countries, and so in general, what we call soft infrastructure is as important as the hard infrastructure, and there we have not so much progress yet. This is measured on the CAREC corridors in general. So basically, I don't run you through the individual corridors, but basically what I showed at the beginning in this green circle. Let me come now to the question about what to ship more. This shows for the individual countries the earning from cross-border transportation services, and if not the last column, but the one before, shows the earning in transportation services in percent of GDP. And you see it's important, like in Uzbekistan, it jumped actually to 5% of GDP. Also, Georgia and some other countries like
For Kazakhstan,
Republic,
it's also about 5%, almost 5%.
Now Kazakhstan is little above 2%.
2.5.
On average of all these CAREC countries,
2.1,
it's 1.5%. This is everything. It's significant and not negligible. However, in our view, again, I'm an economist. The main issue here is not the earnings from the transport service in the economic view as in general, but the reduction of trade costs and even transaction costs in general. So this brings me to the slogan, transit is good, economic corridors are better. So you should use the transport corridors using the economics of scale, but even more important, the economics of scope, so the connections in the area to develop your economy. And just to mention, ADB, the Asian Development Bank, just came out with a report about the economic corridors. ADB is kind of an inventor of the 20 years ago or so of the expression economic corridors. That you have one, again, I will not run you through it, but if you are interested, please read this report. And an important term there is a functional economic area. So you use the transport corridors to build around these corridors, again, by economies of scope, some economic regions.
You correctly mentioned that it's not the question of earning, but it's also now it's up to a certain degree it's a political question, and it's a question of national security of these countries. So, what is your assumption also? What is your opinion? Do you think through cooperation and through through competition, do you think that all the countries of this region are able to create the corridor which is efficient enough to make an alternative to other corridors which exist?
Yes, however, it's a high level, intense management issue. And also Mr. Iskaliev mentions that you even don't have a corporation now really to run things. So I think the answer would be in principle, yes, but we are far from it, and the countries would need to have a much higher coordination. I mean, we have some development in this region. For example, for the middle corridor in this direction. For example, in the middle corridor, Kazakhstan, Georgia, and Azerbaijan set up a company to operate the middle corridor. So you have for specific things, you have developments in cross-country management. So we move in this direction. However, of course, it's a complex issue, and you have the specifics of all the countries and the specific interests. So some way to go, I think.
I think it's a very honest answer. Yeah. So it's a complex issue, and it's a lot of work.
Okay, just let me come to my few remarks on what we are transporting. So this chart basically shows the red diamonds. These are the CAREC countries. The blue line, this is the world, all the countries of almost all the countries of the world, and the lila circles. These are the ASEAN countries. So what you can see here, this is exports of goods and services in percent of GDP. What you can see here is that some of the CAREC countries are quite open and therefore dependent on the transportation also highly, especially also the landlocked countries. However, the CAREC countries are in general not as open, even the small ones. You have a tendency that small countries are more open because they are small. So, for example, the PRC is of course a big exporter, but rather on the right-hand side of this. But this is just because they sell a lot inside the country. They don't depend so much on the export. So the smaller countries tend to be more open and more dependent on international trade. However, and the CAREC countries are somewhere in the middle or more on the right-hand side, but there are also some on the left-hand side. But if you look at the structure, the ASEAN countries in principle are more open, and also the structure of the goods they export are different, of course, like more on the electronic side and more on the manufacturing side. I will come to this in a moment. What you see here is now what the CAREC countries actually export. And as you can see, this is a lot of oil, gas in general, metals, so in general, mining. And then you have a little bit of textile and food. But we are heavily tilted towards actually not very much processed, little processed mining products. I've always an example. For example, Mongolia exporting a lot of coal, but even not washed coal. So they really the raw coal, and it's washed in China. So we and of course it's a challenge to develop things, and also we have of course decarbonization going on. I show you here now who are the exporters. So the exporters, the largest exporter among the CAREC countries, except China, of course. I take it out here because otherwise it dwarfs everyone else. But Kazakhstan is the largest one, followed by Azerbaijan. And so on. So clearly, the oil and gas countries are the highest exporters, and they export to where the largest importer is the European Union, followed by China. Intra-CAREC trade is roughly 8% of overall exports, and so on. So why I'm showing you is because to show that the transport lines to Europe and to China from the CAREC region, excluding China, are really important, and what's going on there is really of high value for the developing of the economy in the countries, in the CAREC countries. And this shows you again, we have these diamonds and the blue line. What this shows is the share of manufacturing. Again, I was speaking about higher processed goods, so downstream mining and manufacturing. So this shows you that the share of manufacturing in GDP. So China has a high share. Uzbekistan has also quite high share. The rest, the light blue diamond, this is the world average. So what you can see here is all, except for China, Uzbekistan, all the other CAREC countries are on the right-hand side of this chart. So meaning in some way, not enough manufacturing, not enough downstream. Why I mentioned it, because again, my message, these transport corridors and reduced transaction costs should be used to develop the economies of the countries. And there are, of course, many preconditions, and we discussed this before, but this is my general view, and just let me come to my main messages, however I have to read. Transport corridors should not only serve for transit, but also help building economic corridors, provide proper, and this goes not to logistics and transport, provide proper modes of transportation and services to support local businesses. This would mean specific services for specific industries, and we've spoke about cold chain. We named cold chain already before, and you have for agri-food, for example. Pay attention to first mile and last mile issues so that local business can actually participate. So I have a question of how to organize all the stakeholders, also send soft infrastructure and trade facilitation as hard infrastructure. I said that before, for example, single windows are important, and there should be a proper balance between corridor competition and corridor cooperation among CAREC countries. And my last slide is there is room for further brightening up the CAREC region, including through transport, trade, and logistics. I mean, this picture reflects, of course, in some way population density, but also GDP per capita. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting presentation. Yes. Yes, please.
Dr. Hans, really enjoyed the presentation, and I saw what you're trying to grow, and maybe, I forgot, it was 2016, we were working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Afghanistan, trying to promote this notion of, we're always talking about this region to be a bridge. By being a bridge, you're being passive. So you have to really find new terminologies to promote some sort of a participation, an active approach. So we were thinking of roundabout. So you don't have to be a bridge, but you have to be a roundabout. That's what I heard of you saying, basically, right? Even your first message was that. But what we were struggling, trying to find out, and we couldn't, was some of the practical and feasible steps that we could take to transform the region from a bridge into roundabout, so we can actually participate in these economic corridors. If you, as an economist, could just help us understand maybe one or two steps or feasible actions we can take.
Thanks, Ayuba. Actually, I heard the former prime minister, before the Taliban took over, the former prime minister of Afghanistan talk about the roundabout. So, no by chance you mentioned. I'm afraid I cannot more say in concrete terms than I said, and I really would let the real logistic persons answer the question what to do in concrete terms. The only thing I mentioned was you have to have some management cooperation, probably even to set up specific companies for doing it, and actually a whole bunch of things like single windows, for example. But again,
I can only add that real practitioners in logistics, they live today and they save our now. But economists, they build a platform for our future.
We hope so. Thank you.
So don't underestimate the importance of the work of economists in the eyes of the practitioners. So thank you once again for interesting presentation. Я, с вашего позволения, перейду на русский. Раз господин Хольцхайкер говорил уже о том, что пора все-таки услышать мнение специалистов, работающих каждый день, да, с этой проблематикой. Хочу обратиться к двум прекрасным леди, сидящим рядом со мной. Одна из них Елена Везенцева, являющаяся заместителем значит, директора по операционной деятельности казахстанской компании IPL Казахстан. И Оксане Сорокиной, которая является директором, опять же, и владелицей казахстанской транспортной экспедиторской компании 7R. Вот мы услышали, значит, с точки зрения экономических, да, показателей, то есть какова нынешняя ситуация. Очень правильное было замечание, что коридоры призваны, значит, развивать те регионы, через которые они проходят. Но у бизнеса, опять же, было вот господином Искалиевым отмечено, да, немножко другая позиция, да. Бизнес живет здесь и сейчас, и пока мы думаем о развитии регионов, через которые пойдут коридоры будущие, мы стараемся сохранить и не потерять те страны, которые уже сейчас в торговых отношениях, а эти торговые отношения рискуют разрушиться, да, и в частности я говорю о Евросоюзе. Опять же, в вашем отчете было указано, да, что по объему импорта в Казахстан, Центральную Азию, Европейский Союз №1, а проблема существует, так как европейские компании, естественно, соблюдают введенные санкции европейские и санкции третьих стран. И вот вся эта проблема, собственно говоря, приводит нас опять к дискуссии о среднем коридоре. Все коридоры важны, но этот коридор для бизнеса самый важный. Так что заранее прошу прощения, если мы не успеем осветить остальные. Вот хочу двум прекрасным леди, если можно, ну вот, Елена, вы в белом, может быть, давайте вы скажете, да, позитивного, а Оксане оставим, как говорится, рассказать обо всех Смотрите, как вы хотите сами, да, пожалуйста. Ну, так, да, давайте. Нет, ну у нас еще один докладчик, и на самом деле его доклад тоже он наш, ладно, пока не буду забегать вперед, давайте сначала поговорим о том все-таки, ну, кто хочет начать? Давайте, благодарю вас, Елена.
Меня представили. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, участники. Я немножко неожиданно оказалась в кресле спикера, попросили отсутствующего спикера заменить. Но что могу сказать? С точки зрения актуальности, средний коридор действительно сейчас востребован, и он по-прежнему остается с очень значительным узким горлом именно по Каспию. И если говорить на перспективу, то, конечно, строительство паромов, увеличение пропускной способности Каспия в этом коридоре, она сейчас всем очевидна и понятна, но, как у любой медали, есть две стороны, да, соответственно, и этот коридор мы рассматриваем с двух сторон. Конечно, это значительное спрямление маршрута, но обратная сторона, этот коридор имеет шансы на успех в перспективе, если будет развиваться его мультимодальность. Потому что те критические точки, о которых говорил уже Ерхат в самом начале, два перегруза, то есть два порта на этом маршруте, это не добавляет, да, преимуществ этому коридору, поэтому он будет успешен при развитии мультимодальности. То есть нам нужны паромы, которые будут перевозить груженные вагоны, и паромы, которые будут перевозить груженные машины, да, с тем, чтобы исключить физический факт перегрузки груза в этих пунктах. И, конечно, наращивание контейнерных объемов через Каспий, что тоже позволит сохранить грузы, да, исключая дополнительные физические манипуляции непосредственно с грузом. Но всем нашим желаниям и прогнозам экономистов у этого коридора есть еще и экологический аспект. Я буквально неделю назад была в Актау, и это видно невооруженным взглядом. Каспий мелеет. А даже в черте города вода ушла уже более чем на 50 метров. И это очевидно. Соответственно, снижается способность портов принимать грузы со значительной, принимать судно со значительной загрузкой. То есть снижается физическая пропускная способность этого маршрута за счет банально экологических изменений, которые происходят в регионе. Кроме того, то есть это нужно учитывать, да, из всех возможных вариантов, конечно, очень хорошо воспринимаются оптимистические сценарии, да, но на практике мы вынуждены все время балансировать где-то между негативным и реальным сценарием развития событий. Соответственно, ну, как в любом экономическом прогнозе, да, оптимистические, пессимистические сценарии должны разрабатываться и приниматься, ну, некие шаги превентивные, да, для того, чтобы сократить влияние негативных факторов. Что еще про этот маршрут хотелось бы сказать? Насчет развития экономик стран региона. Казахстан уникальная страна. Я родилась в Казахстане, я люблю эту страну, я горжусь тем, что я живу здесь. Но нужно понимать, что из всех стран, входящих в этот регион, у нас, пожалуй, самая незначительная популяция. Да? То есть при такой большой территории нас очень мало. Соответственно, потенциал нашей экономики, он несопоставимо, да, в оценках бывает ниже, нежели у наших ближайших соседей. Соответственно, здесь мы тоже все время балансируем на риске между тем, чтобы быть просто транзитной стороной или быть действительно логистическим хабом, который будет и генерировать, и поглощать потоки. Поэтому здесь я вижу момент какой, что, конечно, Казахстану нужно извлекать больше выгоды, наверное, из транзита, попутно развивая свою инфраструктуру для наращивания собственной экономики и производства. Да, Казахстан вложил очень много в этот коридор, построенной дороги, но, опять же, узкое горло. Курык – современный, оснащенный паромный терминал в регионе, но к нему подходит двухполосная дорога. То есть одна полоса в одном направлении и одна полоса в другом направлении. То есть мы нарастим пропускную способность Каспия, добавим туда паромы, увеличим контейнерный поток, и все это придет на двухполосную дорогу. Да, соответственно, здесь я думаю, что действительно консолидация усилий в региональном сотрудничестве должна как-то, видимо, и экономическую составляющую подтягивать, потому что нашей стране одной строить эту инфраструктуру и поддерживать эту инфраструктуру очень и очень дорого, с учетом нашего населения, да, то есть на душу каждого казахстанца, да, то есть какой объем инвестиций должен приходиться в то, чтобы этот коридор работал. Поэтому здесь, конечно, нам этот маршрут нужен, он нам интересен, потому что через него сейчас действительно очень много импорта поступает в Казахстан. Снова но. Геополитическая ситуация меняется. Никто 5 лет назад или 10 лет назад не предполагал, что случится то, что сейчас происходит между Россией и Украиной. Я думаю, что все верят и надеются, что это закончится. Что тогда? Ведь маршрут не перестает быть более привлекательным при доставке грузов из Европы в Казахстан, тот традиционный маршрут, который сейчас не работает. Если, я понимаю, что многие крупные инвестиционные фонды просто не готовы рисковать крупными инвестициями в развитие Каспийского региона и наращивание объемов этого коридора, просто не будучи уверенным, что он останется востребованным, когда изменится и вернется к традиционным маршрутам вся эта ситуация. Поэтому здесь мы сейчас реально находимся в такой очень интересной глобальной ситуации. Мы живем в исторический момент, да, когда 50-50, да, и хочется, и колется, и надо, и сомневаешься, нужно ли вкладываться в это направление, поэтому... Ну что, если про позитив, да, коридор есть, он существует, он востребован, и я думаю, что наращивая торговый потенциал стран региона, он будет востребован даже когда вернется к функционированию северный, да, так скажем, коридор традиционный, связующий Китай и Европу, Европу с Китаем. Поэтому нам еще бы хотелось на что обратить внимание, все-таки про конкуренцию коридоров, потому что Узбекистан, быстро растущая экономика, как это было показано на слайдах и подтверждено цифрами, и Узбекистан имеет серьезные амбиции на развитие экспортного потенциала. То есть те инвестиции в модернизацию и строительство промышленных предприятий в Узбекистане, которые случились за последние лет 10, наверное, они, пожалуй, тоже самые значительные в регионе. И в этом случае Узбекистан отчасти зависит в транспортной составляющей от Казахстана. Соответственно, здесь вот эта коллаборация и объединение усилий Казахстана и Узбекистана как ближайших соседей с юга, она тоже дает перспективу этому маршруту, потому что у Узбекистана не такой большой выбор в части экспорта своих товаров в Европу. И хотелось бы, конечно, чтобы Казахстан сохранил привлекательность своего маршрута для Узбекистана в том числе, но не забывая, естественно, про свой экспорт. Вот, поэтому прошу прощения, если, может быть, у меня как-то сумбурно получилось выступление. Это была импровизация. У меня все.
На самом деле хочу сказать, что очень емко, очень по делу. Вы буквально за 5 минут все, как говорится, болевые точки нажали сразу. Из позитивного хочу отметить, что сейчас у этого коридора большое конкурентное преимущество, которое незаслуженно им относительно его технических характеристик, да, но здесь играет роль политическая воля. Как китайский маршрут, значит, One Belt, One Road, да, то есть это тоже была политическая воля, тогда он был не конкурентоспособен относительно морского пути, но он заработал, И здесь вы сказали, многие инвесторы не хотят сейчас, не то что не хотят, раздумывают, стоит ли вкладываться, если, как говорится, конфликт завершится и Северный коридор вернется, все маршруты, а он гораздо удобнее, он полностью сухопутный и так далее. А я вам задам другой вопрос. Мы договорились говорить и о плюсах, и минусах. А представьте, если Северный коридор будет полностью заблокирован, а Центральноазиатский регион не имеет прямого выхода к морю. Каспий фактически является озером. Выход к морю у нас только через Волгодонский канал, который тоже территория России. Не считаете ли вы, что это вообще вопрос национальной безопасности стран Центральной Азии? То есть мы же будем отрезаны от того же Евросоюза, мы не сможем торговать с Германией, мы не сможем ей поставлять экспорт, не сможем от нее получать импорт, а Германия, скажем, поставляет огромное количество запчастей, машиностроения, автомобилестроения, все, что относится где-то вокруг этих, скажем, отраслей. То есть это вопрос национальной безопасности, если регион не имеет собственных портов и собственного выхода к морю и фактически зависит от своих ближайших соседей. Да? Ну вот если позволите, Елена, я еще дам возможность Оксане на этот вопрос, да, ответить. Как говорится, вот, Оксан, ваше мнение.
Ну, мое мнение таково, что альтернатива всегда быть должна. Я очень рада тому, что у нас есть средний коридор, но север нам тоже нужен. Во-первых, нужно смотреть на коммерческие связи, которые имеют Казахстан и страны Центральной Азии с Европой. И основные торговые компании и в сторону экспорта, и в сторону импорта – это Бельгия, это Нидерланды, это Польша, это Германия. Вести груз средним коридором из этих стран как минимум нелогично. Во-вторых, есть большая категория грузов, которые требуют короткого срока доставки. Мы говорим о медикаментах, мы говорим о саженцах, мы говорим о каких-то пестицидах и так далее. Они просто технически не выдержат тот срок доставки, который сейчас нам дает средний коридор от 32 до 45 дней. Третий момент – это экономическая составляющая. Абсолютно логично, что средний коридор, он гораздо дороже. Во-первых, у нас больше количество границ, у нас больше километраж идет, у нас есть перегрузы и так далее. Это все ложится на конечную стоимость продукта. И когда мы приходим в магазин, и мы что-то не можем себе позволить, это одна из причин, это то, что у нас есть проблемы с логистикой. Мы все это наблюдали в 2021 году, когда у нас был транспортный коллапс с Китаем. И вот это было показательно. То есть у нас есть только 2 пункта пропуска, ну, окей, местами 2,5, и мы зависим от решения китайской стороны, ехать или не ехать. В результате все лето мы остаемся без кондиционеров, у нас ноутбуки, холодильники стоят как крыло от Боинга, и у нас снижается покупательская способность. Сейчас вот опасность закрытия северного коридора в том, что да, мы становимся зависимы от наших соседей. Мало того, что как бы сам по себе Каспий, он не только экологические проблемы имеет, это стихия, в конце концов, там шторма бывают. Если шторм, соответственно, паромы не ездят. Второй момент – это то, что уже мы столкнулись все с тем, что 10 и 11 пакет санкций вызвал очень большой рост цен со стороны Азербайджана и на паром, и на проезд по дорогам. Если мы закрываем полностью северный коридор, окей, у нас остается есть еще южный, но южный коридор – это Афганистан, это Иран. Это страны, которые с точки зрения санкций для нас точно так же опасны. У нас остается только средний коридор, который почти на 80% дороже, он в 2 раза дольше. И любой конфликт, любая проблема, и весь наш регион остается в состоянии изоляции. Я предполагаю, что те, кто работает сейчас активно по среднему коридору, и на этой неделе, и на прошлой неделе, слегка побеспокоились, когда пошел вопрос конфликта в Карабахе. У меня первая мысль была, а что мне делать с машиной, которая у меня уже в дороге? Следующий момент, не забывайте, что все-таки пропускная способность балтийских портов, она гораздо выше, и платформ у них гораздо больше, нежели мы говорим про порт Стамбул или порт Поти. В Поти сейчас из-за нехватки платформ среднее ожидание до 3 недель. То есть 3 недели отсутствия груза, 3 недели заморозки денег, 3 недели штрафов за срывы поставки и доп. Расходы и так далее. То есть средний коридор нам все равно нужен как альтернатива, как вариант доставки гражданских грузов, тех, которые имеют за собой невысокую стоимость, но которые при этом нам нужны. И тогда, в принципе, это будет хороший толчок и, наверное, и для среднего коридора, потому что, и как господин Искалиев сказал, как другие спикеры говорили, коридоры должны между собой конкурировать. Если у нас не будет конкуренции со стороны северного коридора, средний коридор сможет цену умножать и в 3, и в 4 раза, и все придется грузы возить. Другое дело, что мы не сможем потом себе позволить купить даже какие-то элементарные вещи.
Оксана, большое спасибо. Знаете, коллеги из Грузии мне недавно выслали, говорят, у нас местная шутка, у нас, говорит, кораблей в порту Поти больше, чем такси в городе. То есть вот такие теперь шутки у логистов. Правильно вы говорите о конкуренции, да, то есть простое, опять же, такое выражение, нельзя складывать яйца в одну корзину, да. Сейчас получается, что мы сложили или намереваемся сложить яйца в одну корзину, но у корзины ручка прохудилась, и, кажется, дно тоже как бы не очень-то выдерживает, да. Но при этом я опять же хочу отметить, да, то есть у этого коридора есть огромное преимущество, которое нет ни у какого коридора. Вот это временной отрезок, когда они могут использовать это себе на пользу. Да? И, соответственно, все те страны, через которые этот коридор проходит, и, соответственно, получить развитие, а мы уже это видим. Да? И Азербайджан, и Грузия. То есть Грузия в плане логистики, ну, никогда не была центром мира. А сейчас там в этой отрасли занято такое количество людей, там нехватка рук, там нужны специалисты. Актау, вы знаете, ну, я думаю, большинство знает, да, что КНУ открыл филиал в Актау. Актау тот регион, где логистов всегда не хватало. Там всегда были проблемы с логистическими кадрами. Вот смотрите, стал регион критически важным, да, и там открывается филиал такого вуза, как КНУ, да, и, естественно, то есть ребята из Актау будут иметь возможность получить образование и, соответственно, потом, ну, как говорится, использовать эти знания для того, чтобы... Не боги горшки обжигают, да, это нам кажется, что кто-то где-то, а это вот те ребята, которые сейчас студенты, они будут работать в том регионе, обслуживать этот порт, правильно? Да, к сожалению, как говорится, я говорю, на тему коридоров можно говорить очень долго. У нас еще один докладчик, господин Волен Вебер, его доклад на тему городской логистики. Мы вот дискутировали до данной панельной сессии, да, и господин Волен Вебер сказал, что это не совсем о коридорах, но это важная тема. А я ему возразила, что нет, это совсем о коридорах. И вот я сейчас поясню, что я имела в виду. Дело в том, что мы наблюдаем сейчас в связи с развитием того же среднего коридора. Раньше для стран СНГ логистический хаб всех транснациональных компаний находился в Российской Федерации. Сейчас этот хаб перемещается в Центральную Азию. Либо в Казахстан, либо в Узбекистан. Ну, в большей степени, наверное, все-таки Казахстан. Соответственно, все из Европейского Союза, с Юго-Восточной Азии стекается сюда. И потом уже распределяется по разным странам Центральной Азии. Вот эти компании, агрегаторы, скажем, для небольших заказов, да, то есть оптовые компании, они сосредотачиваются сейчас в этом регионе. И как результат мы видим рост, во-первых, перевозок внутри Центральной Азии, которого никогда не видели, рост перевозок внутри, например, Казахстана. И самое удивительное, рост перевозок внутри города. Вы знаете, ну то есть тут много факторов наложилось, и цифровизация, и коммерц, и так далее, но и коридоры тоже повлияли на эту тенденцию. И вот я хотела бы вам дать слово, чтобы вы нам сказали о том, какие тренды сейчас вот именно в городской логистике, потому что это тоже болезненная для нас тема, потому что очень новая. Мы только-только начинаем, как говорится, наводить порядок в этой тематике.
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Good day, everybody, and thanks for joining this conference today. Yes, I have some presentation also prepared, and I would like to talk about urban logistics. This topic is for Europe. It's not really new. In the 1990s, so almost 30 years ago, we had this topic already under the label of city logistics, which was not quite that successful. But it came back in the 2020s, and I would like to talk about this topic a little. When we have a look at the next slide for a short motivation here. When we look into our future in 2050, so less than 30 years in future, out of the around 10 billion people worldwide, it is expected that 6.4 billion people will live in cities. So therefore, we have a lot of challenges, and we are looking at these challenges not only for logistics, but also for mobility, individual as well as public transport. Urban logistics tries to deal with the challenges in cities, and the most important ones are, of course, you know, we have an issue about air pollution in cities. So, for instance, fine particles, which causes cardio diseases and other diseases. We have congestion in cities, of course. Logistics and transportation needs streets, land consumption. In the European Union, we have around 50% of the public space in cities consumed by streets. We have safety issues in the cities. 67% of all traffic incidents happen in cities. So this is also an issue. We have, of course, noise and light pollution, and we have, consequently, climate change issues. So logistics is responsible for 20 to 40% of this negative external effects. Mobility also has an additional share, and therefore it is worth to think about this. As you know, logistics is a subject or a topic which is in many times driven by efficiency, and the market solves the issues in many cases. In urban logistics, it's quite different because the market is somehow not working properly because we have other goals compared to efficiency in terms of costs and terms of speed, and therefore there are other actions required. There are a couple of players which play a role in urban logistics. For instance, we have the citizens, which are consumers and need or have need of transportation, and they have also need of receiving goods, mainly by parcel services. We have the commerce, the retail stores in the cities. We have logistics providers which try to fulfill these needs. And of course, we have the government, we have the politics which try to regulate traffic in cities. Derived from this, we have a couple of action fields, and we don't need to go into all of the 5 of these fields. Basically, in urban logistics, you can at a high level distinguish your actions in 3 areas. The first one, which I won't discuss in detail, is when you build new cities, when you build new suburban areas and so on. You can do this by a good planning, environmentally efficient planning. This is possible, but you know, there are already cities around, and it's not an option to rebuild cities in many cases. So this action is important, but does not work for already existing ones. And then we have also measures by government, which I will discuss in the next slides. And we have also options which can be solved by logistics companies, which will be my second example. One very popular action is the action of governments to restrict the traffic in cities. And one very famous example is the city of London, one of the biggest cities in Europe, with in the metropolitan area around 10 million people living there. And what they did around 20 years ago was they had or introduced a toll system for the city. What you can see here on the map, the very small, the very very small area in the inner city is the so-called congestion charge zone. This is a zone when you want to drive into this zone with a motor-driven vehicle, then you have today a daily toll about 15 pounds per day. It's not too much, but it is some money you have to pay. And this was the first measure to restrict access. In the years after, they introduced two additional zones, the ultra-low emission zone and the low emission zone. The map you can see here is not, actually it's not the recent map, because the smaller zone, the second smallest zone, the ultra-low emission zone, has been increased this year to the area of this biggest zone here. And in a nutshell, these zones are zones which are mainly important for vans, for trucks, and also for some kinds of buses. And you have to pay an additional toll to enter the zones when you have certain types of trucks and buses which are not holding a certain level of emission. So you might know in Europe, all vehicles are classified by their pollution they are doing, so by the CO2 emission and other emissions. And if your vehicle is not environmentally friendly enough, then you have to pay here an additional fee. And most important is this low emission zone fee, which is for heavy vehicles which have a pretty bad emission class. And there you have to pay about, for some vehicles 100 pounds per day, and for other vehicles 300 pounds per day. So what happens from this emission zones here? Of course, what we can expect is that less vehicles will enter the city, and for the smallest zone, for the congestion charge zone, we have also some numbers here. So before this zone was introduced in 1999, we had a daily traffic of around 140,000 vehicles per day in this zone. And in the last years, this decreased to a little more than 50,000 vehicles per day. This is a very expected result. Also, they tried to see what happens to congestion, for instance, and the congestion has decreased, not that much, but it is less than 20% congestion, or it's a decrease of 20% to the situation before. The retail stores in this zone had to suffer a little, but this is something which could be handled. It was a little 2 or 3% drop in sales in this inner city zone, but that's quite okay. Other cities have followed this example. So the first adopters were in Norway, it was Oslo. In Italy, it was Milan, and in Singapore also has these zones. And in other cities, we have nowadays also this restriction. Of course, we know restrictions by government work. They are sometimes not the best ones, but they work like in this case here. A second example, what happens in urban logistics is that the cities and the logistic providers try to pollute the cities less by their traffic. And when we look at, in particular, to parcel services like DHL, FedEx, UPS, and all the players we know here, we know in a classical city, we have the situation that we have 5 to 10 different parcel companies who enter the city and distribute their parcels to the customers. This, of course, is kind of inefficient in terms of vehicle utilization, and it is also, of course, not so nice for the inner city infrastructure, because when we have a lot of vehicles driving and also parking in the second lanes of the cities, this causes negative effects. A very popular new development is to use freight bikes or cargo bikes to do the last mile delivery. And there are a lot of projects going on in Europe, and I think also in North America. And the basic idea is that there is not a conventional combustion engine vehicle doing the delivery in the cities, but separating this last mile into a so-called penultimate mile and the very last mile. The penultimate mile is still supplied by conventional vehicles who serve so-called micro depots or micro hubs in the city. This could be, for instance, a container which can also be moved, and there a fleet of cargo bikes starts from this micro hub and does the very last mile, does the actual delivery to the customers. So this is a new concept, and there are a lot of people working on it, and you can see here, or you could, it's quite small, but we can see it here. For instance, here I have five projects which are conducted or have been conducted in Germany with in different cities with different freight forwarding companies, and basically they proved that this concept worked. So what they observed is that of course the vehicles itself need less requirements. So we have a typical cargo bike which can cover a distance of about 20 to 30 kilometers in the city for delivery, and can also carry a load of around 200, sometimes 250 kilograms, which is quite enough for parcels. We have, of course, no direct emissions and also less noise in the city. And also a concept they tried in several projects is if you have the parcel companies cooperating, then of course the routes they are doing for delivery are far more better utilized than if they do it separately, and therefore this is also an effect we can measure. Of course, the limited range of the cargo bikes is a disadvantage, and also the additional split in our last mile delivery by having another handling in this micro depot is also a small disadvantage, but I think the concept works pretty much and is something for the future. Of course, I started my talk about some remarks about how the market works and how efficiency in logistics is important. Of course, we can see here these examples, the governmental intervention setting tolls for the entering the city is nothing what the market solve. It's an external intervention. And also this concept of cargo bikes and micro hubs is also something which is in terms of efficiency, if you measure this with speed and total delivery costs, this is not the most efficient way. But yeah, I think it's kind of the future when governments want to follow yeah, the climate goals, want to follow the Kyoto Protocol and stuff like this. This will be kind of the future, and also maybe governments will demand yeah, that companies have to cooperate when they want to deliver in the cities. And yeah, maybe we will see not only yeah, science or scientific projects in future, but also projects which will take place as yeah, as the normal situation with less traffic and less pollution in the cities.
So Almaty has all the changes to become next London, yeah? In terms of urban logistics, I mean.
Yeah, so when you walk around the city, you can obviously see that that there are yeah that there is lots of traffic on the streets and
traffic jams.
And traffic jams, and so at least there's a huge potential. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. We plan to have 15 minutes for questions, but okay, always we're out of time. Yeah, I think all panel discussions are like that. If anybody is willing to ask a question to any to our speakers, yes, please.
Thank you very much. Роман Могилевский, Азиатский банк развития. Была прекрасная дискуссия, на мой вкус. Так лучше, да? Спасибо. Была очень хорошая дискуссия насчет вот среднего коридора и всех аспектов этого. И важная мысль была высказана, что нужна конкуренция и выбор между маршрутами. В этой связи один только раз, и скорее в негативном аспекте, была затронута возможность транспортировки через Китай. Я в данном случае хочу сказать не в Китай сам, а через Китай в китайские порты и дальше куда-нибудь. Опять же, может быть, в нормальных ситуациях это будет только для некоторых направлений актуально, но если будет очень сложная ситуация, которую мы не можем исключать, что вы думаете? Этот вариант, он вообще жизнеспособный, он интересен?
А кому бы вы хотели адресовать ваш вопрос?
Ну вот любой из дам, которые по этому поводу говорили, да, кто готов и кто хочет.
Елена, хотите ответить?
Да, работает. Но на самом деле просто традиционно потоки идут из Китая, да, и мы, может быть, не столь сильно уделяем внимание такой альтернативе, что все-таки через Китай можно уйти и в Европу добраться. Вот, поэтому, конечно, тут больше на уровне дипломатии и политических договоренностей между странами. Китай для нас стратегически важный партнер, сосед, и я думаю, что эта альтернатива для нас всегда будет сохранена, тем более, что специфика грузопотоков, да, вот их эта однонаправленность, конечно, тоже не добавляет привлекательности логистики с точки зрения суммарных затрат, да, то есть если у нас есть порожний контейнер, порожний вагон, который возвращается пустой, это затраты в воздух, да, то есть мы возим воздух, но несем эксплуатационные расходы по дороге. Соответственно, конечно, загружать обратные направления – это, конечно, перспектива. И в этой части, наверное, и, кстати, хорошая идея, да, можно посмотреть, может быть, это и будет не так дорого, да, это будет дольше по срокам однозначно, но при альтернативе ничего, пусть это будет долго, но зато это будет возможно, да, то есть мы же всегда в решении логистических задач, и вот со студентами мы эти вопросы разбираем, исходим из того, какой из факторов стоит в приоритете при решении той или иной логистической задачи. Сроки, деньги, надежность, да, то есть что-то еще. Поэтому это вполне возможно. И кроме того, вот Оксана тоже упомянула, что самый южный коридор, который сейчас, он еще только в планах, да, Китай еще только собирается в ближайшие годы инвестировать в строительство дороги, да, которая пойдет из Кашгара Андижан, то есть зайдет через Узбекистан, через Кыргызстан и в Узбекистан, да, с тем, чтобы сократить путь доставки грузов, опять же, в Узбекистан, который сейчас зависит от Казахстана в части доставки грузов из Китая. Соответственно, я думаю, что Китай в том числе это делает с перспективой получить обратную загрузку продукции, которая будет производиться в Узбекистане для того, чтобы отправляться и в Китай, и, может быть, транзитом через Китай в другие страны АСЕАН, да, то есть региона Asia-Pacific, да, и вот. Поэтому, как говорится, все пути хороши, нужно их просто сопоставлять с точки зрения эффективности в той или иной ситуации. А вообще, знаете, я часто вспоминаю реплику одного из студентов, который мне однажды заявил, что Елена, знаете, у логистики вообще нет будущего. Ну, в смысле, в том виде, в котором она сейчас, и вот эти все ваши коридоры, маршруты. Я озадачилась, думаю, я была уверена, что у меня очень стабильная специальность логистика. Его ответ был, как только изобретут телепорт, вот эти ваши все маршруты, коридоры, все это будет неактуально. Я думаю, ну ладно, но к телепорту как-то все равно надо будет добраться. Поэтому вот последняя миля и городская логистика, да, когда нужно добраться до телепорта, все-таки останется востребованной. Так что, может быть, действительно будущее за телепортом и за физиками, которые его изобретут.
Ну, блестящий ответ, на самом деле. Даже не хочется портить эту такую красивую финальную ноту замечаниями другими, да, скажем. Я знаю, что... Ну нет, я хотела дать слово Оксане. Дело в том, что Оксана является очень серьезным специалистом по Китаю. Да, то есть Елена правильно отметила, что есть политическая, да, воля, и этот коридор для экспорта из Центральной Азии, возможно, прекрасен, но в обратную сторону он совершенно не будет работать. Опять же, потому что нас мало, мы маленький рынок, непривлекательный относительно других Европейского Союза. Раньше, да, то есть через Казахстан шел весь транзит в Европу, а все казахстанские грузы стояли. А сейчас идет весь транзит в Россию, и казахстанские грузы тоже, так как говорится, ну, сейчас не стоят, но под угрозой того, что тоже могут встать. Да, то есть, ну, наверное, все-таки давайте не будем, да, я думаю, да, не будем о грустном, давайте закончим все-таки на хорошей ноте, да. Ждем, в общем, телепорта. Да, давайте, будем ждать телепорта. Ну, и я думаю, что если... Вот буквально у нас еще 1 минутка, мы вообще на 15 минут задержались, да, но если кто-то желает, или я могу уже официально завершить эту сессию и, да, поблагодарить наших сегодняшних спикеров за то, что они пришли, за то, что они выступили. Большое спасибо аудитории, да, за активное участие. И я думаю, что вот уже у нас по плану, по-моему, обед. Да, все верно? Еще сессия, да, тогда прошу прощения. Но эту сессию мы завершаем. Да, большое всем спасибо.
Да, спасибо большое. Благодарим всех спикеров. Наталья Станиславовна, вам большое спасибо, что модерировали данную секцию. И перед обедом по программе я бы хотел слово передать Дине Ашгалиеве. Это старший научный сотрудник Института Азиатского банка развития. Пожалуйста, Дина, вам слово.
Спасибо большое. Недолго, 10 минут. Thank you very much. I'll give a short, quick presentation, 10 minutes only before lunch break. I'll give it in English. Why? Because I'm aiming our researchers. Mainly, we have paper offers this afternoon, but anyone who is doing research, interested to do master, PhD, publications, academia, so any researchers, this should know. So my presentation today about this, I will focus mainly on copyright, like what do you need to know? Many people somehow they learn at university, right? Quantitative skills, writing skills, but people forget about these issues with copyright. Okay. So at ADBI, we have on the website, this is open access. Anyone can go to this link. We have all the resources, which is, although it's written ADBI requirements or ADB guidance, but actually they are common for any journal. If you go Elsevier, Routledge, any publisher, these are the same requirements, quite similar. Okay, so here all the useful links. Please, anyone can check it. It's all open access. So first, I want to highlight here that the papers, whenever you submit for publications, the papers which you write, they should be original, not published, not considered for publication elsewhere. And we usually, for that, we check using Authenticate software to check for potential plagiarism. But we cannot just use Authenticate like whatever it shows. Sometimes Authenticate shows 85%, but the paper is publishable, it's fine. And sometimes Authenticate shows 10%, and actually, no, it cannot be published. So Authenticate is just the software, but we need to use human eyes to understand what does it mean, okay? Also, all tables and figures need to include source. Why? Because they could be copyright protected. So sometimes people, they say, oh, I made this figure, I made this table, but when you publish it somewhere, whenever you publish, you're passing your copyright to the journal, and this table or this figure doesn't belong to you anymore. So that's it. You cannot use it again just because you drew it, let's say, a few months ago and it's published by journal. So if you submitted paper to, let's say, Elsevier, somewhere, publishing house, you are signing agreement, I'm passing copyright to your journal. That's it. This table figure does not belong to you. So if you reuse it, you have to check copyright. So only when this figure or table never ever was published before, then you can say it's my own, okay to publish, you don't need to ask copyright anyone. So usually what I like to do, I like every time I draw a new figure, I make new table, then I know no issues with copyright. But if you copy from somewhere, many people think, oh, I will just put source and this name, it's from this source. Do you think this is enough? No, this is not enough. So source you always have to include, but this is not enough to protect from copyright, okay? So it offers responsibility to obtain necessary copyright. If you go to any journal, any publisher, they will write, authors must get copyright. And when you submit to the journal, you sign, you say, I did obtain all necessary copyright, and it's my responsibility. So actually, many people, maybe you don't pay attention when you submit to journal, but every journal, every publisher, this is requirement. Okay? Even I wrote, even from own publication previously. Okay. Then there are some other ADB specific country names. So we pay attention how country code. So people often call, for example, China, but we need the full name, People's Republic of China. For example, many people call Kyrgyzstan, but the official name, the Republic of the Kyrgyz Republic, sorry, the Kyrgyz Republic. So please always, when you use country name, we have a list of country names, how they should be in your publication. Okay, so please check here, we have link. Okay, so advantage of publishing with ADBI, actually, when you submit publications to us, we do proofreading at no cost. Actually, all papers submitted to us, we do proofreading, and it doesn't cost anyone. We don't charge for that. So we do Authenticate check and we do proofreading, no cost. You can check also those who want to publish. So please check our sample working paper, sample books. And like Hans mentioned, we have these books on Trans-Caspian Corridor. So please check our book on Trans-Caspian Corridor. Okay, so copyright now. Many people forget about this copyright issue. This is very, very important. We all researchers have to respect it. So what it says, then I'll put it here. So this is here written, third point, a longer piece of text, drawing or photograph or graphical representation may be only used if copyright owner has given specific permission to reproduce work. So let's say you found a journal article and you like this graph on that or figure, right? So can you just copy paste and put in your paper and say citation, cited, I got it from this journal? Is it enough? No, it's not enough. Many people think this is enough, but this is not enough. So what you need to check with journal, Does journal allow it or not? If journal does not allow, then another option, you can ask copyright owner, you can ask, could I please publish it elsewhere, this your graph? And then you get written confirmation, yes, we are allowed to do so, then you're okay. Without that, this is time consuming, I know. So that's why for most people, I recommend, if you are not sure about copyright, because takes time to check, takes time to request it. I requested many times, sometimes I get rejected. They said, no, we don't allow you to use our photo. So then I cannot use it. So this is time consuming, right? So I say many people that if you are not sure, just remove it. If you don't have to check it properly, if you don't have time to ask permission, just remove it. That's it. Draw your own, take your own photo, make your own graph, make your own table. That's the safest way if you don't have time. If you really need to use, this is the only graph or photograph you want to use it, you need to follow these rules, okay? Citation is never enough. It's necessary, but not sufficient. So many people say, oh, I cited. No, it's not enough. The copyright permission is needed, okay? So here the source again, you can follow it. Okay, so when you're supplying documents, you're saying that all necessary approval for copyright holders obtained. Okay, so you always, when you submit to journals, you actually do it. You just maybe don't notice it, but this is compulsory for all publications. Example, how to obtain permission. In one of our submissions for this project, I saw some material from The Economist. Do you know journal The Economist, right? You know, all of you. So, and then I saw someone using like graphs or photographs, I don't know, from Economist. So then I want to point you, for example, The Economist, all materials protected by copyright. Can I reuse a chart or map from The Economist? Yes, please submit your request for copyright and the fee will be charged. So of course, if The Economist will notice you used their graph without asking copyright, and especially they're charging for that, they will be very upset. Okay, so this is very important. They're making money out of this, so you have to pay them and get their permission. So you're buying permission basically. So if they find that you're using without asking at no cost, not without paying, they will be very upset. Can I use extract of articles? So it's written that all license, please contact us. And if you have any question about extract use, we do not allow editing or abridgment of our work. So you see, and then they give a link which you can use to obtain permission. But as I said, this is time consuming. So if you don't have time to follow all these rules properly, then don't use someone's material. Okay, then another one. This is very popular publisher. Do you know Elsevier, the publishing house Elsevier? Many good journals published here. So here, when you take paper from journal published by Elsevier, also chances very high they are protected by copyright. It's written here, as a general rule, permission should be obtained from rights copyright holder to reproduce any substantial part of work. This includes any text, illustration, charts, tables, photographs from published sources. Obtaining permission to reuse content published by Elsevier is simple. Follow, and then they give you a link to follow permission. Okay, so for some publishers, they give you instructions. Some publishers don't give instructions, but doesn't mean you can just use it. You have to follow copyright. Okay. Then, just a second. Okay. Yeah. Any questions, please? So have you heard about this copyright issue before or not? Yeah, so I hope you learned. Any questions about that?
I have a question. Do you have any open call for articles right now?
Yes, please follow on adbi.org. This is our website, just adbi.org. And we always have many open calls for papers, which there are many topics. And the easiest way, subscribe to ADBI newsletters. If you subscribe, you get monthly newsletters and all call for papers, then you don't miss it. Okay, please go to adbi.org website. Thank you, Alima, for your great question. On ADBI website, do you have such? No? Okay. A CAREC Institute, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. We also have, not now, but please visit our website. We also have color for a paper, and please visit our website. Yes.
Yeah, sign up for a newsletter. CAREC website, how it sounds, CAREC? CARECinstitute.org and adbi.org. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Have a great lunch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, dear guests, for coming. We are right now having our lunch break, so there will be a division. All of the delegates and the speakers, presenters will go to the Frau Irma to have our lunch. And for our students, we have lunch prepared at the same area that the coffee break was on. And please, can you pass on your translator headphones right now so they don't get lost?
Hallo. Ach, Hadissa, hallo. Ja. Ich Kamel, ja. Ja, war ein bisschen lang, ja. Aber ich hab's, ja, also es hat alles soweit geklappt nach zweimal umbuchen, aber ich schon irgendwo die Fitness ist ja. Nee, ab nur Ja, ja, wobei mittlerweile jetzt mit dem neuen Flughafen ist es ja wieder ein bisschen besser, ja. Ja. Ich überlege gerade noch, wo das gibt es immer Irma, oder? Ja, ja, es ist halt Zeitverschiebung, glaube ich, die vorletzte Nacht geschlafen. Mit 25 steckt man das noch weg, aber ja, muss man so sagen. Ja.
А где еще? Где еще один микрофон? Выйти с воздухом подышать. Такая, ребята, берем выделки. А, да, кстати, не хватает еще, мы посчитали, по-моему, 7. Это их свои. Но мы когда с Алимой считали, ой, это я что ли? Нет, мы считали, тут еще 7 не хватало. А, блин. Нет, а там же не дает включить микрофон.
Так, уважаемые участники, мы начинаем работу третьей сессии «Развитие транспортной связанности в регионе СРС». Я предоставляю слово модератору, старшему научному сотруднику Азиатского банка, Института Азиатского банка развития Дине Ашгалиевой.
Спасибо большое. Мы начнем сессию, которая... Спасибо большое за представление. У нас сегодня здесь 4 papers. Один будет выступать у нас по записи, знаменитый профессор Ричард Помфред. И давайте тогда первая презентация. Мы начнем. Okay, we start first presentation with our Dr. Falendra Kumar, who is professor from University of Jammu from India, and he will have presentation about impact of trade on transport corridors in CAREC countries.
Very good afternoon. The title of my presentation is Impact of Trade Facilitation Indicators on Trade Flows in Transport Corridors of CAREC Region and Policy Implications. This is the outline of my presentation. Introduction. The transport corridors provide a network to link economic hubs domestically and across borders. A transport corridor accentuates infrastructure, trade, and investment integration of regional economies for inclusive growth and improved welfare. Trade facilitation indicators such as transportation and institutional infrastructure and official practices, customs clearance and cooperation significantly impact trade flows. A longer time spent in customs clearance can increase illegal rent seeking, trade-linked bribery, and discourage exports. Upgrading all features of trade facilitation improves trade performance and support export diversification, while tied to imports and lengthy paper procedures for exports adversely impact trade outcomes. Against this backdrop, this paper intends to analyze the impact of trade facilitation indicators on trade flows in the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation transport corridors and offer policy implications for strengthening trade facilitation. The next is review of literature. This slide shows some of the studies on trade facilitation and trade cost. This slide shows the studies on CAREC region linked with trade costs. This next slide shows the studies on trade facilitation measures in the CAREC region. This slide shows the studies on trade facilitation indicators linked with the CAREC region. Now, the theoretical framework This figure 1 shows the principles and components of trade facilitation, which includes transparency, simplification, standardization, and harmonization. And some components of trade facilitations are also given in this figure 1. Figure 2 shows the measures of trade facilitation. Figure 3 shows the goals and categories of trade facilitation measures. Figure 4 shows the main trade facilitation indicators. Figure 5 shows the benefits of trade facilitation, including both the direct and the indirect benefits. Next, this figure compare the trade facilitation indicators provided by the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, OECD, and the Asian Development Bank. These are the major objectives already highlighted. This is the methodology used in this paper. The CAREC Corridor Performance Measurement and Monitoring database, focusing on 4 trade facilitation indicators, has been used. An augmented gravity model has been used to assess the influence of trade facilitation indicators on bilateral trade flows in the CAREC countries along the CAREC corridors. Bilateral trade flows among the CAREC economies through a corridor are affected by average trade cost and average time incurred to cross the border or corridors, both inbound and outbound. Gravity model used for this analysis is given in equation 1. The values are expressed in natural logarithm form. This figure shows the data and variables used in this study. Now, the results and discussion. This slide, table 1, shows the pooled regression results, which indicates that both the average time at inbound and outbound border clearing points, as well as the total time taken at both the inbound and outbound border clearance points are negatively related to export and significant. However, the average time at inbound border clearing points influenced bilateral trade flows among the CAREC countries more compared to the outbound border clearance points. The coefficients of average time at inbound border clearance points depicts that a 10% decline in time taken at inbound VCPs could increase bilateral trade flows by 1.73%, which is significantly higher in case of outbound border clearance points. This table 2 shows the regression results, which reveal that the impact of trade costs incurred have the expected negative relationship with bilateral export. The pooled OLS regression demonstrate that both incurred the cost incurred at inbound VCPs have statistically significant coefficient. However, the coefficient associated with trade cost at outbound border clearance points display negative signs and also not statistically significant. In particular, the coefficient of inbound border clearance point average time is higher than the average cost, suggesting the former is more important factor than the latter that impact the trade flows with the CAREC economies. Furthermore, the other independent variables, such as the number of VCPs, exhibit the anticipated negative coefficient in relation to bilateral exports. Remarkably, the number of border clearance points presents a statistically significant and negative correlation with bilateral trade. This implies that a higher percentage of border clearance points along the corridors are less likely to contribute in smooth flow of cargo movement, resulting in increased time and costs, subsequently leading to lower trade volume. Likewise, greater distance between two trading countries corresponds to reduced bilateral trade. Interestingly, contiguous countries within the CAREC region display higher bilateral trade flows compared to non-contiguous nations. Nevertheless, the presence of a common official language among countries does not emerge as a significant factor influencing bilateral trade dynamics. The regression results offer valuable insights about the relative significance of inbound and outbound border clearance point in shaping bilateral trade flows among the CAREC economies. It is important to highlight that inbound cargo typically contends with unique dynamics, including larger shipment volumes, lower freight rates due to competitive pressures, and reduced discounts on road transportation in comparison to outbound cargoes. As a result of these factors, there exists a propensity for inbound cargoes to adopt an approach of overloading to compensate such cost. However, this practice of overloading, though driven by economic incentives, introduces a series of challenges. The pressure exerted on infrastructure due to excess cargo weight can give rise to deterioration in road conditions, thereby aggravating road safety risk. In summary, the regression results emphasize the pivotal role of inbound border clearance points and their associated time delays in shaping trade flows among the CAREC countries. The intricate interplay between trade cost dynamics, cargo characteristics, and infrastructure integrity underscore the complexity of managing these factors to optimize trade among CAREC economies while safeguarding road safety and sustainable transportation system. Now the conclusions and policy implications of this study. The trade facilitation in the CAREC corridors have generated considerable positive impact on bilateral trade flow of the CAREC economies, though fluctuating. Larger customs clearance hampers quality and prices of agricultural exports. The heterogeneity in the trade facilitation indicators among the CAREC corridors is considerable and likely to have a significant positive influence on bilateral trade flows in the CAREC economies. Developing stronger trade facilitation indicators among the CAREC corridors can result in significant positive impact on bilateral trade performance in the CAREC economies. Therefore, the CAREC corridors economies should vigorously be supported to bolster transport corridors development and improve trade facilitation indicators for robust trade performance. The trade facilitation reforms are necessary to bolster the border clearance mechanism and drastically reduce trade costs, which entail reducing customs documentation time and real custom clearance costs. More transparency in official communications and regulations can lower delays in trade flows. The institutional and organizational development of border agencies should be implemented to minimize trade times and facilitate smooth cross-border trade. Robust custom infrastructure and logistics can significantly reduce trade costs and increase trade flows. The digitalization of custom procedures is needed to reduce trade costs. The use of information and communication technologies apparatus for official custom procedures can lower trade delays, improve transparency of custom operations, lower trade cost, and increase trade flows. The capacity building of border administration is essential to implement digitalization of custom practices. A single window system can reduce time delays, lower trade cost, and boost trade flows considerably. The trade facilitation reforms are essential to enforce the cost effectiveness of custom procedures and cooperation of border agencies to minimize rents. The trade facilitation reforms to bolster the border agencies should be evaluated to ascertain impact and offer corrective measures. Trade facilitation measures can entail novel legislations to revise available laws. This requires time and specialized officials to evaluate available regulations, guarantee reliability and consistency with existing national strategies to analyze likely unplanned effect on different clients. So this is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Falendra Kumar. So this, your message complements to the previous session, which says that delay in trade increases trade cost. Yeah, thank you very much. So I would like to invite my wonderful colleague, Roman Mogilevsky, who kindly agreed to provide discussion for this paper.
Thank you very much. Maybe sit somewhere. I think it is very interesting and very timely paper. So I would like to congratulate our colleague for working on this very interesting topic. Still now, okay, right? Okay, cool. Keep it close. I just for the audience, perhaps I would like to tell a couple of words on the data which are basis for this paper, this CPMM, the Corridor Performance Monitoring and Measurement. So you already know about CAREC, right? So CAREC, Central Asian Regional Economic Cooperation program, which covers 11 countries of the region. Which, again, you could saw them on the previous presentation on the previous session. So one of the big issues in this area is transport between all these countries, because we are all in mountains, landlocked, so surface transportation is essential. And for that matter, reason, Asian Development Bank and many other development partners and governments of all these countries, they recognize this very well. So a lot of effort is invested into upgrading this infrastructure and in general the transportation business. We have so-called CAREC corridors, 6 CAREC corridors. I invite everybody to Google and see what are those corridors, basically crossing Central Asia in all possible directions, north, south, east, west, etc. And okay, we invest a lot into infrastructure, upgrading roads, upgrading border crossing points. So what? Does it help? And for that matter, businesses of Central Asia, in partnership with Asian Development Bank and some other partners, they established a system of measurement of the performance, and that's the data which they generate for already more than 10 years. They are accessible from CAREC Institute, so you can request them from them and work on them. I really invite you to familiarize yourself and use them in your research, because it's heavily under-researched. So valuable source of information, so heavily under-researched so far. So, well, and this is a very welcome effort to to use these data, basically trying to make a point that if you improve your trade facilitation measures, you do increase trade. So it's not only about infrastructure, it's, let me say stronger, it's not so much about infrastructure. You can have perfect roads and you may have policemen on each corner which stop you and extort bribes, and then you will not move quickly, even so the surface of the road is very flat and convenient for travel. So these measurements, there are 4 main indicators, basically measuring time spent at border crossing point and during traveling segment of the corridor. So specially dedicated points for stops and segments where theoretically you travel uninterruptedly. And you measure time and you measure costs. Those are 4 things. So now let me come back to the paper, to the details of the paper. So main kind of research question is to prove that improvements in trade facilitation, improvements in these measures do result in increasing of trade. May I please ask you to call, we don't have presentation anymore anyway, yeah. So I have few comments on the model. And one important comment is that inside the region, we keep talking about multimodal transportation, but that's multimodal. So if we don't go to Caspian Sea, we have 2 main modes, rail and road, right? And CPMM, this measurement system, it does measure both time spent and cost in money spent on rail routes and on road routes. Just would like to return to the equation. I just would like to come to the equations. Okay, so CPMM unfortunately is not perfect instrument, and you have much more data for road than for rail shipments. More segments are covered, more border crossing points are covered, and therefore in the paper there is a very strong assumption that only data on road travel are included for this modeling. Because indeed, rail data are fragmented, difficult to use for any models. However, trade between countries is very much in goods which require rail. What is intra-regional trade, which is what is covered by the, what is traded between Central Asian and Caucasus countries? Oil, oil products, grain, coal, cement, many other things. That's all mostly travel by rail, not by road. So if you would like to explain general dynamics of trade with indicators related to road only, you make huge assumption. Well, you can please think about what to do about that. My recommendation is to clean the data and try to change dependent variable, basically leaving only goods which are typically shipped by road, like agricultural products, for example, vegetables, fruits, and many other things, and manufactured products also in the region may be shipped. That will also require some assumptions, but fewer probably than the current one. Then on explanatory variables, I also have some questions rather than comments. Actually, I don't see from there. I can probably better see from here. So one question is why there is no GDP? Because, well, it looks like a gravity model. gravity theory model. But in this theory, GDP must be present. And it's not only because theory requires that, but because common sense requires that. You trade more if your economies are bigger. If your economies are small, even they are very well connected, it's still not little to trade with. Secondly, I'm fine with contiguity, with common official language, that's clear. Colonial relationship sounds a bit, I just have a question really. Do any of these countries have any colonial type of relationship? Well, you can treat Soviet Union as a colonial type, which is very much contested notion, right? But even if so, none of them have been metropoly in this empire, if it was empire, which is a separate question for discussion. So I don't know what is there. Then I'm a bit surprised that in all these equations, time on BCPs and cost on BCPs are treated used separately. Why don't you include both in the same equation? Because they reflect different things. Also, why don't you include also time and cost on the segments as explanatory variable, not only BCPs? That's also requires explanation. Well, I'm sure you have explanations. It's just necessary to provide them in the paper. On the number of BCPs, is this data readily available? I'm curious. I don't know. Is this data available in CPMM? Because two things. First of all, between the same points, you can travel different routes, and there will be different number of BCPs between them. Imagine exporting fruits from Tajikistan to Kazakhstan. It may go through Uzbekistan and may go through Kyrgyzstan and may go complex way, crossing both Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, and then you have, and let me assure you, our entrepreneurs, they use all possible ways, really. So it's really, also more importantly, number of BCPs should be correlated with distance. Well, at least there is a chance. It would be good to provide some test if you have or not this correlation, because if you have, then it's a source of multicollinearity, which doesn't help in your equation. Now about estimation. 2 points here. Well, you use pooled regression, which means you present it as it is panel regression, but in practice you don't try to use any panel for good reason. I understand it's fragmented database, highly unbalanced panel. Well, you need to explain that. Well, I think you explained actually, sorry. But we still lose a lot of information in this way. And secondly, I'm not going to comment. I'm actually not an expert in gravity theory. I know they don't use ordinary least squares anymore for these kind of equations. For some sound reasons, so they have some of the modern gravity theory. Perhaps you need to refer to this theory. And why you still allow yourself to use OLS? But more importantly, I feel like, at least it requires testing and some discussion, there is indigeneity in the model. So not only trade costs on the border crossing points influence trade volumes, but the other way around also. Trade volumes affect costs spent at border crossing point. Think about if you have some remote border crossing point where very little traffic is going on, governments may not spend enough effort to improve it. If, however, it is like something between Shymkent and Tashkent, there are a couple of border crossing points, there huge traffic going on, and then of course both countries are interested to improve this because they must, otherwise it will be really issue in both economies. So there should be indigeneity, at least from purely kind of theoretical point of view. So it requires A, testing, B, if yes, if you have indigeneity, then unfortunately OLS is not valid anymore. You need to do something about that. That's a big topic. And that's also may mean some, well, interpretation of the results may be affected in this way. So I think that's basically exhausted my comments, but I believe my point is that, well, there is room for improvement. However, you really need to justify things which you, or change something if you believe it is possible to change, and eventually submit, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roman and Falendra, Professor Falendra. Yeah. So we have 5 minutes. I can take maybe one question from audience. No? Okay, then I can. So it's wonderful that you provide econometric paper based on data. This is wonderful contribution. But whenever we use data, it's always like we have to fix methodology, like Roman suggested. So I agree with Roman's comments. On top of that, I would like to give suggestions about policy recommendations. The policy recommendations which you provided, I suggest to make them more specific to CAREC region, because for now, if you read, we read like for any country. But CAREC region, we have different countries, some very advanced with some policy already done a lot, some behind. And it would be better if you give concrete recommendations to concrete countries who, let's say, cost is high, many delays, for example, like that. Because if you give we give to countries to read, they say, oh, we have done all of that. Many of them will say, oh, this is all done. So it would be better to have more specific recommendations rather than general, based on evidence. For example, these countries have very high costs, so they need to do this, or these countries have very long delay, then they need to do this. Yeah, something like this. Thank you. So Falendra, would you like to reply, like maybe 2 minutes?
Yeah, thank you very much for all the comments, specifically from the discussion of my paper. Very nice comments and suggestions are there to improve. I would like to request if I have noted down a number of points, but if details comments are being mailed to me, I will try to incorporate and how to integrate all those suggestions and comments, and specifically yours that is noted, country-specific recommendations are needed. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Many thanks. Thanks for your great presentation and your comments. Yeah. So let's move to the next paper, the economic impact of transport corridor in South Caucasus and the perspective of economic relations between CAREC region and European Union. So it will be presented by Ayhan Satiji. He is acting head of Turkic World Research Center. After his presentation, there will be discussion as well. Please, Ayhan.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the floor, dear discussants, the organizers, and our dear students, and all of the participants. Thank you for taking your time and coming here. Can we open? Yes. As mentioned, the topic of the article is the economic impact of the transport corridors in South Caucasus and the perspectives of the economic relations between the CAREC region and the European Union. So there are basically two authors who contributed to the ongoing of the realization of the paper. I am the head of the Turkic World Research Center in a government-affiliated think tank in Azerbaijan, and another author is Ayaz Musaibov, and he is also the head of the division in the government-affiliated think tank. So I would like to move to the more the practical part, how we have written the paper. And I'll go one by one, starting from the introduction. First of all, I'll start from the historical perspective, that the perspective that the CAREC region, primarily, we all are aware of this fact that CAREC region is primarily landlocked countries, which requires the regional connectivity in order to excel in the region in terms of the international trade, investments, etc., so on and so forth. So that's why the multimodal connectivity corridor serves to these purposes, and the regional integration is must. And coming to the historical perspective, we're all aware of the fact that the countries included in the CAREC region and on the way to the European Union, let's say in the middle corridor, has been historically the pathways of the Silk Road. And the Silk Road has been also the historical international trade route for centuries. And that's why there's a historical background and a precedent concerning all these facts. And in addition to it, we could also consider the natural resources that these countries possess, and adding the dissolution of the USSR and so on and so forth. And we can see the huge potential. And for the last last decades, we can also add the new geo-economic and geopolitical change in the Eurasian region. So it also increases the importance of the studies on this field, especially the between the CAREC region and the China, in the CAREC region and the European Union. So little deep dive into the CAREC 2013 plan. We could also reveal that operational cluster, which is dedicated to the CAREC's transport connectivity strategy and the development of the infrastructure and the economic connectivity. And when we come to the the last couple of years, we can realize that the ongoing situation, as I mentioned, the geopolitical and economic conditions has revealed the new opportunities. For instance, the trilateral agreement signed in South Caucasus by Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Russia, which increased the realization of the new corridor called the Zangezur corridor. So I'll move in one by one in that, but first of all, I would like to focus on the methodology. And in our methodology, we have focused on the interdisciplinary approach because these transport corridors have not been fully realized. That's why that's why conducting the more econometric models and the quantitative analysis would be very difficult. That's why we agreed with our co-author that that would be better if we focus on the social, economic, and political aspects of these transport corridors, including the Zangezur corridor. That's why the data collection both includes the qualitative in-depth interviews from the government officials and international organizations which are anonymous, but also descriptive statistic analysis, descriptive statistics. And we also applied the OECD DAC Development Assistance Committee evaluation criteria to the existing corridors, including the Zangezur corridor. And it's the ex-ante evaluations. It means that the project has not been realized, but we are also evaluating its effectiveness, efficiency, and implementation, and so on and so forth. Coming to the significance of the research, and it's important to note that the cooperation and economic ties within the CAREC region have been strengthened as a result of the deepening economic relations, as we mentioned after the new geoeconomic and geopolitical situations in these regions. And also the significance of the transport corridors, the switch alteration from the North Corridor, as our dear speakers and discussants have already mentioned, put pressure on the government officials and the states to focus on the middle corridor. And in that regard, the importance of the middle corridor increases much more. So it means that there's a new opportunity, and when we look at the regions, and we can realize that new opportunities arise not only Central Asia and also the South Caucasus. And this, from the South Caucasus perspective, as we say, the Zangezur corridor is one of the diversification routes to the middle corridor. And coming to the theoretical framework, we could mention the large-scale trans-regional projects. I will mainly here focus on the projects initiated by the Republic of Azerbaijan and in collaboration with the Central Asian countries and also with the South Caucasus countries. And in this regard, we can look at the diversified corridors, which diversified corridors hold a significant importance in terms of the bridging the east and west, and also the north and south. And the Zangezur corridor in this regard is one of the unique, although it's a small scale projects and does not exceed the more than 40 kilometers, but it's a, how to say, it's an important aspect to look at from the perspective of the security, transport security, because when we analyze the closure of the Suez Canal, that evergreen shipwreck, and recently we faced it, the world international trade experienced almost 10 billion lose or damage from the closure of the Suez Canal. In that regard, we realized that having the alternative routes means that there is a more chances to decrease, to facilitate the damage and to decrease the damage to the greater extent. And the China's Belt and Road Initiative in this regard is also the Zangezur corridor also provides to the China's Belt and Road Initiative. And from the other stakeholders' perspective in South Caucasus, including Armenia and also the neighboring countries, Russia and Iran, we could also emphasize the fact that this Russian South Caucasus Railway Company, as I mentioned, as it's written there, which manages the railways in Armenia, also has a commercial interest in the Zangezur corridor, because that this corridor is a new opportunity, which is between Armenia and Iran. It was estimated at 3.5 billion costly railway route. So the Zangezur corridor greatly, substantially decreases this cost and adds new stakeholders, Turkey and Azerbaijan and the Central Asian countries, which will the investment be highly, say, not efficient, let's say, highly collected from these stakeholders rather than the two stakeholders. So when we move to the Central Asia, we can see that, as our professor said, the CAREC corridors, and I would like to go one by one to the shortly CAREC corridors for our speakers and our discussants and the students who are not aware of the CAREC corridors. The CAREC corridor first aims to boost economic cooperation, and it connects the Central Asia from the East Asia to Europe. And meanwhile, CAREC corridors, second CAREC corridor connects the Europe, the Mediterranean, and East Asia. In addition to it, the CAREC corridor 3 passes through the Russia, the Middle East, and the South. Actually, it connects the Russia, Middle East, and the South Asia, involving Afghanistan, Kyrgyz Republic, Kazakhstan, and Tajikistan. And CAREC corridor 4 focuses on the Russia, Mongolia, and China. And in addition to it, CAREC corridor 5 it's established to connect the East Asia, Middle East, and South Asia. And from that point of view, the CAREC corridor 5 and 6, they are planned, and they are also so perceived to be interconnected with each other. And in that regard, the CAREC corridor 6 links the Europe, the Middle East, and South Asia through the 4 routes involving Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Iran, and Turkmenistan. And if we combine all these corridors, and if we put it on the map, which is available in our center's map, as I showed to one of our discussants, and it reveals that the importance of the Central Asia, South Caucasus is huge. And the role of this Central Asia and the South Caucasus, meanwhile, let's say the CAREC region have a very well connectivity, but this connectivity could be achieved if we apply the efficient and cost-effective measures, and that could be the that must promote the economy of scales. And our other speakers have already told that there are some certain micro and meso level problems, issues in terms of the transport and logistic perspectives. And if the governments and the private sector come and unite to deal with these problems, I would say that in a macro level, there is a high chance to make a regional connectivity between the CAREC region. And I will more focus on, this is the CAREC corridors and the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation's designated corridors. Some of them are not have not been yet realized, but they are the plans, and some of them are already in function. That's why we could see that it's how it covers the Central Asia and East to the West. So if we focus on the one by one and the international, if we switch from the East and West to the North and South transport route, we could also say emphasize the Iran's and Russia's role and the passing through the Azerbaijan. And I started my speech with the Zangezur corridor because Zangezur corridor also connects the north and south transportation corridor. As it's mentioned, the 8.3 kilometer railway Astara from Iran and Azerbaijan, it connects the Iran Azerbaijan, and after that Gazvin Rasht Astara railway project, which supports further the regional connectivity. And in a practical point of view, in 2018, a test drive from Russia to Iran by Azerbaijan has been was conducted, but due to some other geopolitical issues, the railway is not in function. But that doesn't mean that from the economic point of view that it's not efficient or effective. So from the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, we call it the middle corridor. It's also important that it passed from our regions, the CAREC countries, and let's say spanning from Southeast Asia, China, through Kazakhstan, Caspian Sea, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and ultimately reaching to the Europe. And the trade relations along the historical Silk Road is very huge. And the EU and the countries along the middle corridor handled, it's an interesting fact from the ADBI report in 2021. In 2018, the middle corridor handled over 120 million tons of goods, but only 2.2 million tons of goods transported by railway. This shows that it's a less use of potential, and there is an untapped potential which could be further extended, as it's mentioned, 18 million tons of the transportation of goods by railway. So I would like to mention that some researchers, some academicians believe that, or some government officials believe that the realization of the Zangezur corridor and diversification of it, the other corridors in South Caucasus is not possible. But when we look at the mega infrastructure projects in South Caucasus, we could realize that how important that Azerbaijan, Armenia, or Georgia, or other countries in neighboring countries have been committed to the development and implementation of mega infrastructure projects for years. One of them is the TANAP Southern Gas Corridor. Meanwhile, Southern Gas Corridor is divided into three parts. One is South Caucasus pipeline, and another one is the TANAP, which is a 1,850 kilometer long gas pipeline stretching from the Turkish province of Erzurum to Europe, and another one is the Trans-Adriatic Pipeline TAP, which connecting the TANAP at the Greek border. It shows that how our countries is important, and we also, I also want to emphasize that the gas and oils from the actually the oil from the Central Asia have been also transported to the South Caucasus and then shipped to the Europe. Via the certain multimodal routes of this corridor. And Azerbaijan also and Turkmenistan recently signed an agreement on gas exchange through Iran, and it's planned that 1.5 and 2 billion cubic meter of gas will be swapped from Turkmenistan via Iran to Azerbaijan during this year. And other similar projects, other similar agreements are have been conducting by other CAREC countries, and which serves to the economic of deepening the economic relations and regional connectivity. And another project we could mention, the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan, and the Baku-Tbilisi-Erzurum gas pipeline, also Baku-Tbilisi-Kars railway. And I wouldn't how to say emphasize by heart that all of these channels are cost effective. All of these channels are efficient in comparing with other routes, but at least they are realized, and at least these pipelines and these routes are now served to the purpose of the Central Asian and South Caucasus and the Europe's let's say interests, and in this geopolitical situation, of course. And I would like to also mention the fiber optic transmission lines, and it's also the part of the corridors, transport corridors. In modern contemporary world, we shouldn't focus on just the physical things. We should also focus on the digital connectivity, and having a leverage in the digital connectivity also serves to the regional connectivity. And the Trans-European Super Information Highway, which will be the one of the agreement signed between Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan, is aimed at a joint construction of the fiber optic transmission lines along the bottom of the Caspian Sea and via the Azerbaijan-Kazakhstan route. So the findings, I would like to move to the findings. And as I mentioned, the quantitative, we didn't conduct a quantitative analysis. We mostly focused on the descriptive statistics. But when what we have realized is that the two important findings is that Azerbaijan's geographical location, South Caucasus, let's say in this regard, location is very strategically positioned in proximity to the nations with substantial domestic markets, including Russia, Turkey, Iran, and Central Asia, and combined economic size of the countries exceeds 3 trillion USD. But if you look at also the trade relations between the EU and the China, we would also realize that import and export has been substantially increasing, even during the COVID-19 pandemic and afterward, and even during the supply chain demolition of the supply chain, the China and EU trade has increased. So from the perspective of the 20 TUs, let's say China-Europe-China trade route, and it has also been increasing for the past years, and the most recent data at the time the paper was written was 2021, and it even increases by geometrical order. 2 times and 3 times. And also, if we narrow down our descriptive analysis, we could realize that trade relations between the EU and the Central Asia somehow affected. And it shows that the economic integration between the Central Asia is not very well connected. And mainly these countries, South Caucasus and Central Asian countries, are reliant on the China's export and import. That's why it reveals that these nations, these countries, these states must consider that during the such difficult times, how they can overcome these difficulties. And we have also conducted a SWOT analysis, and I don't want to go one by one. It will take much of our time, but there are of course weaknesses, there are of course threats to the transport corridors in South Caucasus. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Ayhan. Yeah, great presentation. I would like to invite discussant, a great colleague, Hans, Chief Economist from CAREC Institute.
Thank you, Dima. Thank you. Hello, everyone, again. I was a little bit long before. I will be pretty brief and short. This time, I will name 3 strengths of the paper and 3 opportunities for improvement. So the strengths, in my view, was that you really had many arguments for the importance of the Zangezur corridor. So the Zangezur corridor is an important part of the Middle Corridor. We speak again about the Middle Corridor. Zangezur is a crucial part of it, and the strength of the paper is it shows that the Zangezur corridor is really important and has potential. The second good thing, in my view, is of course that you speak a lot about CAREC and show how to integrate CAREC into all this. So thanks a lot for this. The third strength of the paper, I think, is it's the timeliness. Both you mentioned the geopolitical situation, but also you speak about the projects underway. So also in this sense, timeliness. So actually, it's really something going on. here. So these are my three strengths. It has more, of course, this paper, but yeah, you have to read it yourself. So let me focus on these three. The three opportunities to improve. The one is, I mean, we speak about the Zangezur corridor, and I mean, the specifics, the paper is pretty data light, let me put it like this, on the specifics of the Zangezur corridor. I mean, I on purpose say opportunities for improvement. This means also future research, because I understand, of course, and you mentioned it, the limitations of the data availability, and I myself have the same problems. Nevertheless, I want to mention that the paper is data light on the specifics on the Zangezur corridor. Also, for example, I mean, you speak about the Suez Canal in comparison, and I mean, unless we show the economics and so on of this corridor, it's a bit far-fetched, because I mean, we will hopefully not have every second year an evergreen event. So still, I mean, basically, I think the Suez Canal is functional. So we would need to have some argumentation on this. Also, you speak about the trade between Europe and China, but as we know, most of this trade is seaborne, and only a fraction is overland, and we need to have some argumentation why there should be this overland transport, and what are the conditions that actually the overland transport is developing, and for what good. Again, I mean, we have all this problem. So again, it's a bit that light, and in some points not too really specific on the Zangezur corridor. The second one, as we also discussed a little bit before, the paper does not speak about how to organize the traffic on the Zangezur corridor. I mean, that there is nothing about who is running it, the stakeholders, how it should be organized. And I mean, in the situation of the Zangezur corridor, this is especially important to discuss, because you have involved Azerbaijan, Armenia, you have some interest from Iran on the issue. So we would need to have some idea how actually this corridor, Turkey is in some way interested. So how would this corridor be run without too much conflicts among the conflicting countries in the region also? So I think again on this question of how to operate it, who would be the stakeholders? I think you will have a chance to answer immediately. So just let me finish this. The third thing, and the third thing is there is basically no mentioning of the environmental impact. I think there might be a positive aspect, environmental aspect of the Zangezur corridor, in the sense that the transportation route are shortened. So there is some opportunity to use less emissions. However, there will be also negative impacts, of course. So, but we are now in this situation where everyone speaks about greening, and you even don't take the word. There's not a single word about it. So at least some greenwashing is needed and these are, but again, I mean, I understand there are limitations, and as I said, opportunities for improvement, meaning also future research. Thanks. All from my side.
Thank you, Professor. And those are so valuable comments and I'd say opportunities. And I'll start from the second one, because when we wrote the paper, actually we wrote how to run, how to organize the traffic in Zangezur corridor. It was the 3+3 platform, but that platform was tried but then rejected by the government. So it was on the agenda when the Zangezur corridor was a 3+3 platform. Is that Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenia is 3, and Russia, Turkey, Iran is another 3. So they would run the Zangezur corridor in this 3+3 platform, but then it was, let's say, didn't realize. So that's why we removed for this conference, and in our original paper, it was included. Then we didn't have much time to develop the new one, but we would consider your comments and add in the next one. The last one, C one, it's the let's say fact-based, and also I have to say shame myself that I haven't used any green words, but even in our 2013 action plan in national priorities, Azerbaijan, the Karabakh region is a green region. So everything will be green there, and everything. So maybe because of that reason, I haven't mentioned it. But certainly, I will include all even the strategic action plans have been written, and one by one, what's going to be there exactly, the which part of the Zangezur corridor, and it's outlined on the paper, strategic papers. Just need to cite and take there from. Thank you, your comments.
I would like to invite any questions. Please don't be shy. If any questions.
Добрый день. Спасибо большое за доклад. Мне очень понравилось. В принципе, по поводу коридора. Это несколько взглядов на одну и ту же картинку, и вы ее расширили, во всяком случае, для меня. У меня один только вопрос. В принципе,
Минутку подождите.
окей.
Maybe just phrase it.
I have only one question about this corridor. Which goods do you want to transport by this corridor? The focus of goods.
Thank you, your question. Actually, not only goods, I mean from our perspective, that the touchable things. And even I would mention that it's going to be railway and road. And the plan is that it's going to be railway and road, and they will be multimodal hubs, let's say. And one of the things that yesterday happened, actually, the Azerbaijan president, the Turkish president came together near the Zangezur corridor, and they started the construction, first phase of the construction of Nakhchivan-Iğdır pipeline. And they will be not only goods that which we imagine in ourselves in let's say cargos, and they will be pipeline also. And also Karabakh region has a very huge potential for green energy, and this huge potential has also been on the contract. And our president with the Eastern Europe and Central Europe presidents and the head of the countries came together, and they are planning to export from the Karabakh region via the Zangezur corridor the green energy to the Europe.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Please don't be shy.
Thank you for the report. It was very interesting. Why does the corridor take so long to build if it started a long time ago?
Actually, the idea came to the surface, let's say, in 2020. After the trilateral agreement between Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Russia, due to the certain relations, geopolitical conditions, it takes some time. But we could certainly say that it's in the last phase of the realization. Almost from Azerbaijan perspective, the roads and railways have been constructed, and even the economic zone. Aras economic zone, I forgot the exact name of the economic zone. Special economic zone is placed even on the Zangezur corridor from Azerbaijan side. We are just waiting for our stakeholders to join us and to implement the projects.
Thank you very much. So, if no more questions?
To your question, we could add one more. The Zangezur corridor used to be functional during the USSR period. And then after the dissolution of the USSR, the Zangezur corridor also was dissolved. But in 2020, the agenda re-emerged.
Thank you very much. I think we can move to the next paper. And thank you so much. Ayhan and Hans, thank you. So I would like to invite next paper by Kamalbek Karımşakov. He is Vice Rector of Kyrgyz-Turkish Manas University. He came from Bishkek. So, and he will present paper on microeconomic foundation of enhancing transport corridor evidence, firm performance from Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. Yeah, thank you so much. And we have wonderful discussant, Ruchi Shibasaki. He is associate professor from University of Tokyo. Kamalbek.
Thank you, Dina. Hello, everybody, and thank you, organizers, for the invitation. And today we are happy to present the preliminary draft of the paper that presents the results of our research. And this is a co-authored paper. As you see, the Dina is also a co-author. So if you have some difficult questions, please ask Dina. Okay. First of all, from the morning sessions, we have a lot of discussions about the transport corridors, economic corridors, as Dr. Hans clearly noted about this, and about the transit of goods. But, well, providing being the bridge between the, let's say, from the China to Europe and between the two continents is good thing. But what about producing and selling the goods for those countries who are lying along this corridor? So we tried to come up with a bit different perspective for this idea and to look at what about those firms who are located among the selected economies where we have a data, and what about the internal infrastructures? We see some discussions in the previous session also about the urban infrastructure. I mean, it's just an example. So we know fundamentally that the transport corridors are really important for the international trade. But from the local economic perspective, we should also bear in mind that it's also important for those economies lying along this corridor to sell output, to export, to work very well, to utilize the capacity in full terms. So we from the previous literature, we also know that some empirical studies point out the significance of infrastructure for firm performance. And so the basic motivation for our paper was that angle, that infrastructure and resources for sustainable development at the country level should be explored as well. So we use the data for 3 countries, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, because we tried to look at those, as I noted, from this CAREC corridors, and we see that the data actually that we use from the World Bank was available for these countries. In that, there are some other countries also, if I'm not wrong, Mongolia. And these empirical data analyses are based on the data for 2019 and 2021, but it varies over the countries. So it's a brief information about the data. It's a World Bank Enterprise Survey, but what makes a bit different for the COVID case, they do have in 2019 the baseline survey. As always, they were asking standard questions about the difficulties, obstacles, and the other question about the obstacles on transportation, customs and regulations, and infrastructure access, and so on and so on. That's an interesting indicators to analyze. But during the COVID time, they had a follow-up survey. So the follow-up survey is trying to get those firms which were observed during the pre-COVID period that I am saying as a baseline survey in 2019. And they asked about different indicators of performance. What about your sales? What about your, I don't know, export activities? What about the capacities that you utilized, and so on? So our idea was to merge these two period data set in that. In that we use a cross-sectional one-year data, but those obstacles questions were only asked during the pre-COVID or baseline survey, as we called in this paper. And we see this baseline survey dates for the Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, and also the follow-up survey, as we note here, the round 1, and in that there is a round 2 also. But in that case, if you construct the panel data on the baseline survey, we have the standard indicators which was asked only once, so that were not making sense in that. But in our other papers, we also tried that version, working with the 2 waves, but in that the only thing that we have in the second wave was that firms probably were more adapted to the new realities, I mean new COVID conditions, and their performance were even better. So how we measure the firm performance? We took the sales. There was a question if your sales increase or decreases. So we create a dummy variable if it has an increase. So it equals or it equals to 1, and otherwise it equals to 0. So in the same manner, we have liquidity, the cash flow issues or not. I mean, if it has increased or not, and also some questions about the general working regime, like how many hours you work as a firm. So if it's increased or not. And we have these 3 indicators are dummy variables like 0 or 1. So that's why we used for this model as a probit model. For the share of total export and share of direct export, we used a Tobit model also for the capacity utilization. So they are given in the export indicators are given in terms of as percentage of the total share. So that's only here noted as a probit regression model, but in that, as I noted, we used also Tobit for those indicators shown in an export or as a share. So that's our output indicators or outcomes. So what about, say, explanatory variables? So we have a vector of explanatory variables. So we have different variables of our interest. So we took, as it was asked, as a transport, if it was an obstacle or not. But I would like to note these obstacle questions were asked before the COVID. So the idea was to look, what about those firms who were complaining about the transportation, for example, or the customs and regulations during the COVID, how they performed. Also, electricity, access to finance, and we assume here that probably those obstacles didn't change in a very short period of time. So if you are asking right before the COVID-19 and during the COVID-19, probably it didn't perform the radical change in terms of the obstacle. So, but another indicators coming from the follow-up survey, temporary closure, whether it was or not, production adaptability, ways they adapted the production process to the new realities or not, if they receive the government support or not, if they practice the online sales or not. Maybe we added the online sales again, but sometimes it's better for the services or food sector actually. So we had I tried different version of the estimations, and what was interesting that for the food sector it was a good performance. You know that those were for maybe during the COVID-19 period, the most of the food sector firms performed very well, who could go online. So sorry for this. And others experience of manager, gender of manager, foreign ownership, competition, firm sector, and also countries, armies, and firm location, whether it was a large city, small city, and so on. Just as some descriptive statistics, I think the upper side is not here, but you see the different indicators about average share of firms choosing access to finance as an obstacle. You see the difference by countries, okay, and B about the average share firms choosing customs and trade regulations as an obstacle. We see that if I'm not wrong, the last one Kazakhstan was showing, but no, Azerbaijan is most of the firms in average terms, 20% of them are showing that, indicating that it's an obstacle, and that, and we have other indicators like transportation and also the electricity. Empirical results, what we have, and that was interesting for us also, contradictory to our expectations. So, well, for the total sample, it has a strong statistical significance, but some effect on the medium firms. The transport has, if the firm indicates that it had an issue with the transportation before the COVID-19, but for the liquidity, I think that was liquidity, yeah, liquidity question, it had a good position, what was interesting. So probably for those firms, that was not a transportation issue within the country, but rather the customs and regulations. So we see in some indicators, but that was for the small firms. And access to finance also in terms of the liquidity has a negative impact. That means that most firms who had a difficulty in getting the finance even before the COVID-19, probably the situation didn't change and even get worse off during the COVID-19, and it was really affected their performance. And almost for the sales, we see the access to finance some impact, but that does not show the strong significance. And also for the export share, what is interesting, we have customs and regulations, some for small firms, positive impact, but for the larger firms, it has a really negative impact. So this divergence between the firms may be that unfortunately, we do not have a very detailed picture what happened during the COVID-19. Probably those firms who are operating as a small firms during the COVID-19 somehow could get their I don't know, border clearance, or I don't know, some other things more faster than the larger firms. So we need more evidence about this. But what is clear from this side is access to finance. And we see in most of the estimation results, it's clear that access to finance was crucial for the firm performance in terms of reflecting the negative effect. And somehow the customs and trade regulations also negatively affected the large firms. And no, sorry. So what I can say in broad terms is that the customs and trade regulation increase the probability of liquidity decline and may decrease their direct export. But as I noted, this effect may vary over the firm size. And access to finance is a real barrier for the most of the firms. And I think this issue is continuing on, given the further supply chain disruptions and geopolitical shifts. And recent economic some fluctuations, including exchange rate fluctuations, maybe in some countries, and interest rates. And another point is about the negative impact of electricity access. So in our other papers also, it was evident that in generally, if the firm has some difficulties in electricity access or more outages during the last fiscal year, it has some negative effect on not only on the direct export or export activities, but in general capacity utilization also. So that's might be, you know, for the industrialization, for the stable supply chain and production, the access to electricity is also important. So what I can say is somehow access to finance and customs and trade regulations have significant impact on firm performance. In some cases, small firms are better off, but in some cases, they do have more difficulties than the medium and large firms. But it may vary by the country experience. Why I'm saying this one, because as we know from the morning sessions, that the Kazakhstan economy mostly represented by the medium firms, but like small economies probably mostly represented by the small firms. So these policy challenges might be a bit different. So I think that's all what I could share with you today. If you have some questions, you can also send me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kamalbek. It's my great pleasure to introduce our discussant, Professor Yusha Shibasaki, who kindly agreed to discuss our paper and, of course, came to Kazakhstan all the way from Tokyo. He's professor at very famous University of Tokyo. It's in the list of top universities, not only in Japan, it's very famous in Japan, but also globally, very famous top university. So I highly appreciate, I would not imagine you, especially you are such a busy professor at University of Tokyo, your time is so precious, but this journey to Kazakhstan takes whole 1 day here and 1 day back, but you agreed to spend your time. So we highly appreciate, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I prepared my comment file so that anyone. How to access it. Anyway, nice to meet you. Good afternoon. I'm Ryuichi Shibasaki, Associate Professor of the University of Tokyo. And actually, as Dina-san said, this time we conducted some global simulation. We developed a global logistics simulation model and then applied to focus on the impact of the middle corridor this time. So that the end of the last session, my student Yuki, he will give a presentation for our research. Anyway, so yeah, and actually, yes, this morning we arrived from Georgia, so we conducted some field trip, including Turkey and Georgia, about 2 weeks. We visited many places like CAREC in the logistics center at the end of BTK railways, or Al-Hakarak in Georgia, Mersin Port, Ceyhan Port in Turkey, Poti, Batumi, and Anaklia in the Georgia, and so on. So, anyway, so this is the kind of trip of the chain trip of the our field survey. So anyway, So yes, I'd like to give a comment about your paper. But actually I'm engineer, and we are some modeler, so that I'm not good at some microeconomic theory, so that maybe my comment is not so significant. But anyway, yes, so for my understanding, the abstract of your paper is based on the enterprise survey before the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's a follow-up survey during the pandemic conducted by the World Bank. The factors that impact the firm performance, including the trade status in 3 countries, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, are estimated by the profit regulation and the profit models. Especially focus on the difference in the farm size. So, in my understanding, I summarized the 3 major findings from your paper. The first point is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on farms' performance were different by farm size, industrial sectors, and countries. And the second point is the access to finance is the most significantly negatively impact the farm's performance, including the liquidity, sales, work hours, and export shares, and especially for the small farms. And the third point is the customs and trade regulation also impacts farms' liquidity and export shares negatively or positively. It depends on the cases. So this is it is difficult to see, but anyway, please look at these slides. So I prepared 3 kinds of questions to you. The first one is I'd like to confirm the necessity of the profit regulation and the profit models, especially why the profit regulation model is used instead, not the logistics regulation model. Logistics regulation model is more popular, I think. And the second point is, yes, you are one of your major findings is the difference between the farm sizes. So regarding the difference in farm sizes, in your result, the custom and the trade regulations positively impact export shares for smaller farms. So it is a little bit curious for me. So could you explain about that? And then the next question is what is some possible approach to improve the access to finance for smaller farms? Because access to finance, in your conclusion, the access to finance for smaller farms is very important. So how to improve the situation? And then last one is that I also interested in the difference in countries. So as you show, the Azerbaijan is much easier to access the finance, and such kind of differences can be found. So yes, I understand the economic structure in these 3 countries are different. So are there any other findings in the difference between these countries from the model result? This is the first question. And the second question is this research framework is it possible to apply to other countries in the CAREC region? And any expectation if you apply to this model to other countries? So this is my question. So that if you possible, could you answer? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for your valuable comments. Of course, in one of the conference, one of the speakers for saying that about the discussions. You are empirical economists. You can do every regressions. Like if they're melting down the iceberg in the Atlantic Ocean and the inflation, if you find the positive correlation, you will say that there is a correlation. Of course, these empirical things always different. Why I'm saying this? Sometimes we need it's a country level evidence, as you made a trip, and we need the more country level context. But that was really contradictory result about the transport and sometimes about just customs and regulations by the firm size. So, but in our previous experience also, that was the case probably when the firm owners, about the small firms, because the representative of the firm going through the interview, because it's a questionnaire-based interview, they might be, I don't know, subjective perception. They might be, you know, their perception about the customs and regulation a bit differently than the larger firms, because large firms, in a normal terms, they do have probably the more power in legal operations, more power in standardized operations than the small size firms. But as these obstacle questions were asked before the COVID, but during the COVID, you know, after the first wave of the COVID, the food prices and everything was going on, and probably the demand for the production of the small firms were increasing. So that might be a bit slightly different correlation and the results. So for the access to finance, I do not have a standard approach. As you noted, each country has different contexts. Like Azerbaijan and maybe Georgia has completely different structure of the economy. So, but from the international experience, a general approach for the small firms, especially the increasing the access to finance might be standard popular approach, like, I don't know, even enhancing the financial technologies and so on. And also including the capacity building, because sometimes, as far as I know from some enterprises, in Kyrgyzstan case, small firms, they were, you know, some line of financing, providing the loans without any interest rates. Even the small firms were not enough informed about this case, and they do have take into account they need to enhance their skills and how to apply for that and how to utilize it and how to report for that. So that might be an issue. And yes, it can be applied for other countries, but the data, as we come to the empirical study, the data is really important. But maybe as Dr. Roman Mogilevsky noted about the CPMM data set, it's more updated, but it provides mostly on the, you know, border management, not at the firm level. But I'm not sure about whether the World Bank survey data now updated as a follow-up or as a baseline survey, but it's really interesting. About whether it was a probit or logit model, yes, it can be a logit model, but technically there is only one assumption about this IRR assumption about between the probit and logit, and the convergence in the probit was much more faster. That's why, just a technical point, but I don't think these differences will be a very large from the logit regression. Yeah, thank you very much.
I would like to invite questions, please. Oh, please, Elena, thank you. I'm glad you asked.
Actually, it's very interesting report and investigation, and I have several questions. Why these three countries were chosen for this investigation? The first one, when you speak about the size of firms, what do you mean? The level of the income, the number of employees, or what parameters were as a main for this size dividing, yeah? And the other third question, it's about the industry sectors of these firms. Are they trading companies? Are they manufacturing companies or transport companies? What kind of? Thank you.
It's very important to explain our data well, right? So for analysis, it's always important to explain.
Thank you very much. Why these 3 countries only? Because we have data for these countries, because I mean, at the follow-up survey, not all the countries are available. And also these countries, as a CAREC countries also, you know, in the way of this middle corridor. So that's why. And the second point was about the firm size. It was a standard definition by the World Bank that they are using for the collection of this data. Because we knew that this firm size definition, according to the national agencies, might differ.
But based on number of employees.
Yes, it was based number of employees, but even that, if we will practice under the national standards, it may change. So, but that's why, in order to apply the common approach, we use what was the World Bank using.
It's 1 to 10, it's small, 10 to 100, I think, medium, above 100 large, I think, something like that.
Yeah. And also about the industries, yes, all the industries, also they do have the codes for the industries, transport, trade, services, hotels even, I mean, but if I'm not wrong, let me check, but we were excluding those like hotels and so on, because, you know, they are for the exporting activities, they are not practicing, that's why we excluded some, you know, sectors that probably are not directly involved to that exporting activities.
Yeah, World Bank exclude oil and gas. Any extractive industry excluded from World Bank survey.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some sectors so different, so then they just exclude it. Yeah, you're right. This is very good questions. And what else was asked? That's it? Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. And yeah, also Professor Yusuf, very nice questions. Yeah, I also like this strategy. You both of you ask about data, so I also like, because like Kamalbek said, you can give any econometrics, whatever, but we have to explain the data behind. So I want to add comment. Some results were kind of strange, and me and Kamalbek were like, how to explain them? They don't make sense. They should be opposite, should be negative. So I think the reason for that, because this is data self-reported, the way how World Bank collects data, it's a survey, the companies self-report. And when they ask these questions about access to finance, custom and trade regulations, access to electricity, what else, access to transport, these are all like perception, company perception. So what do they think? They might think that custom and trade really bad, very strong barrier, but in reality, maybe not, we don't know. So this is just their perception. How would you rate from 1 to 4, how bad, how strong barrier this access to finance, custom trade, transport and electricity for your business? And they can say 4 means major barrier, severe barrier, or 4 like big, just barrier, big barrier, and could be 1 like very small barrier. Yeah, this is self-report. And maybe some companies, maybe something wrong with this self-reporting, right? Perception. Maybe they think that, oh, if I say this is really bad, maybe they will do something, you know? Like maybe they don't want to say everything is great, so that, you know, it's a perception. Yeah, so you rightly notice, that's why it doesn't make sense, yeah, some results, yeah. So I don't know how we will proceed. Very good comments, because this is working paper, we want to improve it. But I think this, explaining this data well to people, it's important. Yeah, thank you. Questions, please. Oh, thank you, Roman.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question, follow-up of what you just said. I think it is very important assumption in the papers that these obstacles haven't changed much during the pandemic process, so between the waves of the surveys. That's very important. First, I wouldn't take this for granted, really. because we know that during pandemic, some of our countries experienced significant issues with transportation. China became much more difficult partner than before, for example, and in some other places we had closures on international, especially in 2020, it was like almost everywhere. So I don't think you can find data on that, but commenting on that would be useful, at least. And secondly, moreover, that what Dina just said, that it is perceptions. Well, objective situation may not change much, but perceptions can change easily, right? So again, so I invite you to just respond on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roman. Yes, we understand that it might be a strong assumption, but the first one, yes, data is not available for the follow-up survey, which obstacles to what extent are a real problem or not. But somehow, when we were constructing our assumption or idea, you know, all these COVID things from the economic philosophy, it's an exogenous shock. I mean, exogenous shock for everybody, without selecting any person or any individual. Yes, but within this exogenous shock, each firm may behave differently. So somehow, maybe with the later waves of the survey, we can check this, what will happen, really. But what's interesting, not in this paper, recently we tried with this data with much more countries, like including even the Russia, even the Baltic countries, if I'm not wrong. When we tried to look those firms who reported before the COVID-19 that they have a good access to internet, they have a good strategy of firm development, and we tested their performance during the COVID-19, they performed very well. Especially we selected on the food sector, and they developed and grew. I mean, somehow these are preconditions, and they are reflected in their firm further performance. But I fully agree with you, those regulations things, because they are changing every time. So even every quarter, we see this in the CPMM practices. And the third point, and the second point about the perceptions, yes, you are right. In every questionnaire-based survey, that the perceptions change subjectively. But in this data, what was interesting, you know, or even not the follow-up survey, but before surveys, baseline surveys, only those firms who are actively engaged in the international trade, indicating these customs and regulations as a problem and so on. But other firms who are not very well engaged in international trade, but mostly maybe focus on the local labor, local market, then they don't care about this maybe. And you know, the perceptions are changing over time. Now food security is high. I mean, in a global agenda, so that might be priority will be the different topic, but still the same issue, but maybe the topic in a priority terms is lagging behind. So yes, you're right. We fully agree with you. Thank you.
Thanks. Many thanks, Elena, Professor Yushi, and Roman for excellent comments. We will try to improve our paper. I'm sure this will help. So thank you, Kamalbek. Let's move to our next session, or next paper, sorry. It is unfortunately, we have very great expert, Professor Richard Pomfret, but unfortunately, due to time schedule, he couldn't join online. So we have pre-recorded from him. Professor Richard Pomfret, he's Professor of Economic Emeritus from University of Adelaide from Australia, and he is very well known expert on this, on our region and CAREC corridors.
Hello everybody from Australia. First of all, thank you to the organisers from Australia to participate in this East-West Logistics Forum. Yeah, and secondly, my sincere apologies for not being in Almaty in person. In recording this video in August, first of all, thank you missing out on benefiting the invitation to participate several closely related papers East-West Logistics already been presented by the time you hear it. And secondly, moving on to sincere my apologies for not being, which will present the paper that has been available. I hope you'll be encouraged to read the paper, which has a much more detailed account of my argument, and also video in August. I'm certainly missing out on benefiting from the several closely related papers that have already been presented by the time you hear this. Moving on to my own PowerPoints, which will present the paper that has been available. I hope you'll be encouraged to read the paper, which has a much more detailed account of my argument, and also much of the data and the references are in the paper, which I will skip over in the PowerPoint presentation. So the themes of my PowerPoint are that international supply chains are dependent on the ease of crossing borders and efficient connectivity in terms of price, speed and reliability. And this is the story behind the development of the rail links between Europe and China, which really start in the 2000s and become important after 2011 when regular services are put in place. And what we see through the 2010s is that the rail land bridge was resilient despite deteriorating EU-Russia relations after 2014, despite some disagreements between the EU and China, despite the COVID-19 epidemic. And yet, what we see in 2022 and 2023 is that there's a severe disruption to these links after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and traffic growth more or less stalls. There's some disagreement about exactly how much traffic continues, but certainly the rapid growth of previous years stops. What my paper is planning to do is to analyse the response of supply chain managers in 2022-2023 to the war and the sanctions, and examine the role of public policy in creating reliable alternative routes. And we'll see that the CAREC countries are anxious to participate in this most immediately. The revenues from transit fees are significant, but much more important, I think, is the potential for providing the environment in which diversification of the CAREC economies can take place with better rail connections, better transport costs, more reliable services, and so on. So the outline of the paper is that, first of all, I'll describe the expansion of trade along the rail land bridge. Essentially, this is updating material in a previous EDBI volume that came out in 2021, which essentially took the story up to CAREC, really, up to COVID. Key part of that argument is that the hard infrastructure was already in place, and what was really needed for the land bridge to take off was collaboration over schedules and rules among the rail companies, agreement on transit rules, and an increase in demand that started in the 2000s with particularly European car companies in China wanting reliable delivery for components to their factories, and electronics companies in China looking for rapid connections to their marketing centers in Europe. Both the car and the electronics companies are, I think, key value chains where we have components that are valuable enough to be worth paying extra to avoid them sitting essentially, big inventories sitting in transit. So the companies were willing to pay for faster service, but not pay the cost of air freight, which is substantially higher. What we see is that the main lines between 2011 and 2022 pretty much all transit Russia, and they go north of the Caspian Sea. I'll look in the second section of the paper at some efforts by China and the European Union to develop alternative routes, despite the disadvantages of having to make a crossing over the Caspian Sea or potentially to go through Iran. The reason for doing that is fairly clear, that it would prevent any holdout along the route by countries trying to increase their rates to use their essentially monopoly position. What we see in fact happens is that those alternative routes develop very slowly until last year, until 2020-22, when we have a disruption following the war in Ukraine, and we have intensified search for alternative routes, which will be analysed and described in section 3. And the extent of this search, to me, indicates the value of the rail connections and the resilience of supply chains. And in the fourth, the last substantive section, I relate these developments to the economic prospects of CAREC members. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, there is a potential for increased revenues. These are not trivial. They're in the case of Kazakhstan, they're estimated at somewhere between $2 and $4 billion a year before COVID. And secondly, and I think much more important though in the long term, is whether trade facilitation can support diversification of what have remained essentially resource exporting economies looking to diversify into other areas. And then the final section draws conclusions. So, first of all, just pretty much the only data I'm going to give in the presentation, we see there's a rapid increase in the growth along the land bridge. There's some issues about data that are discussed in the paper, but we see that this starts from essentially 0 trains, the odd train going along this route before 2011 when the service begins. Probably the most frequently referred to data come from the UTLC, the alliance of the Kazakh, Russian and Belarus railways, who trace a number of containers, 20-foot container equivalents. And we see this rapid growth, almost doubling almost each year through the 2000s. When we get to COVID, in 2020, 2021, actually the rate of growth is even faster because although the trains keep running, shipping services, maritime services are disrupted, road services are disrupted, air services are disrupted by the importance of requirements to change drivers, to change planes, to use quarantine and so on, that really didn't affect the rail transport anywhere near as much. The engines change at the border. It's just the containers that keep on going through. So we see this very rapid growth during this decade. As I mentioned at the beginning, it starts off with the value chains, the car value chains, the electronics value chains, but then there's a virtuous circle as more services are provided. Companies like DHL and FedEx or UPS start providing service of part container loads, putting together full containers from several customers. Refrigerated containers make it possible to start moving some agri-food products, agricultural products. Multimodal connections made it so you can use the terminal at Duisburg in Germany or Yiwu in China, and it's a very smooth connection to other parts of the destination country. As I mentioned earlier, there was this disruption from COVID, affected air, road and sea much more than rail transport, and we see that to some extent it might have been that the rail transport even becomes more efficient as digitalization and paperless trade are accelerated by the demands of COVID. We see at the same time, I've identified as primarily as the period between 2016 and 2021, we see some attempt to search for alternative routes. And the EU had promoted the Traseka route in the 1990s. This had not been very popular due to the changes in mode of going by rail, then sea, by rail, by sea, by rail, crossing both the Caspian and the Black Sea. After 2016, China also tries to develop alternatives. As soon as the UN sanctions on Iran were eased off in 2016, within a month, a train is going from China to Tehran. And we see other improvements happening listed in the paper. But through this period, although there's a desire to diversify, the other routes do not really compete with the more seamless routes overland through Russia, which continue to dominate. The economic case for route diversification, as I mentioned in the beginning, is clearly to try to avoid being held up by transit countries charging higher fees. But the benefits of the overland route were offset that difficulty. The invasion of Ukraine changed the calculations. Almost immediately, sanctions started to bite. In a sense of payments in Russia were subject to sanctions by the EU, the United States and other countries. The Russian rail company was included in the sanctions after just a few days after the invasion. Freighters might worry about their insurance coverage when there are active war provisions, and so on. So there was an expectation that the rail traffic along the land bridge would be disrupted. And alternatives were sought immediately. We see already in February 2022, there was a train going from China to Istanbul, and then the containers went by sea to Trieste to avoid delays in Southeast Europe. This highlights the difficulties of the middle corridor, the corridor going across the Caspian Sea, of needing this double sea crossing, this changing up of from sea to rail to sea to rail and so on. At the same time, there are some advantages in that this more southern route opens up maybe a gateway to the Middle East and North Africa, as well as being perhaps more convenient for transport to Southeast Europe. How feasible is it to scale up these alternative routes? Well, we see fairly quickly this map showing that this route going, the green line going to Istanbul, and then the white line going up through the Adriatic Sea to Trieste. The real problem with this route is that the limited number of boats going across the Caspian Sea and the state of some parts of the connections. So the congestion on the rail line in Turkey, or more importantly, perhaps, congestion in the ports in Romania as traffic is shifted from Ukraine to neighbouring ports. And so we see immediately that there are increases in the number of boats operating across the Caspian Sea, but the numbers are such that what we see is even with 5 ships operating instead of 2 on the Caspian Sea, they're only able to carry about maybe 5% of the total traffic that was operating on the northern corridor. As I mentioned before, there are other congestion problems. So we see there's a fairly difficult process of scaling up, but we also see that Central Asian exporters do start to make use of the Trans-Caspian route for new exports. And Kazakhstan has, of course, used the Trans-Caspian route for many years to export bulky products like grain, oil, minerals, uranium. But the popularity of the route was increased by the war. And we see new exports. For example, one that was well documented was a train of 20 containers of lentils going to Turkey in January 2023. Even clearer is the use by Uzbekistan, which previously had not using these rail routes before, but in 2022 we see start to use it to send fertilizers across to Romania, obviously to the European Union. In December 2022, the train goes with copper concentrates for Bulgaria. Another trainload of fertilizers going to Lithuania, presumably to the port in Lithuania to go to Sweden or Germany. And coming in the other direction, train from Turkey bringing household appliances to Tashkent. How does this affect the economic prospects of CAREC members? The immediate thing is the prospect of earning the transit fees, essentially export of transport services. I think it's become clear that these have been substantial for Kazakhstan over the 2010s. Turkey has an official goal of capturing 30% of the land bridge traffic, essentially because of the transit fees. We can also see that there are potential gainers and losers because it depends which actual routes are used. I mean, prospects of changing the way of going across the Caucasus could affect Georgia or affect Azerbaijan, Armenia. Perhaps the most important new development, I think, is a new southern route that was being thought about for many years, but I think the war has been the stimulus to actually get moving on this. It was announced at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit last September. And this is a route from Kashgar in western China through the Kyrgyz Republic to Uzbekistan. So this is this little route at the bottom here, this brown route. It cuts several days off the route going across to Turkmenistan and then across the Caspian. obviously favours Turkmenistan's port over Aktau. Kashgar itself is an important terminus not shown on this map, in that many new lines have been built from Kashgar going east to the large cities of China, and it is also potentially the northern terminus of the China-Pakistan economic corridor. So this, I think, is an important potential new development. And we could also see, looking further ahead in terms of these southern corridors, the potentials for creating rail networks going through Afghanistan, through Iran, depending on part, at least, on political circumstance. Overall, then, the benefits are that there are potential winners, and there may be some losers, but I think the crucial thing is, there's part of this is the transit fees, but the crucial thing is the opportunities for diversifying the economies of the CAREC countries, particularly the Central Asian Caucasus countries. So, just to move quickly to a conclusion, as I'm running out of time, the rapid evolution of the land bridge highlights the importance of appropriate connectivity for international supply chains. This, I think, is very clear in the rapid growth. The German car companies continue to be major users of the land bridge, a classic supply chain, but many others are now starting to be documented. And the long-term prospects for rail freight, I think, are positive because it's clearly much more environmentally friendly mode of international transport than ships or planes. The carbon emissions for 100 kilograms sent by rail are much less than by sea or by air. And the CAREC region will continue to benefit from this through the transit fees. Also, most importantly, that improved infrastructure is crucial to making it possible to diversify exports away from the fairly narrow bundle of primary products that have dominated Central Asian exports. So sorry that I got a bit rushed towards the end. I hope people will read my paper. Comments, suggestions or questions are very, very much welcomed, and I look forward to seeing the other papers in this forum and to hearing back from some of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, although Professor Pomfret is not here, but we will pass this video, and that's why it's very important that Radha kindly agreed to provide discussion. So Radha Minesheva is a local expert, and she's head of project department of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport Central Asia.
Can I have my presentation? Yeah, before that, good afternoon, everyone. I've seen everyone since the morning. I know everyone is tired, and there's been so many perspectives, so many information, but I really enjoyed it today. I'm still enjoying because hopefully there will be a good result after this workshop. So thank you for presenters, great presentations, and as well as great discussions and yet to come. So my name is Radha, as Dina suggested, if I could get my presentation. So it's an honor actually to be a discussant for Mr. Pomfret because he has a huge baggage of published paper on Central Asia, and it's actually a challenge to challenge his paper because I've been citing his works at my university works, so it's an honor and a challenge. So can I have my presentations? So here, well, I will start then. So he actually already gave the substantial insight into his paper. It's a great paper, and once it gets published, I really recommend because it's very readable to broader audience. I'll be mentioning in my comments. So he has given his outline already, but I wanted to sort of give a side perspective from a different perspective as a summary. Oh, this is okay. So the paper effectively sets the stage by explaining the importance of CAREC work that Professor Roman was actually mentioning, and that is underused, under-researched, I think, which is great for the future research. So paper also gives a good explanation of the importance of efficient connectivity, time, cost, and reliability in global supply chain, which is very vital to the CAREC region as well. Also, what is important, the study effectively incorporates historical context to different corridors that has been mentioned in the paper. Also elaborates about the expansion of the traditional land bridge, which is a traditional corridor that we've been using, and the importance of the development of alternative corridors for the CAREC countries. And obviously illustrates supply chain resilience, as he mentioned in his outline. And also he emphasized the rapid growth of traffic and increased speed in rail corridors connecting China and Europe, and the recent changes to the rather unfortunate situation that has brought attention to the middle corridor that we have been discussing back and forth today. Well, I guess, yeah, later I'll be stopping by about that. And one very important aspect in this paper that it provides a balanced analysis by acknowledging the improvements in rail connectivity can have winners and losers among countries. This recognition of trade-offs adds depth into the future research, I believe. So most important is that paper is well structured as usual, informative, concise, but covers all the important parts that has to be given to a, for example, to a reader who is not from the industry or the academia and has no idea what. So just reading this paper, he'll get all the picture. So just would like to stop on my recent observation from the travel to the Caucasus part of the middle corridor members, because we've been discussing, and the middle corridor, I think, is something that we cannot avoid, so I don't want to miss out on this as well. So we've been discussing about the shortcomings of the middle corridor from the Kazakhstani part, the infrastructure under development, and especially the environmental deterioration of the Caspian Sea, and these are the future obstacles that has to be taken into account. But at this point, there is also big obstacles from vessel unreliability, because the ships from the Caspian Sea only move from Aktau once they are fully loaded. That makes it not scheduled sort of shipments, so which is a very big constraint, I believe. Also, railway capacity in is another constraint in Caucasus section. To the best of my knowledge, it's only 15 million tons at this moment. And with our future perspective to the development, it's a huge constraint at this point. So another part is imbalanced traffic flow, empty backhauls, because as we all know, from west to east, there is a bigger import, and on the return, it's only 20% of field. And another constraint is transloading results that, oh, I'm so sorry. I have, see, thanks for paying attention. So yeah, another constraint is that transloading results in lower efficiency of Teeter Road, because shipping lines who own the sea containers are reluctant to send the containerized cargoes to Central Asia due to the long return time. As such, most containers are unstuffed at Poti or Batumi, and then the goods are transloaded onto trains or trucks. This increases obviously time and costs during the Teeter transportation. So limited container yard capacity results in the need to move containers to off the docks, which again increases the time and cost as well, and the shortage of quality warehouse facilities on seaports. But on the brighter side, there are future plans that are very promising, and according to the Secretary General of Trans-Caspian Transport Road, Mr. Gaidar Abdikerimov, there are planned of 6 billion euros investment in coming 5 years, which will hopefully eliminate the bottlenecks. And also there is available, I think, work plan that was signed by 4 member countries for synergic elimination of the bottlenecks on the Teeter Road. So I just thought this is worth mentioning, because we have been discussing, but there is an actual observation that after the travels to the member seaports. So the future research suggestions coming up from this paper would be the intra-regional trade and economic diversification. So researching the patterns and potential for intra-regional trade among CAREC member countries, assess the economic diversification opportunities arising from improved connectivity and the infrastructure within the region. Another one that I thought would be examine the integration of CAREC country into global value chain and assess the impact of regional integration efforts on trade flows, economic growth and competitiveness since the disruption of the land bridge. So it's like a very future research opportunity. And also analysis of the policy frameworks and regulations, because based on my work experience, it actually illustrates that these are one of the main obstacles in seamless transit road, on the example of middle corridor again. So yeah. And yeah, I have some questions, but as Mr. Pomfret is not here, I'm not aware whom to ask actually. Maybe Mr. Hans can help as a chief economist to certain questions of mine. What do you think, Mr. Hans? About the winners and losers and the potential.
Pessimistic, but let me read the question.
So the first question is the transit fees and revenue sharing that Mr. Pomfret mentioned in his dissertation or in his paper. How might the changing landscape of alternative corridors affect the distribution of fees, and what are the potential implications for the economies of these countries? In your sort of perspective, and you don't have a magic ball as well, but from your experience and perspective. I know.
It's quite a hard question. Well, as I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've
just an assumption. It's a future research. It's nobody's.
It depends a little bit also what the countries agree on among themselves. I mean, as I said in my presentation, we need to have both competition as well as a cooperation. So, I mean, if the middle corridor is working and manages to become a central, not just compared to the northern corridor, but also kind of a central corridor of what I in the morning said would be the central corridor landscape overall. I guess, of course, this would increase the revenues for the countries which lie on the middle corridor. So,
and leaving the losers behind, huh?
So speak, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, going further to Romania.
Yeah, but we are also talking about the future development through, for example, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan alternative roads that have been mentioned as well.
To the question of diversifying their exports, I think the problem is we need do it the other way around. We need a lot of things to diversify production and exports, and then we need the appropriate logistics for it. So it's kind of yes, but I don't think the logistics alone would be the major thing to shift. I mean, you really need to, I don't know, invest into downstream petrochemical industry and so on. So, okay, I think kind of I answered.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And the regional benefits, discuss the benefit, improved rail infrastructure. How can these benefits be maximized? Well, this over to railway guys.
Can I try to maybe to add something to the first question, because I think the main competitive area for corridors will be the question of customs formalities and the number of border crossing points on the route. The main idea it's also will influence on the fees, the total charges of these corridors. And actually, if we consider our middle corridor, we have just several points, yes, Chinese and Kazakhstan border, then Aktau, yeah, Baku and further, as less border crossing points, as more competitive can be route, I think. It's my opinion. Thank you.
A little bit jokingly add something, because coming back to the CPMM data and the reports, there's also a report about so-called unofficial fees. And this will be impacted as well, especially depending also on the number of border crossings.
Well, we'll get to know in the future, I guess, once all the corridors are in the place. Thank you for your attention, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, Radha. And thanks to Professor Pomfret, and thanks for excellent comments. I'm sure Professor Pomfret, when he watched his video, he'll really appreciate support from Hans and Elena, and also questions from Radha. Actually, these questions are great, and I think every paper author should read these questions, because that's the same comment I usually give, to give more specific policy recommendations. Like you said, it's written improve railways, will be good, but because we said countries, we have vast territories, imagine improving rail so costly, then recommendations could be more specific, like where exactly, like how to minimize cost, right? And how to maximize the benefit, right? So because for every dollar spent, how to maximize benefit. Maybe not everywhere railway improvements are needed. So where to start the most low-hanging fruits, like we said, you know, low-hanging fruits. So that's exactly like all your free questions, like I would say myself also. So really thank you. And I hope everyone looked at this question and can use them in their paper. Yeah. Great, thank you. So I would like to finish this session. Many thanks for excellent speakers, but the event is not over. We're gonna have tea break, please join. And at 40 minutes, we are back for session 4. So for speakers from session 3 and 4, this session and next session, please join me for a photo, okay? Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, please, to the banner, speakers from this session and next session. So we're gonna put on ADI website and social media. I hope you don't mind.
На связи будем, я просто карту забыл.
Последний, последний.
Нашу презентацию вроде загрузили, да? Мне только что отправили дискуссию.
Я давно отправлял.
Экран, да.
Как дискассы, да. Я отправлял. Вот у нас институт, да?
Да, но единственное, один из этих еще сказал или нет, завтра как будет предикция. Да, сейчас во время ужина мы все еще раз поставим. Нет, это выступить на Юби. Распечатать? Он первый же выступает.
Хорошо, можете выступить.
Мы с вами писать, да? А то туда не могу найти. Мы же вроде первый, вот и на этом похоже.
Нет, тут. Да, я буду выступать, я буду модерировать эту сессию.
Хорошо? Это проблема?
Три слова знают, поэтому эти три слова используют.
Пошли понимаешь? Yes. How do I say in Russian?
What do you want?
I won't say in Russian.
Я русский.
Yeah, Russian. I do look like a Russian guy. One of my friends actually thinks I look like
Do it.
so, it's a class. There's some sort of like so cool. I love.
But I want to request they just print it. It's not. No, it's not. No, it's not because she just printed it out and she thought that this is going the same. You can give to Aleman. Return to you know, my brother, my son wants to apply for UCL, California University. He needs motivation. But how to prepare, how to. I'm happy to help, of course. Really? And just he wanted to talk to me. I said, okay, I will call and you can talk. Maybe after, yes.
We can do Zoom, all of us can talk, and then can help him. But let's make him write it, and I can fix it.
Yeah, I told him.
He should write it, and I can
sure.
correct it.
Just, inform him, just, guide him how to. 17th. And
29th.
And his ID score is 38 predicted out of 42. But by the way, the universities agreed, they said. And I think he also better to apply for IELTS to get the IELTS score. Anyway, he needs motivation. Maybe after talking to you, she starts to prepare. Let me see. Recording is well. Recording is well. It's well. It's switched off. Maybe you can invite him. Can you? Vidal, are you ready to join online?
Yes, I am joining and I am writing this CBD.
Are you ready to present?
No. Are you? Huh?
I'll call you. I'll call you to present first. Is this also Kazakhstan? This one? Is it just in Kazakhstan?
Yeah, Kazakish. Kazakish.
How you said Kazakish?
Yes, it says Kazakish. Deutschland Kazakish.
I did so much of that.
Are you looking for so many critiquing? Watching every word?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
You can sit here now.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы начинаем работу 4-й сессии. Я бы хотел передать слово модератору господину Равшану Махмудову, старшему специалисту по наращиванию потенциала Института CAREC. Господин Равшан, вам слово.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session on shaping sustainable transport infrastructure in the CAREC region. I'm Roshan Mahmoudov, Senior Capacity Building Specialist at the CAREC Institute, and I have this privilege of moderating this session today. Our session is last but not least, and it will take us on a journey, the heart of the Central Asian Regional Economic Cooperation region, and area historically renowned for its significance as a vital trade route connecting Asia to Europe and beyond. The CAREC region has a rich history with the ancient Silk Road passing through its territories. However, over time, the role of this historic trade route diminished, affecting the region's economic, trade, and commerce corridors. In the recent years, the region has witnessed a resurgence driven by the economic powerhouses of the People's Republic of China and other CAREC countries. As a result, CAREC region is once again gaining prominence as a geostrategically important hub for regional and global trade. Within this context, our session today features 3 enlightening presentations like delve into various aspects of sustainable transport infrastructure development in the CAREC region. We will explore topics such as asset management, the evolution of critical rail services, and the impact of alternative transport corridors. Each presentation promises to offer valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead as we collectively work towards shaping a sustainable and a vibrant transport infrastructure network in the CAREC region. Following each speaker's and discussant presentation, we will have a brief Q&A session, and we invite you to engage actively, ask questions, and participate in discussions as we navigate this important terrain. I've seen the agenda, and we have 10 minutes for each speakers and 15 minutes, sorry, and 10 minutes sometimes for each speakers and discussant to complete their presentations. Please manage your time accordingly. Without further ado, let's begin with our first speakers. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Dr. Ayub Ayubi, Director of NGO and Government Relations at Project CURE International in Washington, D.C., my close friend and former head of Capacity Building Division at the CAREC Institute. He's a former Fulbright Scholar at Stanford University and a former Oxbridge Fellow at Georgetown University. Today he will present their paper on sustainable transport infrastructure asset management in the CAREC region. Over to you, Dr. Ayubi.
Thank you so much, Roshan. I always enjoy when Roshan does introduction. He has such an expansive introduction of me, and I actually like my introduction when he does it. Thank you so much. I really wanted to come here, and I'm so happy that this event is taking place. I don't know where is Dina. I recall that we were discussing to take certain measures to make this event happen, and we were doing call for paper together with Dina, and that was just really long time ago. And I'm so happy that this is taking place, Dina. I must say congratulations to Dina for making this happen, and colleagues. And of course, we also have Roman here. Without this support, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Of course, without ADB's financial support. So thank you. Like Roshan said, I used to work for CAREC Institute, and this paper was part of the time that I was with the CAREC Institute and I wrote this paper. It's not only me. I have, if my presentation is already there, I have we are three authors. As you can tell there, Dildar John, if you're already in Zoom, please just say hello to all colleagues here. Dildar? Are you there, Dildar?
Yes, Ayub.
Yes.
Hello,
So
everyone. Thank you, Ayub, for introduction. Thank you.
that is Dildar Zakir, my colleague. She is the co-author of this paper, and our other colleague, Dr. Ian Greenwood. He is not in Zoom or maybe somewhere in New Zealand or traveling. He is a global, maybe a lead scholar and practitioner in RAM in the world, and some of the resources we're citing in our paper is actually written by him for World Bank and other organizations. So, and then you have me there. So there's the paper, as you can just tell the title there. So we're talking about sustainable transport infrastructure. So often we really try to build infrastructure, and building is, a lot of people say building is easy, but maintaining that infrastructure is difficult. And regions like CAREC, I heard almost all of the speakers, specifically, I think Roman was talking about the region and the geography. And this is a really different kind of region. We are talking about mountainous region that is facing climate challenges more than any other regions in the world. So we're talking about a region that's prone to climate change. So therefore, we're just trying to highlight. And by the way, this paper is not the heavy econometric paper that you just saw the colleagues presented. This is more of an advocacy. So we are trying to make policymakers understand this is correct. You need transport infrastructure, but more than that, you need asset management of transport infrastructure. So we are trying to communicate that, some of these roads that you have there, you have to understand they are just not roads there or corridors, they're assets and they need to be managed properly. It's like you have money, and if you just leave it somewhere in a pillow, it might get spoiled and destroyed, but if you use it properly, you have the chance of doing more with money than keeping it in your pillow or in bank account. Am I doing this correctly? This is really late afternoon for everybody. I don't want to just bore you with my presentation, so I will try to skip some of the slides and go to the points. So this is agenda or outline of our presentation. The corridors, everybody talked about that, asset management, and CAREC strategy on asset management, recent initiatives, and current status of RAM in CAREC, RAM and climate resilience, and then we'll talk about policy options. Maybe I will focus mainly on policy options and also the importance of RAM, because most of the things I have here, I saw everybody was talking about that. For example, the corridors. Oh, we talked about this, right? So we're talking about road, rail, and also maritime. And yeah, that's I heard somebody was talking about the CAREC transport and trade facilitation strategy, 2020, and we also have probably 2023 now, 2030 now. Okay, so that goal is actually already achieved. So we have 7,800 kilometers of CAREC corridor roads and 1,800 kilometers of rail track. This was achieved in 2017. Okay, this is already, you have seen this. This is the map of the CAREC corridors. I don't want Dina to ask me where I got this. All right, Dina, please. Okay, so here's what we are trying to visualize. So if you see this, this is a very simple and straightforward. So pyramid, you can tell the importance and maybe priority and less, you know. So if you just see, it depends how much funding you allocate for asset management, right? So the minimum funding level to, you know, stop a network being destroyed, the roads or rails, anything, is that. Rehabilitation, that point, right? So almost the second top. So the below is the most important. As you go up, it gets least important. But and again, that also shows your level of maturity in your asset management. So this is a slide that this is really Dr. Jan's slide, I would say. So, but I want to talk about when we started talking about road asset management. By the way, I'm not an engineer, but I'm more of a social scientist, and I try to develop this concept. What is road asset management? I just tried to do some research, and I developed a concept. We didn't have the real expert in RAM, so I found Dr. Ian in 2020. So I found him in one of the presentations. He has left his email. So working with him, so we were able to really understand and he undertook an approach that we could really move forward and trying to promote RAM within CAREC region. So we talk some, maybe I will discuss about some of these initiatives later because when we were talking about RAM, we wanted to really take a holistic approach. And what is RAM actually, road asset management? So we'll discuss this a bit later. So this is, all right, escape this. Okay, we'll escape that too. I don't know why I have Lufthansa right there. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, so here's, if you look at the CAREC strategy, Transport Strategy 2030, talks about RAM, and this is one of the 5 strategic pillars. However, what happens is it doesn't fully convey the key role that RAM plays in addressing a range of topics such as those. Decarbonization is there. I saw that our colleague from Germany was talking about this, and we have developed actually an action plan based on our, by the way, our paper is based on our, we have done a maturity assessment, a RAM maturity assessment. That was self-assessment. It was done during 2020, it was just COVID. So we developed an instrument and sent out to leading RAM experts within the CAREC countries, or all 11 CAREC countries. All of them almost responded and filled the instrument, but except I think that was Azerbaijan or some country were unable to fill in. But no, I think not Azerbaijan. I forgot which country was that. But anyway, so this was a self-assessment, and our approach was, and again, I remember, I think Roman was talking about this, or Dina, sometimes when it, or maybe Dr. Kamal Beg was talking about, you know, sometimes these, when you ask individuals to really provide information, they can either exaggerate, they are afraid or not afraid. But so, and what we did after that, we took a practical step to go to these countries and verify by training them, and then at the same time verifying the information we had received. So we even have data for each country because of some of the negative competitions. We didn't want to really present the data on country specific, but we do have the region as a whole. I'll try to demonstrate that maybe in the next slide or so. Well, I also teach. One thing I teach my students, I tell them, please do not put text on your slide. So now I'm breaking that rule myself here, putting a lot of text here, because we have an e-learning, or not we, they have an e-learning platform that we usually put these content on the e-learning platform, And myself, when I was trying to search for some information, and I would find these abstract presentations without information. So I thought this slide would help for future. Maybe some people will appreciate that. So that's not me, by the way. Okay, so here, what we did, so I say since 2020, the authors, Dildar, Ian, and myself, together, we have really done a lot of work in RAM. So we have done the maturity assessment. Before we did the maturity assessment, we did 1 week online training, and then we did the maturity assessment. Then we offered support to all target participants, and we were accessible to them, especially Dr. Ian, work with them to complete the self-assessment, 2020 and 2021 in 1 year. And then we identified an approach. We thought it would be best if we go to this country and offer country-specific workshops, because the CAREC countries in terms of RAM are really here and there. You will see in the next visual. So we went to different countries. Specifically, I think Roshan went to Azerbaijan. So, and I went to Georgia. Then I went to Kyrgyz Republic, to be politically correct, not Kyrgyzstan. And is it Tajik Republic or not Tajikistan? Okay. Republic of Tajikistan. So I went personally to Georgia, Kyrgyz Republic, and Tajikistan. And again, thanks to Roman for making fans available to do those workshops. So, and maybe Laziza also, our colleagues from ADB. All right, so this is, and here is our finding of the maturity assessment that we conducted. And you see that? It is really, I don't know what it is, but I can try to. If you look at the overall, so you see those little dash line, that is our target average. We want our CAREC member countries to be there. But that's the actual, that red line within that dot. So you see the variation among CAREC countries and how far they are in terms of asset management. So that is why we went we went for country specific. Okay, I think I talked about this, and again here we're talking about is it climate change? Yes. So we're talking about, and we also did another paper with same authors. We had done a paper and trying to link the importance of RAM and how through good RAM you can actually reduce greenhouse gas emission. So that's another paper supposedly published last year, but it's still under publication. So some of the things that we have put here is using from that paper. I don't want to go through this. This is, you probably have seen some of these things. I think especially our colleague from Germany highlighted something similar, so I don't want to go there. And okay, so, and we do have a table. We haven't put the table on the draft paper, but we do have a table that indicates some of the priority actions needed for each country to undertake. What's really high, what's low, what's medium, for them to take certain steps to improve their RAM. And this is just to give you an idea, because you have some sort of a strategic vision. So even if a country doesn't have a RAM or RAM system, so they could really think of, let's say, within 2 years, they have to be aware of RAM, what is RAM. And 2 to 5, they should have basic understanding of RAM, and then there to have some components, and then advanced, and then with maybe 10 plus, then you have best practice already implemented in RAM. Am I okay with time, Roshan? You're looking at me? Okay. All right, so this is, and again, if you look at the paper, I think Professor Kumar has already read the paper. The paper is really talking about, in detail, I recall at least 7 to 8 important points about the importance of RAM specifically for CAREC region. I see some of us are falling asleep. And sorry, this is a torture for you. So, so this is a part of that, Professor Kumar, you might be taking on that. And this is it. So some of the policy options we put there. So integrating sustainability into infrastructure planning. So I do have the details. I think it's just it's important to skip these. Okay, promoting green infrastructure and implementing asset management systems, enhancing data collection and analytics, and then encouraging public-private partnership. That is key. I was talking during the lunch with our colleague that how difficult it is to mobilize private investment in infrastructure. So that is really an interesting point that we have done a paper with a book with ADBI that's called Unlocking Private Investment for Sustainable Infrastructure. That's highly recommended. Dr. Skander, my former colleague, and I, we were, and from ADBI, some other colleagues, we were the editors of that book. Okay, incorporating resilience, again, this goes back to climate change. We're specifically talking about climate-adjusted investment. Sometimes for infrastructure, you just invest a certain amount, but you have to allocate a specific amount for climate change resilience. So that is the key, especially for CAREC region. If you're trying to save resources and laying sustainable foundation for the future. So that's really necessary. Here's, some people might think if you're short-sighted, you think it's a lot of money to invest, but this actually, it helps you in the future to in terms of maintenance. So that won't be costly. Okay, that's also, we're talking about capacity building and knowledge sharing. According to our findings with the self-assessment, some of the CAREC countries are really good compared to the rest. I could name even the People's Republic of China has done great with their asset management. Georgia has done great. We were also impressed by Kyrgyz Republic. We went to these, we went to site visits. We practically went to the roads, and some of the corridors people were talking about here, we actually went and drove at least 4 hours along the corridors to understand if they are undertaking sustainable approach in terms of asset management. Some they were, and some we found really interesting findings, and we probably will share that later. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just last thing I put there, all colleagues, and for my office, I have to just really be, sorry for one more minute, Roshan. So that is, I put it on our website because I've switched job. So what we do is still, we're trying to help developing countries. Now I work for Project Cure. We are the largest nonprofit organization for donated medical equipments. We're helping almost all 5 Central Asian countries. We take the surplus of medical equipments from the US and ship them to these countries. But we do have a strong due diligence. We do needs assessment. We work with local partners. So there's our website. That's my email. If there's any help needed from our side, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayub. Thank you very much for excellent presentation. And let me just underline a few points from your paper. Your paper really highlights the importance of asset management to protect CAREC corridor investments, informs the current state of asset management in the region, and provides valuable actions to improve it. Additionally, it demonstrates how asset management helps address climate change and enhance climate resilience. Now it's time to move on our first discussant, Dr. Palendra Kumar, professor at the Department of Economics of the University of Jammu. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Very nice, excellent paper on sustainable transport infrastructure asset management in CAREC region by the 3 authors, Dildar Jakir, Dr. Ian Greenwood, and Dr. Ayub Ayubi. I will directly jump to the suggestions for improvement of the paper. The first is that the abstracts begin with the main objectives, methodology used, main results, and policy implications. In the introduction section, the concept of corridor, transport corridors may be defined. Provide a brief of the investment plan in upgrading the CAREC transport corridors to international standards under the CAREC transport and trade facilitation strategy as referred. Then references of the relevant literatures should be cited. For instance, somewhere in the paper it is written that as people and goods move faster and more efficiently through the corridors, significant improvements are seen in trade between the CAREC countries with other regions and in transit trade. Increased trade in turn supports business development, creates jobs, and brings a better quality of life to the people of the region. While the construction of these corridors has brought immediate positive economic spillover in the countries of the CAREC region, they require road asset management to sustainably keep them maintained. So naturally, if some references are cited here, it will improve the quality of the manuscript. Then a section on objective and methodology is needed in the paper. In section 2.2 on what is road asset management, again some relevant references are needed. Similarly, the references should be cited in section 3 of, on the importance of RAM to the CAREC corridors. For example, defining transport infrastructure resilient and climate change at first usage will be naturally add to the quality of the paper. Then elaborate asset management techniques, climate resilience strategies, and data-driven decision-making process, and cite the relevant references in section 3. The authors mentions that the CAREC Transport Strategy 2030 does not fully convey the key role that RAM plays in addressing a range of topics such as decarbonization of transport, climate resilience and adaptation, and integration of road safety into day-to-day operations. Therefore, elaborating these issues will improve the quality of the paper. Also, this is just somewhere a DMC has been used but not fully expanded. Then please also mention the 3 road asset management publications referred following the road asset management workshop April 2015. In key issues provided in the box, the author mentions that budget prioritize construction and rehabilitation, and the existing funding allocation for maintenance only covers a fraction of the estimated need. This should be supported by providing data and references. Similarly, in actions part, the authors mention that road asset management looks at the optimization of available funding and determines the optimal allocation of this funding to different roads and asset investment types with the aim of maximizing the benefits of improved road conditions and reduce road user cost over time. This should also be supported by data and sources. In section 4.1 on the current status, the authors mention that the current status of road asset management in the CAREC corridors varies among countries and projects. This is to be substantiated by providing necessary information in comparative perspective. Please also elaborate progress has been made in asset management, road asset management within the CAREC corridors. In section 5, defining the concept like climate resilience, climate adaptation, and climate change mitigation, and aligning these concepts to national and regional RAM issues will add. Similarly, defining the relevant concept and techniques used for RAM strategies to mitigate climate change should be given.
I'm
In
sorry,
section 6,
Professor Alender, can you find your
okay,
proper
okay.
slides? Okay.
Yeah. In section 6 conclusion part, authors mention that as discussed earlier, the CAREC countries' efforts in sustainable road asset management varies. Some countries, that is the People's Republic of China and Georgia, have made significant progress in RAM. The rest are yet to progress. However, this information is missing in the paper and needs relook and should be provided in section 4.1 under the point current status. Lastly, the authors have listed CAREC key RAM improvement actions in table 1 and some RAM linked climate mitigation strategies which can be integrated in the policy options to embrace a holistic view, for instance, funding and user charges, decarbonization on road funding, and monitoring mechanism for tracking progress in RAM development. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, for your comprehensive analysis and insights. I'm sure that Dr. Ayubi and Dildar Zakir have already taken note of your comments for further improvement of the paper. And now we have a few minutes for questions from audience, and please feel free to raise your hand, and our session coordinator will pass you the microphone. Please go ahead. Any questions? I think audience should be a little bit active, but if you a little bit shame, maybe you can formulate your questions and ask later. And yeah, you have questions.
Thank you very much, Ayub and Roshan. In that, from my previous experience within the CAREC Institute, I knew about these activities, about this, road safety and so on and so on. So, but here you point out the case of China and Georgia as, they're kind of experiencing a good practices. So what do you think, what's the major reason behind that? The government regulation, or they have kind of access to the sea, or I don't know what's better practices for that countries, because we knew that the construction of the infrastructure itself is not a solution. It's a good exploitation, and especially for the international trade inflows, what other neighbors are doing are also important. If you're constructing the road within the country, yes, it's okay, but if other side is not working very well, so that would be a bit different.
Thank you very much.
I think this is a really good question, and it probably requires a philosophical answer. If you look at the People's Republic of China in recent years, the desire to really improve and achieve economic progress is so high. So the desire is there, the motivation is there, and maybe also good planning and maybe leadership in some ways. So you got all the ingredients for success. And I would just put it a drive. So the drive is there for People's Republic of China, already way ahead. So they really want to achieve what they have in mind in terms of progress. So they're doing a lot with road safety also, road asset management, and all aspects of their urbanization and ever rural development. For Georgia, I went to Georgia and went to this corridor. We talked to Georgian government officials. And I think Georgia also has some aspiration. They consider themselves to be European. So that is in a way good for them, because they have the aspirations of having the European standards eventually becoming part of the Europe. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but the drive, again, the drive is there. So I will just put it, I hope this is an answer you're looking for. So.
Thank you. Would you like to reflect Dr. Kumar's comments?
Absolutely, and I just really took all the notes. Dr. Kumar is to the point. He has really pinpointed some of the areas that we have to improve. And as an editor of one of the books, and I was supposed to be one of the editors of this book as well, but I'm glad I'm not, so that's a lot of hassle. But based on past experience, and I saw some of these draft papers coming to us, that was a torture. They had so much text and so much things to go through and read. Some of the things they were not really needed to put there. So I tried to make the work of the person who's reading this paper easy. So we put really abstract information there, and Professor Kumar is absolutely correct. And we do have some of the data to back up some points you highlighted. And yes, so I've taken all the notes. I will go after my co-authors and improve the paper and send it to Dana and other co-editors in a very good shape, hopefully.
Thank you very much. If no any comments and questions, let's applaud our speaker and discussant. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to our second presentation. The speakers of the presentation will present their paper on evaluation of China Rail Express in the context of policy support, trade, trends, and infrastructure supply. This paper explores the evolution and growth prospects of the China Rail Express and a containerized railway freight service that exemplifies the development of transport corridor infrastructure in the CAREC region. This study identifies the niche market for China Rail Express, emphasizing high value and time-sensitive product categories. The presentation will shed light on the policy support and advantages that have propelled the growth of China Rail Express, including reliability, short lead times, cost effectiveness, and environmental friendliness. Our speakers will discuss ongoing efforts to address these constraints, including infrastructure modernization and digitalization, while highlighting investment opportunities in rail infrastructure and new technologies. Let's invite our speakers, Manuel Bernard, Senior Investment Operations Specialist, and Runze Yu, Investment Operations Specialist at Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, who are joining us online. Let's applaud them. Mr. Bernard, can you hear us?
I guess let me speak a few words first. This is Runze from AIIB. I'm one of the co-authors of this paper with my colleague Manu. Unfortunately, yesterday and today were the annual meeting dates of AIIB, and many of us are right now in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, for our annual meeting, including Manu. So he couldn't attend this in person, and we apologize for that. I'm also dialing in from our Beijing headquarters. I believe Manu has pre-recorded a presentation that's going to be played very soon, and to present this paper. And after that, I can participate in the discussion. So once again, we are very, very honored to be selected as one of the presenters for this fabulous event and exchange and learning from our colleagues from ADBI and the broader community. Thank you so much.
Hello, dear participants. I'm recording from Beijing, China. My name is Manuel Bernard. I'm Senior Investment Operations Specialist at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank based in Beijing. First of all, thank you for the organizers for inviting me to speak at the conference on transport corridor in the CAREC region, supply chain resilience and trade facilitation. Second, apologize for not being present, as our bank is holding its annual meeting at the same date in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. Moving on to my PowerPoint, which is based on the paper presented earlier to ADBI, which is more detailed and which I would strongly encourage you to read. My presentation is based on 4 chapters: Introduction to EIB, CR Express and policy support, trade trends, and infrastructure supply. EIB is a multilateral development bank which mission is to finance infrastructure for tomorrow. EIB's strategic priorities in a post-COVID world are the following: green infrastructure, expanding into social infrastructure, private capital mobilization, connectivity and regional cooperation, technology-enabled infrastructure. China Railway Express is a containerized Trans-Eurasia rail freight service provider. CR Express provides an alternative to container shipping between Europe and China, reduce shipping time by 2/3 from 40 to 45 days by maritime freight to 12 to 15 days by rail. Established in 2011, CR Express has operated a total of 49,000 trains, transported over 4 million TEUs of goods, and reached 180 cities and 23 European countries by the end of 2021. Policy support offers good precondition for CR Express growth through subsidies and infrastructure construction support and investment. This is what this slide is depicting. From 2011 to 2020 and beyond, we have moved from provide subsidies by provincial government, municipal governments and economic development zone to market-oriented reform, which were initiated from Minister of Finance but suspended in pandemic. Policy support will still play a key role in the development of the CR Express, and the policies will be more diversified and evolved to meet the changing needs of its development. China attaches great importance to CR Express. Majority of the platform companies are state-owned, supported by aggressive subsidies. CR Express has the feature of semi-marketization. Government and state-owned enterprise have strong influence in CR Express. You see this on the left side. Government, China Railway, platform companies all have a role in this operation. It relies on aggressive subsidies. China EU as an example. The subsidy scheme and total amounts are different among different cities, but Xi'an is the most aggressive, and normally it's about 40–70% of total operating cost. Outside China, EU countries invest in railway as a sustainable transport mode, while Russia subsidies is granted for rail strategic importance to the nation. Out of environmental concern, European Union and its members are increasingly focused on policies to increase rail competitiveness and develop infrastructure. Attributed to reduction of road congestion, transport decarbonization, and EU climate objective, EU has been active in strengthening the position of railways as a sustainable and clean transport mode related to other modes. One of the main examples depicted on the left is Germany. Russia, on the other hand, has high state subvention as they regard railway as an integral part of national defense and emphasizing the strategic importance to its economy. Russian government has provided substantial subsidies and invested heavily in the rail sector. Supportive policies are essential in railway sector, and it's expected to expand rail network, increase transport efficiency and capacity, stimulate competition and reduce cost as well as transport tariff, and consequently improve railways' competitive position in the transport market. The COVID-19 represented an unprecedented disruption to the global economy and world trade. While the trade with the Belt and Road Initiative countries has demonstrated strong resilience. So in the past, amid the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic, the global economy went further and has already started to recover in the mid-2020, which presents an U-shaped pattern. There are changes in global trade landscape. Reconstruction of global industrial chain accelerates. International trade growth further contracts. And new trade channels are emerging, especially trade with the BRI countries. What is the implication for China? Promote multilateral cooperation, especially with BRI countries. Develop logistics capability for new channels. BRI countries have been playing a more important role in China's international trade, with the EU being the largest trade partner and core object of CR Express. On my left hand, you have the China major trade partners' share of trade in value. The EU remains China's largest trading partner for the past 16 consecutive years, with its share of China's foreign trade has also increased. Asia has replaced the US to emerge as China's second largest trade partner in 2019. China-Asian trade continues to boom amid global growth slowdown and the pandemics. Russia. The China-Russia economic and trade cooperation has seen continuous breakthrough in recent years, and bilateral trade has achieved strong growth. China-Central Asia trade presents an upward promising trend, but it still accounts for a relatively small share of China's foreign trade. The EU has been China's largest trade partner for the past 16 consecutive years and will continue to be its complementary partner, especially when China moves up the global value chain. On my left hand, you have the China trade since 2009. China is the EU's second largest partner, as you see. China's EU trade volume increased steadily. Export and imports exhibited same trends, with export keeping a larger size. If China and the EU can effectively promote structural reform and economic transition over the next few years, then it's expected that the annual trade volume between those two will exceed 814 billion in 2025. What are the key drivers? Bilateral investment and free trade negotiations are expected to significantly increase trade volume and improve trade imbalance. The EU will continue to be China's complementary partner, especially at a time when China moves up the value chain. And China and the EU keep relatively good bilateral relations, with a low likelihood of trade war and other disruption. The share of CR Express has increased dramatically over the years and is expected to further encroach on that of maritime transport, reaching 5% of the market in the long term. On my left hand, you have the evolution since 2012 of the China-Europe trade by transport mode. The share of rail transport, as you see, together with its volume, has risen rapidly over the years, faster than any other transport mode. On the right, you have a comparison between different transport modes, from 3-7 days by air to 15-18 days by rail, and by sea 30-35 days. Railway is a supplementary means of transport between air and sea transport and is 2 to 3 times cheaper than air transport and only takes half of time. With free competition without subsidy in the future, CR Express is still an attractive option for the categories with high value of time sensitiveness. On the left, you have a break-even analysis on two scenarios: low time sensitivity scenario and high time sensitivity scenario. Target categories for CR Express are the one with the products with high value, electronics, auto parts, high-end clothing and accessories, and further, and time-sensitive products, common clothing, fresh food, toys. For low time sensitivity products like auto parts, you see the difference between the transport mode. And also for high time sensitivity like clothing, you see the different cost between railway, maritime, and air. The target categories for CR Express is expected to be more diversified in the future, with the share of high value added good increasing. The EU-China trade in value, majority of top traded categories of goods in the China-EU trade are suitable for CR Express, among which machineries, electronic products, motor vehicle, auto parts are the key categories. In the future, due to industrial upgrade, those key categories of goods are expected to be more value added and maintain growth momentum, which will still be the key category for CR Express. Overall, the target goods for CR Express is expected to be more diversified with more mid to high-end goods and provided strong demand base for CR Express growth. We did also some interviews with CR Express main customers, as CR Express is highly recognized for its advantage and future prospect. On the left, you have the comments on railway advantage, as high reliability, short lead time, better cost, and low carbon environmental projection. And on the right, you have the future prospect as seen by the customers. With booming demand, the infrastructural constraint is obvious. Targeted improvement of certain infrastructural bottlenecks will increase the capacity remarkably. On the left, you have a map with the key constraint alongside the route. Selective elimination of infrastructural bottlenecks can greatly increase the efficiency without large amount of investment. On the right, we have selected 3 bottlenecks: Port of Belarus, Malashevich, the overload railways, so insufficient supply of rolling stock in Central Asia and in Russia, and the issues on logistic hubs in China, Xi'an, Zhangzhou, as example, which report infrastructural limitation. We have to acknowledge that the joint efforts have been made by countries, associations and service providers to improve capacity, and it will be continued, this effort, as the total capacity will experience more than 4-fold increase until 2040. Major improvement projects for the next 20 years are depicted on the map on the left, and 3 of those are the following: Malashevich station improvement, railway upgrade in Central Asia and Russia, and a new route, which will be the South Corridor. Besides insufficient standardization, technical limitation and managerial issues also pose bottlenecks to CR Express operation. There is insufficient standardization, differences between legal systems, the combination with financing is hindered, as can be depicted by the billings of lading, still lacking standardization, technical limitations, lack of visibility, insufficient digitalization, and also Third, but not least, service in need of improvement. The service level is lagging behind fast-growing market, and many countries alongside those corridors demonstrate poor record in logistics services, scoring particularly low in customs and clearance procedures. Last slide is investment opportunities lie in infrastructure construction and modernization and digitalization, including online system, intelligent decision making, and information sharing. Construction, modernization, and upgrade of rail infrastructure. First, for port capacity enlargement, as can be seen in Belarus, Malasivice, and Duisburg, and also action on small ports. In the railway capacity enlargement and modernization. New technologies and digital solutions for railways are the following. Online system can improve customer service. Data analytics will facilitate operation, and information sharing increase efficiency. Thank you for your participation. Hello, dear participants. I'm recording from Beijing, China. My name is Manuel Benart. I'm Senior Investment Operations Specialist at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank.
Thank you very much, Dr. Benard, for your excellent presentation and for walking us through the concept of the evolution and growth prospects of the China Rail Express, which exemplifies the development of transport corridor infrastructure in the CAREC region. And now I would like to invite my former colleague, Dr. Kamalbek Karimshakov, Vice Rector, Kyrgyz-Turkish University, to provide his comments on this paper. Over to you, Dr. Kamalbek.
Could you open, please, the presentation? I think I sent that one. Well, first of all, okay, maybe without waiting the presentation on. Okay. Just wait for a while. Okay. Thank you very much for the very interesting, I would say, analytical paper with very timely topic. As we see from our early sessions, the railway construction in the region and the further extension of the transport corridors in the CAREC region is also important and strictly related with the rail construction. So basically, this paper tries to explore the China Rail Express services and the development and evolution and the perspectives discussion. And because, you know, from the recent government support, also from the central government and the local municipalities, also it provides a good cost-effective transportation. But it also discussed some limitations, so that in order to be the really transnational and international transportation network, it needs more standardization. It should enhance its technical limitations and also to solve some managerial issues. So I do have some just general comments, but as a general description of the paper, I would like to note that the description of the CR Express, as an abbreviation, I'm saying this CR Express, it's much more from the context of the China. So, but here we see that lots of government support, and not only from the central government, also from the municipality level, you see from the discussions. And there is also some argument in the paper that there is a kind of an ecosystem which contains also there's platform companies with necessary support by the government. But there is a question, in order to replicate this to other countries' reality, what is the sustainability of the system if to assume no government support? I mean, well, ideally from the economic theory, you know that because of the economies of scale and a high fixed cost, so in general the railway system was always like a natural monopoly because of the government support and so on. But from the morning discussion, some expressed the view that in our days we need more investment, probably public-private investment programs, or more international financing organizations, which will definitely look on the profitability of the project. So this is just general comment. Also, I think that data analysis is limited by the 2019, as far as I saw from the paper, but it would be really good to extend this one to up to now, at least to 22, to include what happened after. And I'm pretty sure that demand for the CR Express system is increasing, but it would put additional argument actually. But what if we discuss that CR Express is not within the China, but beyond the China, yeah? So we should also, in this case, consider it as a transnational transportation network. So it will definitely facilitate the international trade and trade flows within the CAREC region. But again, I would like to note in my comments also, transport corridors are not only, transportation between, say, from PRC to European Union, but also the trade facilitation, and to what extent the countries of CAREC region can participate, can increase their participation in the global value chain. That's an important, and we should also think how these countries can benefit from it. Also, as a demand and future of CR Express, some case studies or examples from the EU, Germany, and PRC are given. Maybe more analysis and more detailed. At least in the presentation now, it's really good. Now more information is available, but in the text that we read, maybe more in-depth analysis, a more systematic approach would be very good for the readers. So, and just we see from the discussions also here that sustainability of the cost, I mean, I would like to note here. So being fast and so on, we see this CR Express is more advantageous, or at least relatively advantageous in terms of the cost. But do we think that this cost is sustainable? Because we see that especially in Chinese realities, it's supported by the government. But if we think that this kind of system in the international or other countries context, then how to finance it, and how to argue about the profitability if the cost will be not that much lower as in China. I'm just guessing while reading the paper. So, but overall advantages is not only about the time, but also money, so that's an argument. Okay, and that's all what I would like to share with you. Thank you very much once again for your interesting paper.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamalbek, for your very interesting and for your valuable comments, feedback, recommendations. Before to start our Q&A session, maybe Dr. Yu, would you like to have reply, Dr. Kamal?
For sure. Can people hear me fine?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. So first of all, thank you, Professor Karim Shakov. Those are all very, very valid points and very good points. And I would like to quickly, briefly reply as a part of the discussion. First of all, I would like to introduce the background of this study. AIIB is a little bit different from our peer institutions as World Bank or ADB. We don't have lots of resources to do knowledge products or those research studies. But this study was done mainly with one of our projects approved already in China. AIIB actually approved a loan equal to 150 million US dollars in Zhengzhou, the central city of China, to actually finance the expansion of a logistic park, which is doing operation of the CR Express. So with that project, we asked exact questions that you've been asking today. For example, without subsidies, will the project sustain? What is the top ceiling volume for the entire CR Express market, because we also want to estimate the growth potential for the CR Express market. So I think the questions you asked are exactly the questions we are trying to find out when we are doing due diligence for that lending project. So this paper was based on that, but that project happened before COVID and happened before Ukraine-Russian war. So I think after COVID and after the conflict and after the changing of the geopolitics in this part of the world, a lot of things has been shifting as well. So I want to actually respond to your point one by one. I think in 2018 and 2019, we've been seeing that the China government is sending a clear signal to the municipalities to phase out the subsidies and trying to convert this CR Express operation to a more market-oriented practice. And the reasons are being the price competition has been very severe and the government has to stop subsidizing CR Express. But after COVID, as you may know, in 2020 and 2021, the maritime shipping price goes rocket high, like skyrocketing high. And the train became sometimes for a period of time the only lifeline mode of freight connecting China and Central Asia as well as Europe. So the subsidies supposed to phase out, they actually came back again, even strongly during COVID time, because the government has a strong political drive, not only from China's side, but also from the other country perspective. They want to maintain this corridor because for a period of time, this is the only corridor shipping lots of like healthcare masks to other countries from China and back to China as well. So right now, I would see that the phasing out of the subsidies was significantly disrupted by the COVID and the pandemic. But still, I think in the very long term, we still see that the government has the willingness to phase out the subsidy and make sure that the corridor is priced based on the market it's serving and the risk it's having. So this is a long-term trend. I think the long-term trend is not changing, but the short-term trend was a little bit disrupted. So that's on the first subsidy question. On demand after 2019, I think we all noticed that actually for 2020 and 2021, there was actually a booming of the number of trains for CR Express. So it's already reaching, the entire number of trains that can go in and out of China is not actually determined by how many operators we have within China, but actually determined by the bottleneck. We only have 3 or 4 points exiting and entering China. So those bottleneck, as we point out in that infrastructure bottleneck, those are actually determining the top, like the ceiling, maximum number of trains. And we have studied those capacities of those checking points. And we believe every year, maximum, there can be like 12 to 15,000 number of trains going in and out of China. So I think in 2020 and 2021, it's already reaching the ceiling of the capacity. But in 2022, of course, the growth has been becoming very steady. Number one, it's reaching the capacity. Number two, in February 2022, the Ukraine-Russia conflict happened. And after that, we have observed a structural change in the composition of the cargo volume, meaning China-Europe cargo has been dropping by 30 to 50%, and China-Russia trade is increasing. So even though we don't see an overall decline of the cargo volume shipped by CR Express, but there has been a structural change within that 12 to 15,000 number of trains. So that's for number two. How other countries are benefiting from this? I recall that in the very beginning, because I've been working on this project since day one, AIB chose to finance this project mainly because it's very rare to find a cross-border connectivity project in a central location of a country. So because AIB is trying to finance cross-border connectivity, and a lot of those projects are at the border of those countries. But this is trying to do a project really in the center of China, but also benefiting lots of countries along the corridor. And I'm happy to report that right now, even ASEAN countries from Vietnam, they enter into China, go to those CR Express locations, and go to Central Asia. So there is a trade corridor also forming up, connecting ASEAN countries and Central Asia countries. So I believe that not only China, but most of the countries along the corridor are benefiting. Let me just quickly finish on the competitiveness of CR Express, the last point, which is a very good point. And that's why we spent lots of time to discuss in this paper, what is the niche market for CR Express. I think right now things are going a little bit heated and crazy. For example, this train has been used to ship some low value added goods, which is not right. The train shall be designed to serve its niche market, which is high value added, time sensitive, but now compared to air cargo. So I believe that with the stabilization of this conflict, with this deglobalization, however we are calling it, a new balance will be shaping up. And we believe that the CR Express market will stabilize as well. So those are my very quick response. If I take too much time, I apologize. But thank you so much. Those are great comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yu, for your constructive feedback. Any comments, questions from audience? Private sector, yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your interesting report and work done during this investigation. And just one comment about the benefits for Kazakhstan, exactly, yes, from this service. Actually, in 2021, we suffered, Kazakhstan business suffered from CR Express service because the priority for Kazakhstan Railways was the transit trains. Yes, that was continued from China to Europe. So we saw the lack of platforms for our containers that was imported for import to Kazakhstan. So it means for neighbor country, we have only one border between China and Kazakhstan, but we had much more long periods for transportation containers from China to Kazakhstan. It took months, more than months. And when you show the period of transportation from China to Europe, 15 days, it's magic for us, yeah? We have much more shorter distance between China and Kazakhstan, but we had much more long period of transportation. It was unlogical, unbelievable, and so for us, I say from the opinion of our business, yes, in general, maybe, that it was unbelievable, yeah. And so I think if it is interesting for your aims of your investigation, maybe you will take your attention to this point too.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yelena. What will be your reaction, Dr. Yu?
AIB is so much interested in working with Kazakhstan. Actually, I believe we already have a few collaborations, and I think I'm one part of the investment team. And as at the end of the paper, we also discussed a few infrastructure investment opportunities in there. So I think if Ms. Elena could set up some connections, between the bank and Kazakh Railways, we'll be very happy to see where the bottlenecks are. And based in Beijing, I mean, AIB is not really, China is our largest shareholder, but we don't speak for China, right? We speak for all of our shareholders. So we'll be very happy to actually connect also China Railways, sit down with Kazakh Railways and see where are the bottlenecks. As a bank, we are longing for new business, and we are very keen to actually work on those challenges. So I think the frustration your country have is something like we can work on, and we can work on it very effectively. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this discussion. Any comments, suggestions, questions? If no, let me proceed to our final speakers. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Yuki from the University of Tokyo. He is in his first year of a master's degree in engineering and has about a year of career experience regarding the field of international transportation. Mr. Yuki will present their paper on impact of the Middle Corridor, simulation analysis of infrastructure investment in Central Asia and the Caucasus. Our final presentation explores the impact and potential of the Middle Corridor, an area of recent focus on the Eurasia continent, using a global logistics intermodal network simulation model. This corridor has gained attention as an alternative route for cargo transportation, and the model analyzes various scenarios related to transport policies and infrastructure investment along the Middle Corridor. Over to you, Mr. Yuki.
Let me begin my presentation. The title is Impact of the Middle Corridor, Simulation Analysis of Infrastructure Investment in Central Asia and the Caucasus. Before discussing the Middle Corridor, I briefly introduce the China Railway Express, a container transport service between China and Europe, using Russian railroad as shown in the map. Because it is faster than maritime transport and less expensive than air transport, its volume is increasing, as shown in the lower left graph. However, the Russia-Ukraine war has changed the situation of this route since last year. Increased trade between Russia and China has resulted in increased volume of cargo handled in the Russian Far East ports, while the self-restraint of the Western company has resulted in decreasing its youth trade between China and Europe. On the other hand, this change in situation has led to focus on the new land transport route, the Middle Corridor, the subject of this presentation. The Middle Corridor is a route from China to Europe via Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey. The Middle Corridor has a characteristic that it does not pass through Russia. However, the Middle Corridor also has many challenges, such as the need to pass through multiple national borders, the waiting time required to exchange wagon at some borders, and the use of the Caspian seaport. Therefore, the objective of this study is to analyze how infrastructure improvement along the middle corridor resulted in an increase in cargo volume. Then we also analyze the potential role of the middle corridor as an alternative route to conventional land transport via Russia in emergency case. In particular, we focus on the cargo volume change in the Caspian Sea shipping because it is the largest bottleneck in the middle corridor. Before showing scenario analysis and the result, I will briefly describe the model and the input data. The Global Logistics Intermodal Network Simulation Network, or GRAINS model, is a network assignment model consisting of, as shown in the figure, a main model based on the intermodal transport network, including maritime shipping and land network and air network. And a sub-module based on the detailed maritime shipping network. In this network assignment model, all modes of transport network and the detailed zone basis cargo shipping demand of the world are given as input data. We also consider difference in commodity by classifying cargo into two types of cargo. High-value cargo is mainly transported by airplane, but low-value cargo mainly transported by land network and maritime shipping. The GRAINS model has already been applied to many regions and countries in the world, including Central America and Southeast Asia, and South Asia, Africa, and Central Asia. This time, we will apply this model to measure the impact of the middle corridor. The land transport network covers 24 countries in the Eurasian continent. The maritime shipping network covers 208 major and regional ports and more than 1,000 container liner services. The air network covers 194 major airports and more than 7,000 services. Then I move to the policy scenario setting, which we will focus on in this study. The first policy option is railway improvement. The current railway have the problem of aging signaling equipment, locomotive and wagon, and a shortage of container wagon. Therefore, upgrading equipment and mass introduction of container wagons are necessary. These policies are represented as an increase of rail frequency in the model. The second policy option is the improvement of Caspian Sea ferry. The ferry service between Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan currently suffers from a lack of vessels and inefficient port loading and unloading. Also, these problems have gradually improved in recent years. Further policies such as introducing more vessels and upgrading port facilities are desirable for the large-scale use of the middle corridor. These policies are represented as an increase in the frequency of Caspian Sea ferry service in our model. The third policy option is cross-border facilitation. When a cargo crossing national border in Central Asia, it's more time-consuming than other country like other developed country like EU, and its arrangement is also inadequate. As I explained earlier, the middle corridor passes through multiple borders, and reducing this border crossing problem would greatly improve the convenience of the middle corridor. Updating these facilities and systems and special border crossing arrangement for bonded transport are the improvement policies. These policies are represented as a reduction of border coefficient regarding additional time and additional cost at borders in our model. Our final policy option is lowering fares through a subsidy system. In the China Railway Express, many local governments in China subsidize around 40% of freight charge to promote the use of the service from their city. The same policy is examined to apply to the middle corridor in this study by reducing the distance proportional rail freight charge. These are scenarios considering in the first part of this study related to infrastructure improvement along the middle corridor. By combining the four policies that I introduced the previous slide. The best scenario is to reproduce the current situation by calibrating these parameters. Scenario S1 assumes the improvement of rail and Caspian ferry service, namely the frequencies of the service are assumed to increase 4 times as those in the best scenario. Scenario S2 assumes the improvement of border facilities, namely the additional cost and additional time at border crossing are assumed to increase, assumed to decrease to 1/3 to those in the best scenario. Scenario S3 assumes that the distance proportional charges are reduced by 40% by introducing the subsidy systems. Scenario S4 assumes both the frequency increase and the improvement at the border. Scenario S5 including all policies by introducing the subsidy system in addition to the improvement in S4. This figure shows the cargo volume passing through the Caspian Sea ferry service as one of the model outputs. Regarding S1, representative are increasing in frequency. An increase in the volume of low-value cargo is observed in both directions compared to the best scenario. Regarding S2, we found that although the increase in low-value cargo is less than in S1, but the shift of high-value cargo from air transport occurs. Regarding S3, the cargo volume has not increased much. Regarding S4, more low-value cargo than S1 and more high-value cargo than S2 can be observed. Regarding S5, while the low value cargo increased from S4, but high value cargo is not much different from S4. Therefore, a change in rail freight charges do not affect the volume of high value cargo. Another output is a breakdown of the Caspian Sea ferry service transit volume by origin cities. For simplicity, the table shows the only base scenario and the S5 scenario. The result indicates that even with the improving shipping condition, cargo originated from China and Europe are not observed in all scenarios. However, we find that the cargo volume from the city of Kazakhstan, Georgia, and other countries along the middle corridor increase in S5, as with from Moscow. And a particular increase is observed from Istanbul. I summarize the result of these simulations. First, for the policies to increase the frequency of rail and Caspian Sea ferry, the greatest increase in freight volume can be expected. However, reducing the time and cost at the border crossing only affect the shift from the shift of high value cargo from air transport. Regarding subsidy, effective only low value cargo in condition where any other policies are implemented. An analysis of cargo amount from origin steel reveals that the use of the middle corridor from city in China and Europe are not significantly expected, even if the infrastructure improved. On the other hand, cargo from Turkey has increased significantly, and future study is necessary to find the cause of this increase. The second part of the scenario analysis is whether the demand for the middle corridor will grow in the event of a significant loss of convenience for the China Railway Express and maritime shipping through Russian ports. As shown in the table, we developed scenario with two conditions. Setting of border crossing coefficient to make it difficult to transit between EU and Ukraine, EU plus Ukraine, and Russia plus Belarus, and a particular increase in the handling cost of cost for import and export at Russian ports. In S7, these conditions are added to the base scenario. In S7, we add the frequency of rail and Caspian Sea ferry service as with S1 to S6. In S8, in addition to S7, we add the cross-border facilitation along the middle corridor as with S2. In S9, in addition to S8, we add a subsidy system. This figure also the estimated volume of cargo passing through the Caspian Sea. The result of S6 with the addition of two conditions related for Russian-Ukraine war show no significant increase in cargo volume even for global cargo. However, in S7, in which the frequency of rail and Caspian Sea ferry service are increased, this suggests that Caspian ferry and its vicinity transport service have the potential to function as an alternative transport route by improving the circumstance of transport service. Regarding S8, in which border crossing time and cost are reduced, the use of high-value cargo is observed. However, S9, which includes the discount freight charges through the subsidy program, does not show an increase in both cargo. Next, we present the output on the breakdown of cargo volume by origin cities. First, despite the decreasing convenience of competing services, there is less use of cargo departing from China and Europe in all scenarios. However, all new scenarios show a significant increase in cargo departing Istanbul. I summarize the results in the second part of scenario analysis. First, the result of the analysis at the point of origin indicated that even if the convenience the competing CRE service was to decline with the implementation of policies in the middle corridor. The use of the middle corridor as a service between China and Europe is limited. Therefore, while improvement in the middle corridor will have a very limited impact on China and Europe, but they will have some impact on the countries around the middle corridor. At the end of the presentation, this is issues to be further solved on this study. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yuki, for your informative, excellent presentation. And I will be discussing of your paper. Yeah, please demonstrate my, thank you very much. I cannot see. Probably I cannot use it. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to really congratulate our authors for their great paper. I really enjoyed reading this paper, and I hope the conclusions and recommendations outlined in the study will help stakeholders better understand the new reality that has developed in the region with the possibility of changing intermodal transport route and logistics systems. Briefly summarizing the main message and contributions of the research study, I'd say that this research explores the middle corridor as a promising intermodal transport route linking China and Europe. Using the global logistics intermodal network simulations model, the study investigates the corridor's potential and the impact of infrastructure investment and policy interventions. In the next slides, I provided my comments on each of the chapters, highlighting the key insights of the paper. The abstract of the paper provides a concise overview of the research and its findings. Here are some suggestions for improvement. Please consider starting the abstract with a brief introductory sentence of two that sets the context for the study. You can briefly elaborate on why this corridor is gaining importance. You can also should emphasize their geopolitical or economic factors driving this interest. This can help readers better understand the context and importance of the corridor. Please also emphasize the key findings or results of the study in a separate paragraph. This could include information on the cargo throughputs at ports and airports, the scenarios tested and any significant outcomes here. And additionally, please end the abstract with a brief concluding sentence that summarizes the significance of the middle corridor as a transport route and the broader implications of the study's results. The introduction provides a clear and concise overview of the topic, and it effectively introduces the concept of Trans-Eurasian transport corridors and the importance of the middle corridor as an alternative route, especially in light of geopolitical disruptions such as the Russian invasion of Ukraine and economic sanctions against Russia and Belarus. The introduction effectively outlines key challenges of the middle corridor, including gauge differences, port handling, and border crossings, providing crucial context for the study's focus, as well as highlights recent developments in Central Asia's transport network. This section provides essential background on prior research and models in Central Asia and the Middle Corridor, positioning the current study in context. Introduction concludes by clearly stating the purpose of the study, which is to examine the potential of the Middle Corridor and propose effective policies for its improvement. My suggestions for improvement is it might be considered to briefly state the specific research questions or objectives, providing readers with a clear roadmap of the paper's aim. Literature review effectively references and summarizes previous research related to logistics services, emphasizing the rarity of simulation analysis of international transport and highlights the absence of studies. This section effectively identifies research gaps, emphasizing the scarcity of simulation analysis. My suggestion is it could be further strengthened by explicitly stating how the current study aims to address these gaps. Regarding model description, I would like to underline that section provides a comprehensive description of the model used, as well as clearly and informatively explains the model, including its basic structure, how it allocates resources, how it takes capacity into account, and how it allocates cargo to routes in a random environment. It also describes how the maritime container shipping network is separated, what data inputs are needed and how they are updated, and how to calculate the model's results step by step. Finally, this section effectively validates the model by comparing its estimated cargo volumes to observed cargo volumes. My suggestion for authors, please mention that your model is founded on prior research, but you should not provide a detailed summary of the key contributions or findings from those studies. I suggest considering starting by summarizing the key contributions of the 2 or 3 most important prior studies. They could then explain how their current model addresses the limitations of those studies or improves upon their findings. Regarding scenario analysis related to capacity increase in the middle corridor chapter, I would like to highlight that the chapter effectively introduces the scenarios and their rationale, clearly explaining why these scenarios are chosen, provides a detailed description of each scenario, helping readers understand the scope of the analysis, and also it effectively analyzes and presents the results of each scenario, showing how changes in parameters impact cargo volume and origin. And also it concludes by summarizing the findings, emphasizing the impact on Central Asian countries along the middle corridor. And my suggestion is to consider clarifying model limitations, including visual aids, highlighting key findings, and providing policy recommendations that can enhance the chapter's overall effectiveness. Regarding scenario related to function as alternative route in the emergency case chapter, I would like to underline that the chapter effectively addresses the significance of examining of the middle corridor's role as an alternative route during emergencies. These scenarios are well defined, and the author provides a clear and insightful discussion of the simulation results. The chapter also successfully draws policy implications from the scenarios, highlighting the potential benefits and drawbacks of specific policies. The focus on specific regions like Georgia and Turkey is well justified. My suggestions to enhance this chapter a little bit consider providing more contextual information for scenario parameters, conducting comparative analysis, including real-world examples, discussing practical feasibility, offering policy recommendations, and suggesting future research directions. These additions will provide readers with a more comprehensive understanding of the middle corridor's role in emergency. And in conclusion, I suggest effectively summarizes the study's findings and highlights the middle corridor's importance as an intermodal transportation route. It emphasizes the importance of increasing service frequency and reducing border barriers to promote tool use, and it also recognizes that the regional impact of improving transport conditions along the corridor and identifies remaining issues and areas for further research. In summary, the conclusion effectively summarizes this study's achievements, revisits the scenario analysis, and highlights remaining issues. To enhance the conclusion, consider offering policy recommendations. This is so important. Addressing data updates, integrating scenarios more explicitly, and considering environmental factors. Discussing policy trade-offs, as well as using visual aids and engaging with your future research directions. These additions can provide a more comprehensive and actionable conclusion for your research paper. By addressing these areas, the paper can become more strong, informative, and impactful in advancing the middle corridor as a promising intermodal transport route linking China and Europe. I will stop here. Thank you very much. And we have a few minutes for questions. If Dr. Shibasaki or Mr. Yuki, you have any comments on my feedback?
No. Thank you very much for your intensive comment. So yes, we will revise our paper according to your comment. Especially, you mentioned about the environmental viewpoint. So maybe it is not possible for in this paper regarding such viewpoint, but we also conducting some evaluation simulation from the viewpoint of the environmental point. So that yes, in future, yes, we'd like to integrate such kind of viewpoint also in the evaluating the middle corridor. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your wonderful paper and presentation. I have questions. So you based your research on the previous book, which we saw before, right? Trans-Caspian Corridor. We had paper by, I think, Tsubota and Watanabe, right? You citing it very good. So can you please tell us what is your contribution to the previous work? Thank you.
You mean there's some additional contribution, additional difference of the, actually the model, the detail of the model calculation or algorithm had changed, but for the scenario analysis, we just focus on the middle corridor. And another new point is to consider some, he said that in emergency cases like, I mean, considering the Ukraine and Russian war. So in this study that we considered such kind of some disruptions, and we did some simulation regarding that disruption. It is a big significant difference from the previous one. But the focused area is almost similar, but we more focus on the middle corridor. Last time we just focus on the entire Central Asian transport, including the China Railway Express. Yeah, so that's a little bit different for the focus area.
Thank you very much. Any? Yes, we have questions.
One suggestion, one question which is probably difficult to answer in the context. So the suggestion would, either a little bit difficult is to follow all the 8 scenarios. Could you give it them, at least maybe not in the paper, but in the presentation, some typical name, so it would be easier to follow what is the specifics of the 8. I mean, you lined it very good out, however, my memory is not, capacity is not high enough to memorize all this. But thanks a lot for the paper. My difficult questions would be, I could a little bit imagine that it makes a difference where we start at the middle corridor, whether in Eastern China or in Western China, because I mean, Eastern China does not care too much about what's going on the middle corridor and would go via sea. But for Western China, it might be still be worse not to go all the way to the sea of Eastern China, but go nevertheless westwards and so react more decisively. I mean, your conclusion, if I understood correctly, is actually changes on the middle corridor would impact the other CAREC countries, but not China very much. Yes. So if we speak about Western China, would this still hold, or would the impact on Western China be larger?
He said yes. Yes, he checked the cargo from Urumqi in this simulation, so that it is a slightly increase, but not so much. So, but
so it holds even for Urumqi.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, another question.
Actually, my question is about what do you consider the prospects of this corridor for goods that is produced in Japan? Can this corridor be attractive for Chinese companies to deliver their goods, their products to Europe? Maybe.
Chinese or Japanese?
Japanese.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very good question. Actually, it is difficult to use for Japanese cargo when we export to European countries because we have to use the maritime shipping at the first to Chinese port. So maybe for the Japanese cargo, it is beneficial for the Central Asian countries. I mean, for Japan, will be exporting something to the Central Asian countries. Yeah, the China Railway Express or Middle Corridor is beneficial, but we still do not check the where is some, how to say, some threshold via a competition between the via Middle Corridor or maritime shipping route. Maybe Georgia or Azerbaijan is some border for both, competitive for both routes, but we did not check such kind of result from the for the Japanese cargo. So actually we don't focus on the Japanese cargo. Yes, this model was developed from the some context, from the context of the international cooperation from the Japanese government.
Thank you very much. Any comments, suggestions, feedback? If no, I would like to thank you very much. I would like to thank Dr. Shibasaki and Mr. Yuki for your excellent and informative presentations. And ladies and gentlemen, we have already reached the end of our session. I want to express my gratitude to our speakers, discussant, and the engaged audience for making this session so informative and so productive. Just one thing I want to mention, that all materials and recordings of this forum will be uploaded to the CAREC Institute's e-learning platform. And for broad audience, you can visit our website at carecinstitute.org and obtain more relevant information about our workshops, events, and etc. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to all of our presenters, and I hope this discussions were so productive. Thank you very much. Let me pass.
Спасибо большое, господин Махмудов. Уважаемые коллеги, на этом у нас по программе сегодня конец. Но это не конец нашего логистического форума. Как вы знаете, ежегодно мы будем проводить. И еще раз хотел бы поблагодарить организации, благодаря которым сегодня мы все здесь. Это Казахстанский немецкий университет, университет Митвайда, CAREC институт, ADB институт, а также Германская служба академических обменов. Всех представителей этих организаций благодарим за очень, я надеюсь, хорошую организацию сегодняшнего форума. Как уже господин Махмудов сказал, там будет на платформе CAREC института, также на сайте нашего лог-центра будет размещена вот сегодняшнее все мероприятие, фотографии, презентации с разрешения всех спикеров. Поэтому мы с вами не прощаемся, говорим до следующего года. И в следующем году тоже встретимся и обсудим актуальные вопросы касательно сферы логистики. Всем спасибо, благодарим всех.
Dinner.